Chapter 374. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu. Mu Changkong appeared outside the Senfu out of thin air. At this time, the Senfu was empty. No one would stay outside. Come, let's go in. Mu Changkong threw out a golden scroll. The Jingguang flashed and tore a hole outside the Senfu. A Jingguang wrapped around the three of them and rushed in. The outside returned to normal. What a waste of a space-piercing talisman. Mu Changkong stood in the air inside the Senfu, but there was no sign of regret on his face for using the scroll. Young master, to prevent any more trouble, we should first refine the Senfu. The middle-aged man called An Zhonghu reminded. Mu Changkong nodded. The Eternal Emperor's Senfu is divided into 5 parts. Once you refine all 5 parts, you will completely control the Senfu. Every time you refine a part, you will obtain the Great Emperor key formed from all the parts' keys. Once you refine all 5 keys, you will become the true master of the Senfu. The Eternal Emperor's test is held once every 100 years, but no one has ever refined a part. This Senfu is destined to belong to me, Mu Changkong. Come, let's refine the first part. At the same time, Lin Fei opened the system and looked for help. He had long since understood the upgrade system. After opening the system, he immediately asked for help. System, how do I get rid of an opponent more powerful than myself? The upgrade system had a function to help. Lin Fei rarely used this function. It burned too many points. System notification. The system needs to scan the enemy's strength before it can make a decision on whether to activate scan. Activate scan immediately. Bang tilde tilde in less than a few breaths, Lin Fei was sent flying again. The water flame lotus did not deal much damage. The black monster broke free again. If you came 1,000 years later, you might have defeated me and had the chance to become the master of the Senfu. What a pity, Lin Fei vomited blood. F***ck, I would have ascended in 1,000 years. Ding, scan complete. The system sounded. Puppet, combat strength suspected to be at the Mystique Venerable level, peak combat strength at the Mystique Emperor level. The system is analyzing, please wait. Lin Fei vomited blood again. The combat power of a Mystique Venerable 1. No wonder my attack could be blocked so easily. There's a difference of 3 levels. Lin Fei was astonished. The Mystic the Arch at his peak combat strength. No wonder those prodigies had turned into a pile of bones. What's there to fight? This is simply bullying. Facing this black monster, Lin Fei's scalp went numb. If he had to deal with Shen Zong, he would not feel much pressure. If he could not win, he could run. However, facing a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet monster, it was a completely one-sided situation. After hearing the system's analysis, Lin Fei cursed the Eternal Emperor in his heart. Wasn't the threshold set too high for the sake of accepting disciples? A gatekeeper at the Mystic the Arch level? This was too incredible. To be able to inherit the Senfu, one's strength must be extremely abnormal. Otherwise, how could he fight them? Lin Fei had never felt so aggrieved before. He had encountered a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet, and with the passage of time, his strength had continued to decline. To be able to survive the attacks of a Mystique Venerable 1 puppet, it would shock everyone. His name would surely spread throughout the Shentian continent. According to the system's analysis, Lin Fei could only continue to dodge the black monster's attacks, but he was still injured. Soon, his body was drenched in blood. Under the puppet's attacks, the Azure Dragon avatar was on the verge of collapse. If he was an ordinary physique cultivator, he would have been mercilessly killed by the puppet long ago. He would not have lasted until now. At present, Lin Fei's situation was not any better. The system's analysis is successful. The following methods have been listed for you to choose from. Lin Fei hurriedly checked to see what help the system had provided him. Help 1. Spend 200,000 points to purchase the Frozen Millennia Scroll. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 2. Spend 500,000 points to purchase the Godslayer Finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Help 3. Spend 1 million points to purchase the Void-Shattering Finger. Dealing with the puppet should be easy. Looking at the methods listed above, Only then did Lin Fei realize that the system had listed the methods so easily. Wasn't it too easy? 320,000 points. Lin Fei hurriedly checked his own points. Seeing that his points met the requirements, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he still had enough points. Otherwise, he would have been helpless. Bang tilde. As soon as he relaxed, the black monster attacked again. Enduring the pain, Lin Fei opened the points mall. He was glad that he had never used his points indiscriminately. Otherwise, he would be done for today. Soon, he found the page for the ice-type scroll. Frozen millennia, 200,000 points to redeem. One-time consumable. Once the scroll is opened, 10,000 years will pass in an instant. After seeing the label, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with motivation, as if he had found an oasis in a desert. Time-consuming item. It's too awesome. After using it, 10,000 years will pass in a breath. I don't know how many years this black monster has passed. Its strength has fallen to mystique venerable rank. I believe that after using frozen millennia, no matter how good its materials are, it will be defeated. I don't believe that it can last another 10,000 years. This was Lin Fei's only option. If the scroll frozen millennia did not work, there was no other way. If I can survive this time, I must earn points. It can save my life at a critical moment. Purchase frozen millennia. A golden scroll appeared in the system space. At this time, the black monster attacked again. Its power was even more ferocious than before. If Lin Fei's true azure dragon body was attacked again, it would collapse immediately. Without the true azure dragon body, Lin Fei's situation would be even more difficult. Open tilde. The golden scroll frozen millennia appeared in Lin Fei's hand. It was very dazzling. Lin Fei did not hesitate. He tore the scroll open and threw it at the black monster. At the same time, outside of Senfu, disciples of various dynasties appeared out of nowhere. At this time, all of them had puzzled looks on their faces. They looked around with astonishment, as if they did not understand how they had appeared outside of Senfu. What's going on? Why am I outside of Senfu? I was in Senfu just now. Why am I outside for no reason? What the hell? What's going on? Who teleported me out? The celestial key is gone. My celestial key is gone. After a moment of confusion, the people who were teleported out had changed expressions. The people who had obtained the celestial key looked at each other. The celestial key had disappeared. It had disappeared in an inconceivable manner. Everyone present had a powerful background. After a moment of confusion, they vaguely guessed something. Could it be that Senfu had been controlled by someone? How could this be possible? In reality, that was indeed the case. In a branch palace, Mizenkong was holding a golden key in his hand. The great emperor's key he had mentioned earlier was the one that had refined the branch palace and expelled all the disciples of the dynasties. Knowing that Senfu was a branch palace, and that Mizenkong had mastered a secret art, he had been able to refine it much more easily than anyone else. A bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you think they are worthy of Senfu? Mizenkong toyed with the great emperor's key. I've already obtained the first great emperor's key. Once I get the other 4, I will be the next eternal emperor's successor. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on your great increase in power, young master. It is only a matter of time before you become an expert of the 3 realms. Rumble, a white light flashed by and a wave of cold air swept out. Even Lin Fei himself could feel the coldness, a coldness that seeped into his bones. And this was just the aftermath. How long was 10,000 years? Perhaps no one would ever know. But now, Lin Fei knew. 10,000 years. Just a single breath of time. Time had been compressed to the point of 10,000 years in a single second. A temporal divine ability like this was something that Lin Fei didn't even dare to think about. It was a completely unimaginable existence. What sort of grand technique and divine ability was this? What sort of terrifying level of power would the person who created it reach? Secret arts? Divine abilities? In front of this temporal divine ability, they are nothing more than trash. Lin Fei cried out in shock. No matter how powerful a person with a temporal divine ability is, after 10,000 years, they will most likely turn to dust. Lin Fei had never experienced being sealed in ice for 10,000 years before, but for some reason, he felt as though this single second was as long as 10,000 years. Whoosh! Whoosh! Behind the black monster, a large number of stone pillars and stone walls had been reduced to dust, no longer existing. After 10,000 years, even the sturdiest stone walls would disappear with the passage of time. Lin Fei didn't care about any of this. The only thing he cared about was the black monster. If even a temporal divine ability couldn't defeat it, then he really didn't know what to do. The black monster was so powerful that Lin Fei couldn't deal with it. If it reached that point, then Lin Fei would really have to accept his fate. Lin Fei looked over. The black monster was now covered in frost, and he couldn't see any changes. At least, that was what Lin Fei thought. Under normal circumstances, after being sealed in ice for 10,000 years, everything would have decayed and become a thing of the past. The black monster didn't change with time like the stone pillars behind it, but its surface had darkened. Creak. Creak. The black monster's head moved, and it made a stiff sound like a gear. I didn't expect you to have a temporal divine ability even though you aren't strong. If I was at my peak, the temporal divine ability wouldn't have worked on me for too long. Time could have destroyed me. I've finally completed the Guardian mission. Congratulations on passing the trial. Whoosh! As the voice faded, the black monster's body shattered, turning into wreckage all over the ground. It had lost all signs of life. It's dead. It's finally dead. Lin Fei finally breathed a sigh of relief. The black energy that pervaded his wounds began to dissipate. He circulated his true essence, and the powerful recovery ability of a body cultivator was quickly unleashed. The wounds on his body recovered. The Azure Dragon True Body couldn't recover because of the mysterious energy that prevented the recovery of a body cultivator. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't be so miserable. Chapter 375. Seems like I've passed. Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. He sat on the ground powerlessly. 200,000 points and a time mystical ability scroll. If it didn't work, then there was nothing he could do. Lin Fei picked up the puppet's wreckage. He used all his strength but couldn't crush it. He couldn't help but be shocked, such a tough material. It's still so tough after 10,000 years. I really don't know what material was used to refine it. No wonder my attack couldn't break its defense. With such a tough defense, I'm afraid those mystic sects and mystic venerables would be dumbfounded. Lucky. He really was lucky. If the black monster was a bit stronger, Lin Fei would really be helpless. Throwing the wreckage aside, his gaze landed on the stone tablet. Let me see what's so special about this stone tablet. Ding, mission activated. Lin Fei was startled. Why was there a mission at this time? It's been a long time since there was a mission. Seize Senfu and become a disciple of the Eternal Emperor. Mission difficulty, 5 stars. Reward, 300 million experience, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy, and 1 level up. Lin Fei was startled again. He couldn't help but exclaim, damn, this mission is awesome. Being in Senfu, the system actually issued such a mission. Lin Fei was more or less surprised. Unexpected, extremely unexpected. Other than that, the rewards were too generous. 300 million experience points. That's a lot of money. Lin Fei beamed with joy. With 300 million experience, I can level up to the Mystic King realm. If I level up again, I'll reach the Mystic Emperor realm and reach the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't care about cultivation level. For genius disciples, cultivation level didn't equate to strength. Combat power was the standard to measure strength. Even if the cultivation level wasn't high, one could still have strong combat power. 1 million points, I can buy a life-saving ability. Even if I meet a strong opponent, I can use the life-saving ability to turn the situation around. 300,000 yuan energy can also burst out a strong attack. Awesome, too awesome. After experiencing the black monster, Lin Fei felt that he had too few trump cards. 1 million points came at the right time. Lin Fei looked at the stone tablet eagerly, No matter what, I have to take down this senfu. I have to take it down just for the experience. The stone tablet was black. He couldn't tell what it was made of, but it was carved with characters. After looking at it, Lin Fei immediately understood what it was. So, after refining the stone stele, I will be able to gain control of a branch palace in the immortal mansion. The stone tablet explained the immortal abode in detail. Refined his quintessential essence gushed out and enveloped the stone tablet as he began to refine it. An hour later, a smile appeared on Lin Fei's face as a key appeared in his hand. It was the Emperor's key. I finally succeeded. After refining the stele and obtaining the monarch key, Lin Fei had a rough understanding of the immortal palace. He also knew how to refine the immortal palace. After refining the stone tablet and obtaining the Emperor's key, Lin Fei now has a general understanding of senfu, and how to truly refine senfu. Lin Fei thought to himself, thankfully, I have the Grand Emperor's key, which allows me to control a portion of its power to reach the other halls. Refining the steles should be a piece of cake. Let's go. Lin Fei activated the Emperor's key and headed to the next palace. At the same time, within a palace, Long Sky had obtained the fourth Emperor's key, and was now in control of 4/5 of senfu. Now, I'm just missing the final Emperor's key. Long Sky put away the Emperor's key, but then he frowned. Not good. Someone beat me to it and took the final Emperor's key. Long Sky had taken control of over half of senfu, so he immediately sensed the appearance of the Emperor's key. Long Sky was very surprised. Young Master, no need to worry, said Great Marquis and Young Master, you used a secret technique to take the Emperor's key. That person definitely doesn't know about the secret technique. From this, we can deduce that he must have passed the trial. He shouldn't be too weak. All we need to do is wait for him, and he'll come to us on his own. It'll be the same as delivering the Emperor's key to us. Longsky's only worry was that the person knew about the secret technique, and in his impatience, might not be able to control himself. Hearing this, he quickly calmed down. Uncle An's words make sense. Let's just wait for him. Longsky's eyes flashed with killing intent. That saves us the trouble. The Emperor's key can only belong to me. Within a palace, Lin Fei appeared out of nowhere. Hey! The stone stele has been refined by someone? After searching for a while, he still couldn't find the stone stele. Lin Fei's heart sank. Damn it. My luck can't be that bad, can it? After searching a few more times, he still couldn't find the stone stele. Lin Fei's heart was clouded by a shadow. I worked so hard, relied on the system's tools, and risked my life to obtain the Emperor's key. Could it be that there's someone more monstrous than me? Lin Fei paced back and forth. The situation had become serious. He had thought that he would be able to easily master the senfu, but things weren't as simple as he had imagined. On the contrary, it was filled with difficulties. Damn. The system's missions really aren't that easy to complete. Lin Fei cursed. No matter who the other person is, since they were able to obtain the stone stele, they definitely aren't weak. They might even be extremely powerful. If I were to take the initiative to go look for them, I would definitely be in a bad situation. Facing the black monster, Lin Fei used all of his techniques. He used up all of his elemental energy. He only had tens of thousands of points left in the system. His only life-saving trump card was a greater teleportation talisman. Anyone in the senfu would be tempted. If it were anyone else, they would most likely immediately head to the next location and get there first. Lin Fei was an exception. With the leveling system, the senfu was nothing more than an icing on the cake. It wasn't a timely help. It wasn't as tempting as an ordinary person. He didn't become obsessed with the senfu. Lin Fei himself was a cautious person. If I want to take down the senfu, I have to fight the mysterious person. I don't know anything about the mysterious person's strength. I also don't know if he has any helpers. If I meet him, I really don't know what will happen. Lin Fei guessed, if I want to take down the senfu, I have to kill them in one strike and not give them any chance. Lin Fei thought of the tools in the system's shop. The black monster was powerful, wasn't it? Under the frozen years, it still became a pile of scrap metal. Yes, I must buy some tools as a protective treasure. Only then will I have more confidence. He quickly opened the system and the shop. He couldn't help but frown. The Frozen Years scroll is gone? The Frozen Years scroll that was originally sold was completely gone. Lin Fei saw a line of words below. One-time consumable, only sold once. Not good. After experiencing the treasure that was worth 200,000 points, Lin Fei didn't have much confidence in the treasures in front. Looks like I need at least 200,000 points to get a satisfactory treasure. 20 points was a bit difficult. In the shop, one could only get 200,000 points for one. The next level required 300,000 points. In other words, Lin Fei had to get more than 200,000 points in a short period of time. Otherwise, he could only watch helplessly. Chapter 376. P.S. Thank you to He Zhangxiong for your comment. Outside the central zone, there were fewer demons than before, but there were still many great demons left behind. These great demons all had demon soldiers under them, especially those that were well-cultivated array soldiers. The demon clan's hatred for humans had never lessened, and had never stopped. Every time the Senfu opened, the great demons would take the initiative to kill human experts as a way to vent their dissatisfaction with the humans. Every time it opened, the humans would suffer heavy casualties. The Senfu had a lot of space. For the great demons, especially the top great demons, they could easily fly out. As such, they were forced to leave the Senfu and head to the outside world. Hunting human experts and snatching the Sky Immortal Key became one of the things they wanted to do the most. Damn, these humans sure run fast. Stop sighing. At least your king killed 3 humans. These human disciples are all very profitable. Killing them will give you a lot of spoils of war. It's a pity that our king has yet to encounter a single human disciple. By the way, do you know that Sky Snake Great Demon? The last time the Senfu opened, he killed more than 10 humans. It's said that he encountered a powerful human expert this year and was killed. Ah, Sky Snake Great Demon is dead. He's very strong. He's dead. His demon soldiers have all been taken away. Outside the central zone, the demon soldiers chatted with each other. From time to time, their gazes would land on the central zone, a place they both loved and hated. The Emperor-level great demons were also gathered together. Sky Snake Great Demon is dead. What a surprise. A black ox demon with 2 horns on his head side. Despicable humans. Not long ago, Sky Snake Great Demon said that he would break the previous record this year. I never expected him to be killed by a human expert so quickly. You don't say. The human experts this year are very strong. Many great demons were killed. From what I know, the Alligator Great Demon, White Bear Great Demon, and the rest are all dead. Usually, the great demons would fight each other non-stop. But once a great demon died at the hands of a human expert, they could not help but unite against a common enemy. They could not hide the anger on their faces. Their usual fighting was a matter for the demons. But if a great demon died at the hands of a human, it would become a feud that would last for generations. The Senfu had opened, and they had lost so many great demons. This made the great demons in a bad mood. Human experts have appeared. Great demons were very sensitive to the aura of humans. When Lin Fei appeared thousands of miles away, the great demons immediately detected him. Kill. Kill this brat. I know this person. He blocked Ku Shui's palm strike, so he must have a lot of treasures on him. Moreover, he came from the central region. If we kill him, there will definitely be a lot of treasures. The greater demon was excited. The demon race had always been competitive. What's more, at this moment, they were all full of anger. When they saw a human brat appear, they immediately looked for a place to vent their anger. Who asked him to appear at the right time? Whoosh. Whoosh. In order to obtain points, Lin Fei set his sights on the Yao. After refining the Great Emperor Key, Lin Fei could move freely within the Senfu. Now, he had done Lin Fei a great favor. In order to be careful, Lin Fei decided to get enough points first. Without a protective treasure, he really didn't have much confidence. If he had a treasure that could seal in ice for 10,000 years, he could deal with it when he encountered a strong expert. At the very least, he could leave. It was better than falling into a trap. It was this thought that allowed Lin Fei to avoid a great deal of trouble and danger. So many experience points. Seeing the black mass of demons, Lin Fei's eyebrows danced in delight. He was extremely excited. With so many yarrow, it shouldn't be a problem to get 200,000 points, right? Lin Fei asked himself. Dragon transformation tilde his strongest defense was activated. God kill tilde Lin Fei activated his strongest defense. He didn't want to waste time. If he was discovered by the other party, he would lose more than he gained. He had to get 200,000 points in the shortest time possible. Hualala tilde the divine consciousness was like a harvesting weapon. The yarrow soldiers were wearing armor. As soon as they formed an attack formation, Lin Fei's divine consciousness came over. Their defense was strong, but their soul cultivation was poor. With a god kill, the souls in the sea of consciousness of the yarrow soldiers were destroyed and turned into soul fragments. In other words, they were directly killed by the divine consciousness. Without their souls, the yarrow soldiers lost their effect. Awesome, this is awesome. The soul attack would at most cause dizziness. The power of the divine sense evolution secret technique was extraordinary. Even the yarrow soldiers at the front had their souls injured. The weaker king-level yarrow soldiers directly fell from the sky. This divine consciousness secret technique came at the right time. Otherwise, facing a large number of yarrow soldiers, Lin Fei could only watch helplessly. He couldn't rush up. Whoosh tilde Lin Fei rushed to the front of the yarrow soldiers. With the supreme-grade spiritual treasure sword in his right hand, he pierced the head of the yarrow soldiers, penetrating the defense and killing the king-level yarrow soldiers. After being suppressed in front of the black monster for so long, Lin Fei found a place to release. Bang! 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 Lin Fei was fast and powerful, especially with the supreme-grade spiritual treasure in his hand. In front of Lin Fei, the king-level yarrow soldiers couldn't even block one attack and were directly killed, turning into a large amount of experience points. At this time, in the main hall, Mu Changkong continued to wait. According to Elder An, Mu Changkong chose to wait, but the other party didn't come. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the right choice. Could it be that that person knows that I am waiting in the main hall? Otherwise, the other party should be here soon. The Senfu was very big. Even though the Senfu was empty now, it was really not easy to find a person. Otherwise, Mu Changkong wouldn't have chosen such a stupid method. A stupid method was a stupid method, but the effect was good. Mu Changkong had two capable subordinates, Elder An and Dong Shu. No matter how strong the other party was, once he stepped into the main hall, he would be killed immediately. Young master, don't worry. The other party will come to the main hall sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to find the other great emperor key. Elder An said. We just need to wait. Mu Changkong said, wait for a while more. Outside the Senfu, the battle continued. A group of yarrow soldiers were caught off guard by Lin Fei's killing move. By the time they reacted, at least a few thousand yarrow soldiers had died. Under the bombardment of divine sense, it was almost like they were killed in an instant. No less than a few dozen king-level yarrow soldiers had died. The emperor-level yarrow soldiers were furious. The emperor-level yarrow soldiers relied on king-level yarrow soldiers, which were equivalent to their left and right arms. Although the Senfu was big, there were many forces. The emperor-level yarrow soldiers were not convinced by each other. In less than a moment, countless king-level yarrow soldiers had died. Especially the yarrow soldiers, which almost caused the emperor-level yarrow soldiers to vomit blood. Form the formation. Form the formation and kill him. The emperor-level yarrow soldiers were furious. We can't let them form the formation. The yarrow soldiers in the formation are not easy to deal with. After using the divine sense secret technique to kill the first wave, Lin Fei obtained a large amount of experience points, yuan qi, and important points. Destruction. Lin Fei waved his hand and used the metal concept sword technique. The dragon of destruction charged at the yarrow soldiers. Lin Fei did not stop and chose to attack the emperor-level yarrow soldiers again. With his strength, The Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers were inferior to Lin Fei no matter what advantage they had. Once they were closed in, they would die without a doubt. As for the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers, it was not so easy to kill them. Lin Fei would rather attack the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers. The Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers were killed. The King-level Great Demon, Iron Wolf, was dead. This day became a nightmare for the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers. They had encountered a freakish human expert. Killing them was as easy as plucking something from his pocket. The usually powerful King-level greater demons were completely terrified of him. Let's go. After killing a large number of demon kings and a group of demon soldiers, Lin Fei left this place. Lin Fei needed points and did not want to be entangled with the enemy. When the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers were enraged, Lin Fei immediately left. Rumble tilde 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 the attacks of the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers all missed. A large number of mountains below were razed to the ground in their anger. Chase. This person can't run far. We must kill this kid. My subordinates have all been wiped out. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Emperor-level greater demons occupied a territory in the Immortal Mansion because they had King-level greater demons as their subordinates, as well as demon soldiers whose strength would soar when they formed formations. However, under Lin Fei's slaughter, the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers under some of the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers were almost completely wiped out. As for the Yarrow soldiers, needless to say, less than 30% of their combat strength was left. Some of the Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers were even reduced to generals without an army. It could be said that these Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers would probably have to lay low for a period of time and recuperate. They would lose the right to speak. As a result, how could they swallow this anger? The worst thing was that their vitality was greatly damaged. The other Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers did not have it easy either. The Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers under them had suffered heavy losses. After teleporting again, Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away. This Senfu is really a good place to kill people and level up. In a short time, I've earned more than 40,000 points. If I do this a few more times, I'll have enough points. The reason why Lin Fei chose to kill Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers was because the missions he took were all about killing Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers. Lin Fei could deal with Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers. It was very troublesome to deal with them. They were not as easy to deal with as Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers. He could easily kill Emperor-level Yarrow soldiers in close combat. With a supreme-grade spirit treasure in hand, no matter how strong a Emperor-level Yarrow soldier's defense was, they would still die. There are many great Yarrow soldiers in the Senfu. I should be able to get enough points in less than a day. Lin Fei was not greedy. He would go to the Senfu once he had enough points. At that time, all the Yarrow soldiers in the Senfu would be in his hands. Time. What he needed now was time. The Senfu was very big, and there were many Yarrow soldiers. Lin Fei appeared hundreds of thousands of miles away and saw a group of great Yarrow soldiers. It seemed that they were looking for human experts. Total annihilation. Lin Fei did not say anything and launched an attack, catching the great Yarrow soldiers off guard. Half a day passed in a flash. Chapter 377. P.S. Thanks to Zero Fongyu Zero for the tip and Arjun for the comment. Today is Mother's Day. I wish everyone a happy Mother's Day. Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. First, he killed the demon soldiers, then the demon kings. As for the demon emperors, they chose to give up. It was a waste of time. If the demon emperors knew about this, who knew what they would think? Lin Fei killed to his heart's content. The demon race suffered a great loss. The human demon kings also entered Lin Fei's vision. At this moment, all that was left in his eyes were points. It could be said that other than the demon emperors, the rest of the demon soldiers and demon kings couldn't defend against Lin Fei's close-range attacks and were easily killed. Lin Fei couldn't remember how many demon soldiers and demons he killed. Anyway, his points kept increasing, and he was getting closer to the number he wanted. Soon. Lin Fei pulled the killing sword out of the body of a demon king, and blood flowed. Such a massacre attracted the attention of the demon race's true experts. When Lin Fei attacked another demon king, A dazzling Jingguang flew out of the void and charged at Lin Fei with a destructive aura. Someone is making a move. Lin Fei dodged and didn't take it head-on. The Jingguang seemed to be targeting Lin Fei. No matter how he dodged, it kept chasing, which made Lin Fei angry. Waterfire Lotus. The huge lotus wrapped the Jingguang. Lin Fei held the supreme grade spirit treasure and charged at the Jingguang. Clang, clang, clang tilde tilde tilde. The Jingguang hit the killing sword 3 times in a row. The huge force made Lin Fei frown. If his spirit treasure wasn't a supreme grade spirit treasure, the 3 hits from the Jingguang would have shattered it. Lin Fei's azure dragon true body was covered with wounds of various sizes. With his powerful recovery ability, he quickly recovered. However, Lin Fei's eyes were filled with wariness. He had met his match. Your Excellency, you have great strength. In the void, a person walked out. Under his warm smile, there was a cold killing intent. What a powerful gaze. This fellow has cultivated the secret charm technique. As soon as Lin Fei's eyes met, a great fear rose in his heart. If he hadn't used his divine sense to cut it off, his heart would have long since been filled with fear, and his battle prowess would have been greatly reduced. You are also very powerful. Lin Fei no longer looked into the other's eyes. If he had not heard of this secret technique before, Lin Fei would have almost fallen for it. Aren't you going too far by crazily slaughtering our demon race? Heavenstar said indifferently, your strength isn't bad. I just don't know if you're able to block the attack of a true treasure. The demon race being wantonly slaughtered, Heavenstar, this demon race's strongest person, naturally could not sit still. The other party's strength was more powerful than he had imagined. He was actually able to block his top-grade spirit treasure, the Vajra ring. He could not help but be slightly surprised. Swish swish tilde tilde. Just as Heavenstar's voice fell, another person appeared. Since when did you demon race become so polite? Ku Shui glanced at him and mocked, if it was me, I would have killed him first. The demon race suffered heavy casualties. The descendants of celestial immortal Ku Mu also suffered heavy casualties. Ku Shui, the strongest descendant of celestial immortals, naturally could not sit still. Whether it was Heavenstar or Ku Shui, both of them were unwilling to see their strength suffer. That was why they personally took action. One was in the front, while the other was at the back. Lin Fei frowned slightly and thought to himself, damn it, why did 2 profound sect experts appear? In terms of aura, they should be at the peak of profound sect. It seems like they are the strongest of the demon race and celestial immortal descendants. This is going to be troublesome. If I get entangled by them, I won't be able to gather enough points. I'm still short of 50 to 60,000 points. Waterflame Lotus. How could Lin Fei let them join hands? Without any explanation, he activated dozens of Waterflame Lotuses and charged towards the demon soldiers like a rainbow. With a silent chant, a shocking explosion was produced. Compressed Waterflame Lotuses were something that Lin Fei could easily do. Dozens of Waterflame Lotuses exploded at the same time. The immense power caused a huge mushroom cloud to rise up. The shockwave swept over and tore countless demon soldiers into pieces. Be it Heavenstar or Ku Shui, they were both enraged. In front of the 2 of them, this kid still dared to slaughter their subordinates. He was simply looking down on them. Diamond Ring. Heavenstar activated his supreme grade spiritual treasure once again. Ku Shui attacked as well. A black longbow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bow and shot an arrow. A black ray of light locked onto Lin Fei's body. Heart-piercing arrow. Lin Fei did not dare to underestimate the dangerous aura. He activated his monarch key and disappeared on the spot. Rumble tilde. The 2 attacks missed, causing the ground to tremble. A few tall mountains were shaved off. It was a flat plain. Damn it. Ku Shui cursed, but soon after, his face lit up with excitement. The Great Emperor Key. That brat used the Great Emperor Key earlier. In the Immortal Estate, other than the Great Emperor Key, nothing else can be used, unless it's the Great Instant Teleportation Talisman. This old man can guarantee that this brat used the Great Emperor Key. Monarch Key. This item immediately caused a huge commotion in their hearts. Heavenstar's expression changed. The appearance of the monarch key was equivalent to controlling a part of Senfu. If he refined it, he would really control Senfu. Chase, we must not let him refine Senfu. The situation was getting serious. Heavenstar gritted his teeth. He regretted not using his treasure earlier. Now, he could only watch his opponent escape. Swish tilde when Lin Fei appeared in the distance, the two immediately chased after him. They had the thought of chasing him to the ends of the world. I still exposed the monarch key. Lin Fei's divine sense saw the two figures chasing after him. They were extremely fast and were rapidly closing the distance. I'll risk it. The two behind him could catch up at any time. Lin Fei had no time to think. He had to gather enough points first. Kuala tilde Lin Fei kept activating the monarch key, changing his position. Very soon, Lin Fei found a group of demon soldiers. A few king-level great demons killed them with lightning speed, leaving a ground full of corpses. Brat, you're dead for sure. Heavenstar roared. Leave behind the monarch key, or I'll make you die without a burial. Ku Shui was enraged. This person dared to wantonly kill demon soldiers and human experts despite being chased by them. This caused their expressions to turn unnatural. Why would Lin Fei care about their words? If you have the ability, chase after me. Don't just stand behind me and talk. Lin Fei changed his position again. Seeing Lin Fei changing his position and hearing his words, Ku Shui and Heavenstar's anger soared to the sky. Since when did someone dare to be disrespectful to them? No, he has the monarch key. We'll always be one step behind. Ku Shui said, we should use our treasure to kill him while he's attacking. Heavenstar added, let's join forces and kill him first. The two of them had always been rivals. For the sake of the monarch key, they quickly swore a heavenly oath and joined forces to kill their opponent. They must not allow him to refine Senfu. Chapter 378. Soon. Tens of thousands of points were quickly closing in. Soon, he was close to his target. At the same time, Lin Fei saw that their faces were turning darker and darker like coal. They wanted to cut him into pieces and skin him alive. Now that I have completely enraged them, once they have enough opportunities, they will immediately deal with me. I have to be careful. Moreover, they should have real treasures in their hands, treasures that are even more powerful than spirit treasures. I should be especially careful and not give them any opportunities. Lin Fei was only worried about the treasures they had. Spirit treasures could only injure him lightly, but real treasures were completely different. They were mysterious existences. Real treasures were above spirit treasures. They were many times more powerful than spirit treasures. If one hadn't seen one wouldn't know. Normal warriors would be lucky to have a spirit treasure, not to mention something as powerful as a real treasure. Once they had one, their combat ability would increase greatly. In a one-on-one battle, they would be able to instantly kill their opponents. Of course, if someone had a real treasure and didn't have a powerful background, they would be quickly killed. Real treasures were even more powerful. Normal emperor-level warriors wouldn't be able to get one. The mystic sect had to rely on luck. This was a demon and a sky immortal descendant. Lin Fei really didn't dare to guarantee how powerful the real treasures in their hands were. Lin Fei was wary of the diamond ring that the demon used. It was extremely powerful. Lin Fei thought as he quickly charged towards the next group of demon soldiers. At the same time, within the great hall of Senfu, Long Sky of the Mu clan appeared. Waiting here is no longer possible. It's time for us to take the initiative. He had lost his patience. Zhonghuan and Dongshu didn't dare to say anything. It was their idea to wait here. Actually, they had a lot of questions as well. Was there something wrong with their idea? Otherwise, why didn't they see him? This seemed impossible, but the truth was right in front of them. That person really didn't appear. They couldn't help but wonder if he had seen through their plan. Long Sky of the Mu clan chose to take the initiative and search through the remaining halls. Strangely, there was no sign of him. It was as if he had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Where is he? Why isn't he in Senfu? Long Sky frowned. There's no reason for him not to be in Senfu. Unless, of course, He doesn't want to bind Senfu. Young master, perhaps that person is hiding somewhere in Senfu. And Zhonghu guessed. That should be a possibility, Dongshu said. Grandmaster Vast Sky took out the Grand Emperor's key. It doesn't matter if this person is hiding in Senfu or not. If I use the Grand Emperor's key, I'll be able to roughly locate him. Soon, Mizukage Long Sky and his subordinates appeared outside of Senfu. I didn't expect that person to be outside. Grandmaster Long Sky was only able to sense his general location, but that was enough. Killing him was just a matter of time. Young master, do you want us to attack and kill that person? Zhonghuan asked. As soon as he finished speaking, the Monarch Realm Great Demon, who had already been beaten up by Lin Fei, once again found a place to vent their anger. Who asked them to vent their anger? Humans. Humans again. Kill them. Damned human. You deserve to die. A group of Emperor-level great beasts made their move. Courting death. Zhonghuan's body expanded to become 50 meters tall, making him look like a giant. An ancient aura emanated from him, as though he were a primordial existence. He made a grabbing motion with his enormous palm, and the entire world around him seemed to become a giant palm that trapped the Emperor-level great demons within. With a gentle squeeze, the Emperor-level great demons were squashed to death. Blood flowed like a river. A single move had killed a group of Emperor-level great demons. A great demon who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to attack young master? Zhonghuan waved his hand non-stop. The great demons and demon-level great demons that fell into his palm were instantly squashed into meat paste. As for their attacks, when they landed on the bodies of the great demons, they were like tickles, unable to cause any harm. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Emperor-level great demons had died at Zhonghuan's hands. Quick, retreat. Retreat. The Emperor-level great demons who had quick reactions were terrified out of their wits. They were all Emperor-level great demons with incredible power, but this opponent's power was simply too terrifying. They didn't dare to stay here any longer. They had seen how the Emperor-level great demons had been squashed to death with a gentle squeeze from the giant. The terrifying thing was, they hadn't been able to dodge a single claw from the giant before they were killed. They immediately led the remaining demon-level great demons and fled. Mizukage Great Sky laughed coldly. No need to chase. First, we'll get our hands on the final Earth Key. In the future, we'll have plenty of chances to take care of them. I want them to become slaves for the rest of their lives. Zhonghuan snorted coldly. They should count themselves lucky. Dongshu laughed. A bunch of ignorant little great demons. Killing them would be a waste of time. When Zhonghuan's terrifying aura appeared, the first to change expressions were Heavenstar and Withered Blood, the two strongest experts of the great demons. They could sense that dangerous aura. Just now, it seemed as though the aura of a fiend god had appeared. Heavenstar had a serious look on his face. Fiend gods, such distant words. They were unimaginably existences. Fiend gods have been gone for so long. It shouldn't be possible for them to appear, right? Withered Blood was suspicious, but his tone still changed. I've never heard of them either. If a fiend god dares to come to the Senfu, they'll probably be surrounded and killed before they even appear. Fiend gods are priceless slaves. Fiend gods were incredibly powerful existences of the primordial era. When they were born, whether they were monsters or humans, they were as tiny as ants in front of fiend gods. They had to stand to the side. When fiend gods were born, they were extremely powerful. They didn't need to train. Over time, their strength would constantly rise. The body-refining techniques that dominated the primordial era had all been passed down from the primordial era, and they had all been comprehended from the bodies of fiend gods. Later on, they had perfected them, and now, they were able to display incredible defensive power and powerful attack power. It could be said that fiend gods were the ancestors of body refiners. Body refiners were already so powerful. Fiend gods were so powerful that they caused their hearts to palpitate. They felt powerless, and their lives and deaths were out of their control. Perhaps we're overthinking things. Heavenstar's tone was filled with suspicion as well. If a fiend god appeared in the Senfu, even if the two of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the fiend god. Fiend gods were simply too powerful. Fiend gods were born in the primordial era. They were powerful and had long lifespans. They were nearly immortal and were the lucky ones in the world. It could be said that any fiend god had terrifying strength. The longer they lived, the stronger they became. Heavenstar also didn't wish for a fiend god to appear. Once a fiend god appeared, they might not have the chance to snatch the great emperor's key. This was their only chance to leave the Senfu. Let's quickly kill that brat. A long night is fraught with trouble. This old man thinks so too. Although they couldn't confirm the aura just now, they still felt immense pressure in their hearts. When the fiend god's aura appeared, Lin Fei's expression changed several times. Damn, what a familiar aura. Lin Fei couldn't guess it immediately. However, that terrifying aura still made his heart palpitate. An invisible pressure landed on his chest. This won't do. If this continues, I won't have enough points. Lin Fei was anxious. I have to kill the Emperor-level great demons. An inexplicable dangerous aura appeared. Lin Fei could vaguely feel that this aura was most likely coming for him. Once it caught up, the situation would definitely be bad. Danger, extremely dangerous. Lin Fei appeared again. Not far away, there were 2 Emperor-level great demons, a flying great demon, a fish demon, and a group of demon soldiers. They seemed to be searching for something. When Lin Fei appeared, the 2 Emperor-level great demons quickly discovered him. Kill this human brat. This human brat must have some good stuff on him. Godkill Lin Fei once again used the Divine Sense secret art. More than 1,200 superior-grade spiritual treasures directly bombarded the 2 Emperor-level great demons. The Divine Sense secret art was originally used to fight against the 2 experts behind him. In order to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei had no choice but to use it. Moreover, this was also the fastest attack. Rumble he attacked with all his strength, severely injuring the 2 Emperor-level great demons. Swish Lin Fei stabbed with his killing sword. The Emperor-level great demons were seriously injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. White light flew past. One by one, their heads were pierced, leaving behind lifeless corpses. Infinite Universe Saber. Heavenly Star, this great demon, finally made a move in anger. This time, he used his greatest trump card, a true treasure. With this true treasure, Heavenly Star could become the #1 expert among the great demons. Swish as soon as this saber appeared, its power increased greatly. The terrifying aura made people not dare to look directly at it. The true treasure was too strong, too dangerous. Go when Lin Fei saw that terrifying aura, his heart sank. A true treasure. The other party must have used a true treasure. Not good, I am locked. Swish the Infinite Universe Saber turned into a white light, piercing through Lin Fei's chest. The powerful Azure Dragon True Body unexpectedly could not block the true treasure. Lin Fei endured the pain and shuttled through the void. Heavenly Star withdrew the Infinite Universe Saber. What a strong defense. As expected of a body refiner. Ordinary warriors would have been killed by me. I don't believe he can block the second saber. Lin Fei's left arm was partially injured. It was a huge wound. Even he found it hard to believe that his Azure Dragon True Body could not block the true treasure's attack. If he did not change his position at the crucial moment, it would not be a simple injury. Is this a true treasure? Its might is too ferocious. A monarch demonic beast could not even injure my Azure Dragon True Body. Yet, the other party's true treasure injured me. It is indeed ridiculously strong. Lin Fei was afraid of the true treasure. One more time and I will be satisfied with my points. Lin Fei remained calm. The other party's true treasure is too powerful. The true treasure's power still remains, and the recovery speed of the body is greatly reduced. If I do it again, the Azure Dragon True Body's defense will be greatly reduced. Feeling the wound near his left arm being enveloped by a power, Lin Fei was no longer so surprised. Although he could recover, the speed was too slow. Seeing that he was about to accumulate enough points, Lin Fei clenched his teeth. No matter what, he had to give it a try. When he returned to the Senfu main hall, he would not need to care about them. Lin Fei quickly thought of a good idea. Points, the important points, no matter what, he had to give it a try. If he did not give it a try now, there was not much time, especially when the other party used a true treasure. If 2 true treasures came out at the same time, the situation would be even worse. Chapter 379. A group of emperor-level great beasts were charging in that direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Fei appeared again. Without hesitation, he used his most powerful attack. He wanted to accumulate enough points even if he was injured. Even though his left arm was injured and his defense was greatly affected, it wasn't a big problem for him to deal with emperor-level great beasts. First was the God Killer, followed by the most powerful sword formation. The white light was like cold light, and its aura was fierce. It landed on the emperor-level great beasts. Infinite Universe Saber. Heaven Star, who was right behind, activated the true treasure again. The Infinite Universe Saber was as bright as day, and it split the void in 2. It was so powerful that the emperor-level great beasts immediately stopped. They were suppressed by the true treasure's power. A good chance. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. This was a rare chance. He had to kill them all. Another wave of God Killer rushed over. The emperor-level great beasts temporarily lost control. Their souls were injured, and their defense was greatly reduced. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. White light flew past. The killing sword was like a dragon, breaking through the emperor-level great beast's defense. Taking advantage of this rare chance, Lin Fei killed the group of great beasts as he wished. The true treasure's attack arrived. Lin Fei immediately activated the Great Emperor's key, preparing to teleport to the safe Senfu. Then, they would all be in vain. He had enough points. Crash. At the same time, a giant hand reached out from the void. It slapped the air, and the Infinite Universe Saber was slapped away. Then, it clawed at the air. The void where Lin Fei was shattered like glass, and he was also pushed out by this force. In the blink of an eye, the true treasure was slapped away, and Lin Fei was pushed out. Lin Fei's face was filled with shock. Kid, you want to leave just like that? You're too naive. 3 people appeared in the void. These 3 people were led by Mu Zhongkong. The space in the Senfu was very big. To them, tracking a person was a piece of cake. Heavenly Star's expression changed when the true treasure, Heaven and Earth Limitless Saber, was sent flying. He was very clear about the might of a true treasure. Ever since he had this low-grade true treasure, almost no one could block its attack. Today was the only exception. A powerful body cultivator could not die under the boundless universe blade. The second time, he was sent flying by the mysterious man before him. Longski's gaze fell upon Lin Fei. I imagine that the key is in your hands. There was no room for rejection in his tone. The key is in their hands. Lin Fei's heart sank. He had encountered a mysterious person who was incredibly strong. If he used the Grand Emperor's key, the person would be able to force him out. Without batting an eyelid, he took out the Emperor's key. The key is in my hands. If you dare to use force, I will destroy the Emperor's key, unless you don't want to inherit the Senfu. Time. Lin Fei was fighting for time. If you want the monarch key, I can give it to you, but you have to kill them first. Lin Fei pointed at Tian Xing and Ku Shui. Tian Xing and Ku Shui were enraged. This brat was really bad, daring to kill with a borrowed knife. Just from that attack, they knew that the 3 led by the white-robed man weren't people they could fight against. Young master, the great sovereign key is in his hands. You guys can do whatever you want. We won't interfere in this matter. Tian Xing left after saying that. Even the treasure was swept away. What could they use to fight? Tian Xing slipped away. Ku Shui, the descendant of a sky immortal, was smart. He immediately left, wishing that his parents had given him more legs. Long Sky didn't attack them. They were just profound ancestor peak. Killing them or not didn't make a difference. Brat, it seems like your plan won't work. Longsky's eyes were filled with killing intent. Will you hand over the monarch key, or will I deal with you personally? Lin Fei cursed. These 2 bastards were running so fast. At the very least, he should have exchanged a few blows with them. Being able to obtain the Great Emperor's key without anyone noticing, you must have a certain amount of wealth. How about this? I'll sell the Great Emperor's key to you for 50 million Jin Yuan crystals. Neither of us will lose out. Lin Fei laughed. At the same time, he opened the shop system. 300,000 points. He had already chosen the item scroll. And Zhonghu and Dongshu knew what would happen when they saw how daring this person was. Young Master hated it when people acted recklessly in front of him. These people usually didn't have good endings. Longsky's face sank. This brat really didn't know how to behave. He snorted coldly, "You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Don't think that you can act recklessly just because you have the monarch key. To me, it'll just be troublesome. I'll send you to hell right now. I'll let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me." Long Sky was furious. He was truly furious. A brat with some strength dared to bargain with him. How reckless. Even in the Empire, who dared to be rude to him? Who wouldn't be polite to him? Golden arrow of life. Long Sky slapped his waist, and a golden arrow flew out. The Jingguang shone brightly, and an aura no weaker than a true treasure swept out. The entire sky was covered by the Jingguang. Go. This is a true treasure, and it's a one-time consumable. Luckily, we left quickly. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't be a match for the white-shirted young master. We might even be killed. The white-shirted young master must be from a big family, a super dynasty. Tianxing and Ku Shui were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. The two of them had true treasures on them. They spent a lot of effort to get them, and they treated them like treasures. They wouldn't use them unless it was a critical moment. The white-shirted young master casually used a one-time consumable treasure. They couldn't compare to this. Even if they had the money, they might not be able to do it. He's dead for sure. And Zhonghu said, "Those who dare to look down on young master won't die. This brat can't even block a normal low-grade true treasure. Against the golden arrow of life, he'll be killed instantly." Lin Fei's pupils shrank, and danger enveloped his body. Voila! An enormous water flame lotus appeared below him, and its leaves swayed to form a cover. Lin Fei held the killing sword and faced the Jingguang. However, a hint of fierceness flashed in his eyes. Clang! 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 I block, I block, I block again. Lin Fei didn't retreat, but faced it directly. The Jingguang's power was endless. The water flame lotus was blasted apart with one attack, turning into nothingness. Every time they clashed, Lin Fei's azure dragon true body would leave a large wound. If it was a normal body cultivator, his body would have already been smashed into pieces, and he would be dead. After the fourth clash, Lin Fei vomited a large mouthful of blood. After the fifth clash, Lin Fei's face was pale, and the azure dragon true body was on the verge of breaking. After the sixth clash, the Jingguang flew over Lin Fei's chest. The dragon transformation state collapsed, and he flew out. Ph. This is the result of going against me. Chapter 380. That kid is so strong. He blocked it 6 times in a row. Normal people would have died countless times. Tianxing sighed. If it were me, I would have blocked 7 or 8 times at most. As expected of the deadly golden arrow. It's so powerful. That kid is also very strong. No wonder he didn't die after blocking your infinite universe blade. He's only injured. If he doesn't die, he'll definitely become a mystique venerable or even a mystique saint. Ku Shui's forehead was sweating. This man in white was even more terrifying than they imagined. He used a disposable true treasure every time he attacked. Who could beat him? The 2 servants next to him, in particular, gave them a lot of pressure. They needed to work together to deal with the kid in white. The man in white could easily injure him. If he used it against them, they would definitely die. However, they had some doubts, especially Tianxing. If the infinite universe blade couldn't injure him, why couldn't the kid block the true treasure? Wasn't this defeat a little too quick? Tianxing didn't dare to say this out loud. At most, he could only think about it. The 2 didn't dare to stay, afraid that they would be the next unlucky ones. That kid was done for, let alone them. If they didn't leave now, when would they? They didn't think they could hide from them. The mountain range below had been flattened. A huge crater appeared below. They could vaguely see the figure of the opponent. Long Sky of the Mu clan had never taken him seriously. A mere body refiner was nothing. There was no need to care about him. There were countless body refiners in the capital of the dynasty. The Emperor's Key. Longsky's gaze fell upon the Emperor's Key. This was the last one. Cough. Cough. Lin Fei struggled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I'll destroy the Emperor's Key. Lin Fei's expression was fierce. He grabbed the Emperor's Key. It seemed like he would destroy it in the next second. Long Sky laughed loudly as if he was looking at an idiot. Haha, only an idiot would think he could crush the Emperor's Key with ethereal force. But you don't know that this is the Emperor's Key made by an eternal emperor. Unless you're at the same level as the Emperor, no one can touch it. You can give up now. After he finished speaking, Mu Zhongkong laughed loudly and prepared to collect the Great Emperor's Key. With the final Emperor's Key in hand, Long Sky would be able to completely refine the Senfu and complete the clan's mission. Come here. Mu She made a grabbing motion, and Lin Fei was pulled over. At this moment, Lin Fei's expression turned vicious. The Great Sovereign Key belongs to me. The Great Sovereign Key you have will belong to me too. Die. Lin Fei finally made up his mind. Crash. A black scroll was torn open. At that instant, a terrifying aura lingered in the spacious immortal abode. The beast soldiers and the beasts all felt a sense of danger, which they had never felt before. Not good, the young master is in danger. Originally, Zhonghu and Ndongshu didn't think much of that brat. After that brat was heavily injured, he wouldn't be able to cause any harm to the young master. Moreover, the young master had personally made a move. Naturally, they would wait at the side. This kind of thing wasn't something they could do. But when that dangerous aura erupted, their expressions instantly darkened. They didn't expect that this brat would have a trump card. More importantly, he had used the trick of injuring himself to gain their confidence. Patience, he was too good at patience. They were faster, but Lin Fei was faster. From the moment they appeared, Lin Fei knew that they had encountered a powerful enemy. Especially the white-robed young master, who was clearly the leader, and had powerful servants by his side. Lin Fei knew with a single glance, which was why he used this method to numb the enemy. Lin Fei indeed couldn't block the golden arrow of reaping life. It was too powerful. Previously, he had been injured by the infinite universe saber. Now that he had encountered the golden arrow of reaping life, he was naturally heavily injured. Because he was injured, Lin Fei found a chance to kill his opponent. If the two servants had attacked, Lin Fei wouldn't have had a chance to snatch the Great Emperor's Key. He would have been killed before he could even attack. Everything went according to Lin Fei's expectations. The white-robed young master personally came to take the Great Emperor's Key. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei had tricked him, he finally had the chance to use the scroll he had bought. The scroll was torn open, and a sky-covering black mist turned into a huge vortex, appearing above Longsky's head. Then, a terrifying aura was released from the black mist. A black dragon, an enormous black dragon, more than 300 meters long, emerged from the black vortex. Its eyes were sharp, and its terrifying demonic chi caused all of the demonic demons in the Immortal's palace to tremble, and no one dared to look directly at it. Tempage, do you think you can kill me like this? You're too naive. A golden scroll appeared in Longsky's hand. Finger of reaping life. A boundless dangerous aura locked onto Longsky's body. More importantly, he was enveloped by a mysterious power, preventing him from using the Great Emperor's Key to escape. Long Sky calmed down and took out a protective treasure. The fatal finger was a divine thought left behind by a super powerhouse. Its attack power was immense. One could imagine how powerful it was to leave such a life-saving attack behind for Mu Changkong. Even if he encountered a Mystique Venerable or even a Mystique Sage powerhouse, he would still be able to escape. The Black Dragon was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The terrifying finger had just been unleashed when it was swallowed by the Black Dragon. Then, it swallowed Long Sky in one gulp. Long Sky was shocked. How could this be? My finger of reaping life was bestowed upon me by an elder in my family. Even a great perfection mystic venerable or profound sage would be wary of it. How could the black dragon swallow it in one gulp? It doesn't make sense. For the first time, Long Sky panicked. He was truly panicking. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The huge black dragon swooped down and bit down on half of Longsky's body. Zhonghuan and Dongshu were furious. Don't you dare hurt our young master. Zhonghuan transformed into a giant. His godfiend aura rippled as he used his godfiend divine ability. The sky darkened instantly. Lin Fei suddenly felt weightless. Fortunately, at that moment, the black dragon dragged Long Sky into the vortex. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. In less than a breath's time, he was dragged into the vortex. Ah, I'm Long Sky. I won't die. Rumbled Zhonghuan's palm landed on the black vortex. In the end, the black vortex collapsed and turned into fragments. 4 shadows shot out from within. Retrieve, retrieve, retrieve. Lin Fei rushed out quickly and retrieved the 4 shadows at lightning speed. You killed the young master. You killed the young master of the Long Sky clan. Zhonghuan was furious. He could not imagine that the young master, who had a protective treasure, would die in front of him. He could not accept that things had come to this. Heaven and earth capture. Sword of shadow. An inexplicable sense of great danger loomed over him. Lin Fei did not hesitate and activated the Great Emperor's key. Obstruct. The air seemed to freeze. There was a rare pause as the Godfiend divine ability sealed the air. Azure Dragon True Body, use all your strength to block. Lin Fei's eyebrows were twitching. Danger. An unstoppable danger. The Heaven and Earth Capture and the Sword of Shadow both landed on Lin Fei's body. The huge impact almost caused Lin Fei's body to collapse. At that moment, the Great Emperor's key broke through the restrictions and disappeared in front of their eyes. At the crucial moment, the Great Emperor's key showed its use. Even though Zhonghuan's divine ability was strong and could temporarily seal the area, it was unable to truly trap the Great Emperor's key. Lin Fei successfully escaped. This was because Lin Fei was not fated to die. Damn, he actually blocked our surekill technique. The darkness dissipated and everything returned to normal. But Zhonghuan's face was filled with despair. Young master is dead. Even the life-seizing finger couldn't block the other party's attack. We really failed miserably this time, Dongshu said. As servants, the 2 of them were very strong. After losing the Great Emperor's key, it was easier said than done to catch up to the other party. More importantly, the other party could enter the Senfu. They were helpless against the Senfu. The Senfu left behind by the Eternal Emperor was not something they could break. Let's go out first. No matter what, we must bring this person back. Otherwise, the family will not spare us. At the mention of the family, Zhonghu revealed a look of unconcealable fear. If we don't leave the Senfu, once he controls the Senfu, it will be difficult for us to leave the Senfu. It was not easy for the Senfu to leave, but the 2 of them had treasures and could just barely break out of the seal. Dongshu also knew that they had no choice but to leave. Once they refined it, they would be trapped in the Senfu. Not to mention killing the other party, they might even fall into the other party's hands. Let's go. Cough, cough, cough. In the Senfu, the moment Lin Fei appeared, he fell to the ground. He looked at the building above him and vomited blood, but he still had a smile on his face. I actually survived. I didn't die at their hands. Lin Fei knew that he was in the Senfu. Once he was in the Senfu, he would be safe. Lin Fei did not even have the strength to stand up. The Azure Dragon True Body had already collapsed. His body was a bloody mess, and even his bones could be seen. This injury is too serious. Lin Fei circulated his quintessential essence and tried to expel the quintessential essence, but found that it was very difficult. It would be impossible to expel it for a while. Fortunately, circulating his quintessential essence could alleviate the injury. It would take a long time for him to recover from this injury. Fortunately, I cultivated the Azure Dragon True Body. Otherwise, I would really be dead this time. Those 2 servants are too strong, and one of them is a godfiend. I'm afraid I've gotten into big trouble this time. Lin Fei thought back to the earlier scene. It was too dangerous. Fortunately, I spent 300,000 points to buy a devouring hole. That was how I managed to restrain the other party. Otherwise, I would have been the one dying this time. That white-robed young master seems to be called Mu Zhongkong or something. What a strange surname. Furthermore, the god fiend that attacked later on is also rarely seen. The aura of a god fiend, Lin Fei finally recalled. Why does it feel so familiar? This is the aura of a god fiend. Chapter 381. P.S. Thank you to Xiaomapi for your monthly votes, update votes, and tips. 3 days. For 3 whole days, Lin Fei lay motionless in the senfu like a piece of wood. Those who did not know would think that he was dead, but in reality, he was quietly recovering from his injuries. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. This was also because Lin Fei's azure dragon true body was amazing. If it were anyone else, they would have been dead for sure under the double blow. It should be noted that the one who attacked was a god fiend. The god fiend was an ancient existence with unfathomable strength. It was known to be invincible in close combat and divine abilities. Lin Fei could survive the god fiend's attack. If word got out, it would probably cause a huge uproar. If the god fiend did not die, how many could it be? Lin Fei was one of them. More importantly, Lin Fei's cultivation level was too low. In the eyes of powerhouses, he was beneath them. Huff, huff. Lin Fei leaped up and spat out mouthfuls of turbid air. Damn it, my injuries are finally healed. Recalling the god fiend's methods and the dangerous scene, Lin Fei still felt a lingering fear. No wonder the god fiends were so tyrannical back then. With such a long lifespan, their strength is indeed amazing. That god fiend was clearly a mystique grand level god fiend, but its combat strength was terrifying. Its true combat strength was at the level of a peak mystique venerable one. It was unbelievably powerful. Lin Fei thought that his strength was monstrous enough. After witnessing the god fiend's methods, he had to admit that the god fiends were the lucky ones in this world. The mystique grand level combat strength was terrifying. On top of that, they were born as god fiends and possessed powerful recovery abilities. Even a peak mystique venerable one would have to give way to a god fiend. Fortunately, I was quick enough to snatch the Great Emperor's key. Otherwise, it would have been a huge problem to snatch the Great Emperor's key from them. Lin Fei knew that he had gotten into big trouble. He had a god fiend with him, and the other was unknown. His strength was also very powerful and was not an ordinary person. This meant that this Mizuki Chungkong's background was not simple. Lin Fei had never heard of a young master bringing a fiend god with him. Mu Chungkong died long ago. He doesn't even have the chance to be reborn. So what if they find out? I have the senfu, and it's the senfu of the Great Emperor. There must be a lot of good stuff there. When I find a big sect, no matter how strong they are, they won't dare to do anything to a big sect, right? Lin Fei quickly made plans for the future. Fighting head-on wouldn't work, so finding a backer was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Let's refine the Grand Emperor's key first before anything else happens. Thankfully, this is senfu. No matter how powerful the gods and demons are, they won't be able to break through the senfu refined by an eternal emperor. Safe, they were really safe now. Swish 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 tilde tilde the Great Emperor keys flew out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were 5 Great Emperor keys in total, not one more, not one less. Refine tilde tilde the 5 Great Emperor keys flew together and gradually merged. A silver-white light flashed. Buzz tilde tilde a silver-white Great Emperor's key floated in the air. Boom tilde tilde Lin Fei grabbed the Great Emperor's key in his hand, and the senfu suddenly changed. Rumble tilde tilde a loud sound resounded in the sky above senfu. The demon soldiers and monsters who were trying to find the humans stopped at this moment. They couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. They all looked at the central region, where senfu was located. The monsters in the central region were all dumbfounded. The strongest monster, Heavenly Star, and the descendant of the Sky Immortal, Ku Shui, appeared in the air, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Senfu has been controlled. The end of the monster race has come. Seeing how terrifying the white-robed young master was, Heavenly Star and Ku Shui didn't think they could stop him, not to mention the powerful families and demons behind him. Their carefree days were completely over. Fear began to spread and take root in their hearts. Inside Senfu, Lin Fei was in a public square. As he grasped the Great Emperor's key, all kinds of information flowed into his memory. I didn't expect that the true inheritance of Senfu isn't here. Lin Fei stood in the public square and couldn't help but sigh. If he hadn't grasped Senfu, Lin Fei wouldn't have known that there was another world inside Senfu. He would have probably foolishly thought that Senfu was the inheritance of the Eternal Emperor. In fact, that wasn't the case. In the eyes of outsiders, Senfu was just used to confuse people. The true Senfu hid in Senfu, transforming into something and waiting for the fated one. Perhaps only the Eternal Emperor could do something like this. The true Senfu, come out. Lin Fei activated the Great Emperor's key. With a flash, the Great Emperor's key flew out and landed on a statue in the public square. A black tunnel appeared above the statue. I didn't expect that Senfu hid in the statue and even opened up a spatial tunnel. Lin Fei looked over. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for completing the Seize Senfu mission. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 300 million experience points, leveling up by 1 level, 1 million points, 300,000 yuan energy. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 500,000 points, 100,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 1 million points, 200,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. Congratulations to player Lin Fei for reaching the Mystic Monarch realm, obtaining 2 million points, 500,000 yuan energy, 1 lottery ticket. The system kept ringing with notifications. Lin Fei was overjoyed. I'm rich, I'm really rich this time. 1 mission, 2 promotions, and a large amount of resources. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, and he smiled happily. 1 million points, 500,000 points. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. 4,500,000 points. That's awesome. I was almost killed for 200,000 points. I didn't expect to get 4,500,000 points from completing the mission. 300,000 essence force. 100,000 essence force. That's 1 million essence force. Lin Fei continued, there are also the 4 lottery chances that come with leveling up. This is really awesome. What was refreshing? Lin Fei was the happiest at this moment. Before entering the Senfu, he had already harvested a large amount of resources. His thoughts were unobstructed, and he felt extremely happy. With these 5 million points, 1 million yuan energy, and 4 lottery tickets, my strength will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, I must get rid of that god demon. This kind of enemy must be eliminated. Lin Fei revealed a cold gaze. Lin Fei was very unhappy about leaving a god demon. Leaving a god demon was no less than a great enemy, and if it attacked, it would definitely be a problem. Chapter 382. The true Emperor Senfu hadn't even entered, but he had already reaped such a great harvest. This made Lin Fei even more excited to see what lay beyond the passageway. Lin Fei tried to calm himself down. I can put these things aside for now. It's safe enough to stay in the Senfu. Let's go in and see what the Eternal Emperor's legacy looks like first. Whether it was the points, the key, or even the lottery, they were all fixed. There was no way to escape. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to see what the Eternal Emperor Senfu looked like first. The Eternal Emperor Senfu was very excited. For the sake of the Eternal Emperor Senfu, he had risked his life to snatch it, and he had even offended a young master with a powerful backer. Whoosh! Lin Fei spread his wings of the wind, leaving behind a blur as he charged into the black passageway. Is this the Eternal Emperor Senfu? When Lin Fei charged into the passageway, he was greeted by a unique surge of spiritual energy. With a single breath, all 3,600 pores on his body opened up, making him feel refreshed. What greeted his eyes was a series of exquisite buildings. What a perfect building! Lin Fei couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth had always been an important element for cultivators. Powerful cultivators could absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transform it into ki. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more they could absorb. It was common for cultivators to absorb all the spiritual energy in a place. If such a place appeared in the Shenqian continent, all sorts of powerful cultivators would fight each other and fight over it. Lin Fei flew towards the nearest building. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already so dense. One could imagine what the eternal Emperor Senfu would look like. Lin Fei was very excited. When he landed in front of a building, Lin Fei was startled, his mouth agape. F***CK, this is cold sky white jade, a top-grade material used to make warships in the Shenqian continent. And it's used as a floor. Isn't this too extravagant? And this pillar, it's clearly made from diamond jade. If such a large pillar were to appear in the outside world, it would probably cause a bloodbath. One by one, the items passed by Lin Fei's eyes. Lin Fei was already numb. The great Emperor's Senfu was filled with valuable treasures. The top-grade materials of the Shenqian continent were priceless items. But in the great Emperor's Senfu, they were the most common of items, completely unremarkable and unremarkable. There was no difference. Extravagant. How extravagant. Lin Fei thought to himself. The eternal emperors are the true rich ones. Lin Fei pushed the door open. Crash tilde after the door was pushed open, Lin Fei walked in. Inside the hall was a huge hall. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that this building was a hall. Lin Fei could sense the extraordinary value of any decoration in the hall. When he walked to the central hall, he saw a large number of praying mats. The praying mats were huge, and judging from the material they were made of, they weren't ordinary items. From the looks of it, could it be a group of giants? Lin Fei was full of questions. What the hell is this place? Lin Fei was surprised. He couldn't think of an answer. The praying mats were too big, and he couldn't see that they were prepared for human warriors. What kind of person would sit on such a praying mat? This is the lecture hall, where the great emperor explains the great Tao to his disciples. A hoarse voice came from the hall. Lin Fei's expression tightened. Who's talking? Don't be afraid, heir of the Senfu. I mean you no harm. On top of a huge praying mat, a clump of black mist suddenly appeared. Shortly after, a greater demon appeared. It was a greater demon that Lin Fei did not recognize. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, looking mighty and imposing. However, it gave Lin Fei a sense of pressure. Lin Fei maintained his vigilance, but he was also shocked. He had encountered a great demon in the Senfu, and it seemed to be extremely powerful, so he was very careful. You are the artifact spirit of the Senfu? The black great demon said, Hehe, I'm not an artifact spirit. I'm just an artifact soul refined by the great emperor. You can call me Black Demon. I was once an ancient black demon. Lin Fei was shocked. This great emperor was very powerful. An ancient black demon was used as an artifact soul. This strength was too terrifying. Although Lin Fei didn't know how terrifying ancient black demons were, to be able to have the word ancient in front of their names meant that they weren't ordinary existences. They were definitely famous outside. Black Demon was very shocked by the heir this time. He was more monstrous than he imagined. You are the 6th heir of the Senfu in the past 10,000 years. Black Demon looked over, however, you are only an in-name disciple of the great emperor. You can only enter the Senfu, and you are not a true inner disciple. Lin Fei wanted to vomit blood. He spent so much effort, but he was only an in-name disciple. Was there a mistake? Then how do I become the great emperor's inner disciple? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. The great emperor's disciple must be at the Sky Immortal realm. Black Demon said indifferently, however, you are the one with the lowest cultivation in the past 10,000 years. You are not even 20 years old, and your strength is at the profound emperor realm. I don't know how you can barge in. Lin Fei was shocked by the threshold of the Sky Immortal realm. They only accepted disciples at the profound spirit or profound king, but the disciple of the great emperor wanted a Sky Immortal. At least, this ancient black demon didn't see that I have a system, otherwise he wouldn't have said that. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He had been worried that the upgrading system would be seen through, but now he could relax. This extraordinary artifact soul also couldn't see the profoundness of the upgrading system. Lin Fei was indeed worried that he would be seen through. If the other party had evil intentions, he wouldn't know what to do. A great demon with an artifact soul could live in the Senfu for so long. It was almost undying and indestructible. This was terrifying. Lin Fei had to be on guard. The previous one was Ku Mu. He should be the great emperor's disciple, right? Lin Fei asked once more. Ku Mu's talent wasn't good. He became a sky immortal because of the great emperor's resources. Unfortunately, he was killed right after becoming a sky immortal. He's just trash. Black Demon snorted coldly. You can't blame him. It's normal for a sky immortal to die. The previous two died at the true immortal realm and the other at the celestial lord realm. Lin Fei sucked in a cold breath. F***ck, he was killed even with such strength. How strong of an enemy did he offend? You are only at the profound emperor realm. Cultivate well. Only when you become a sky immortal can you become the great emperor's disciple and enjoy the true resources of the great emperor. From then on, you will soar into the sky. Black Demon couldn't help but worship him. Lin Fei couldn't help but curse in his heart. F***ck, sky immortal. How long will it take for me to reach that level? If I die, all my efforts would be for nothing. As this is your first time entering the Great Emperor's Senfu, you can head to the treasure pavilion and choose a cultivation technique, a weapon, and a protective treasure. Black Demon said, next time, if you want to obtain a treasure, you will have to undergo a test. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Finally, something good has come. The treasures of the Great Emperor are usually extraordinary, right? Lin Fei said to himself. He had gone through so much trouble to come here. If he didn't get any treasures, then all his efforts would have been for nothing. Lin Fei didn't think too much about whether or not he could become the Great Emperor's disciple. This way, I can save my points and buy other things. Following Black Demon, Lin Fei came before a great hall. There was a huge signboard with the words Treasure Pavilion written in flamboyant calligraphy. With just a single glance, Lin Fei felt immense pressure. You can choose anything you want on the first floor. Go on in. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony as he quickly walked into the treasure pavilion. When Lin Fei walked in, Black Demon shook his head, his face filled with puzzlement. Strange. How strange. This kid's talent is ordinary. Why is he so strong? Could he be a variable? Black Demon had lived in the immortal abode for an unknown number of years. He had seen inheritors after inheritors, and every single one of them had outstanding talent and could be called monstrous geniuses. However, this successor, Black Demon, was truly unexpected. Despite his vast knowledge, he couldn't tell the origins of this person. He found it strange. The rules set by the Great Emperor are here. Whether this kid is lucky enough to inherit will depend on himself. If he doesn't become a sky immortal, he won't be the true successor of the Great Emperor. When the time comes, he will just have to find another successor. Thankfully, he won't need to sleep for a long time. Lin Fei didn't know that Black Demon was thinking about so many questions outside. At this moment, Lin Fei was in a huge library. At a glance, it was filled with books and restricted treasures. There were too many to count and it was a dazzling sight. Lin Fei's eyes turned red and his heart started pounding. Damn, I forgot. Why didn't I ask Black Demon what martial arts are suitable for me? I can't just go searching like this, right? It's like searching for a needle in a haystack. For the first time, Lin Fei felt that having too many secret manuals was a headache. Seeing so many martial technique manuals, Lin Fei did not know what to do. He regretted not asking around earlier, rushing in a hurry. After casually looking at the first martial art, Lin Fei's eyes widened. Wind Flame Wheel, Earth Inferior Grade Martial Art. Fire Attribute Martial Art. When used, the wind and fire are invincible. Lin Fei thought that it was already very generous for a martial emperor to get a profound martial art. He didn't expect it to be an earth martial art. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and opened his mouth again. Previously, he thought that he was satisfied with obtaining a lot of profound martial arts. But after seeing the martial arts here, Lin Fei finally knew what a true foundation was. Damn, this floor is full of earth martial arts. A powerful martial art could completely change one's strength. Looking at the densely packed earth martial arts, Lin Fei wished he could take them all. Earth martial arts, Lin Fei didn't dare to think about it. Regretfully, he could only choose one martial art for the time being. Needless to say, this was a painful torture. Anyone would probably go crazy and struggle over it. Even a large empire might not be able to take out so many earth martial arts. Whatever, let's choose a martial art first. Lin Fei tried his best to calm himself down. The Great Emperor's good stuff will be mine sooner or later. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Chapter 383. P.S. Thanks to LXCCL and He Zhangxiong for their votes and tips. The treasure pavilion was huge, so big that one couldn't see the end of it. There were countless Xian Qi manuals. There were many types of mystic technique manuals. There were all kinds of mystic techniques and mystic techniques. It was a dazzling sight and he had no idea where to start. Collapsing Fist, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Shadow Palm, Earth Middle Grade Martial Art. Cloud Piercing Finger, Earth Lower Grade Martial Art. Pan King True Body, Divine Ability Defense. Lin Fei didn't know how many martial arts there were, but he still couldn't make up his mind. Damn it, I didn't have any martial arts in the past, so I'll learn whatever I have. Lin Fei rubbed his chin, he looked tired. There are so many martial arts, now it's my turn to be confused, and this is just the lowest collection of the Great Emperor. Lin Fei chose for a long time, but he couldn't make up his mind. Hesitation. There were too many Xian Qi martial arts, constantly stimulating Lin Fei. Lin Fei breathed out a mouthful of turbid air and began to calm himself down. My mind is not firm enough. Lin Fei couldn't be calm at the moment. He couldn't be calm. If my mind is firm, I won't be tempted by martial arts, so I can't make up my mind. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I need to work harder. After calming down, Lin Fei thought about what he should choose. Right now, my strongest defense is the Azure Dragon True Body. My strongest defense is my sword technique. This time, I should choose a sword technique, a very strong one. Lin Fei had already experienced the power of sword arts. More importantly, Lin Fei's qi was very thick, which was most suitable for sword arts. If the other party could unleash 10 ultimate moves, then Lin Fei could unleash 50 ultimate moves. It would not be a problem. After thinking about it again, Lin Fei decided to choose a sword art. Earth sword art, it should be extraordinary. Up until now, the sword arts that Lin Fei had learned were limited to 2. One was the Wind Sword, and the other was the Great Destruction Sword Art. As for their grades, he didn't even know. If he could obtain an Earth-rank sword technique, it would undoubtedly increase his battle prowess and allow his strength to advance rapidly. Vampiric Sword Art, Low-grade Earth Tier. Cross-blade Style, Low-grade Earth Class. Formless Sword Art. Earth Tier High-grade. There were many sword techniques. From low-grade to high-grade, there was everything one could wish for. Lin Fei began to choose with rapt attention. This scene naturally fell into Hei Yaro's eyes. This child's mentality is good. He knows what he needs. He is a talent that can be taught. This won't do. This one won't do either. The power of this book is too great. It's not easy to cultivate it. Give up. Lin Fei looked over with his divine sense and rejected the sword art secret manual. His heart was dripping with blood. All of them were priceless treasures. After reading no less than a few hundred books, Lin Fei could no longer remain calm. Could it be that I can't find a suitable sword technique? He was really worried. I will definitely find a suitable one. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. He extended his divine sense and chose once again. This sword art. His massive divine sense swept over and inadvertently stopped on a secret manual. With a flash, he appeared in front of the secret manual. Slaying gods and slaying fiends, 4 simple words surged with an invisible pressure. It was restricted by the restrictions and was unable to rush out. What sharp words! Lin Fei was appalled. Just the words alone are so sharp. Isn't the sword art? For some reason, Lin Fei felt an urgent urge when he saw this sword art secret manual. There was no rush. He would take a look first. Slaying Gods and Slaying Fiends Sword Art, High-Grade Earth-Tier Prologue. With killing intent as the foundation of cultivation, one will become a sword immortal that slays gods and is invincible in the world. What a domineering prologue! Lin Fei was alarmed. A few simple words contain endless killing intent. And what is this sword immortal? Could it be a powerful sword immortal like in novels? Lin Fei continued reading. Occasionally, he would frown, and at other times, his expression would turn solemn. Moments later, he left his current spot and returned an hour later. So this is what sword immortal slaying gods means. It turned out that when Lin Fei went to look up information on sword immortals, he finally understood how powerful they were. This was the first time Lin Fei understood sword immortals. Precious Treasure Pavilion not only had martial arts secret manuals, but it also had records of all sorts of information on the continent. Sword Immortal was one of them. In the information, Sword Immortal was an occupation that was difficult to cultivate successfully on the continent. Lin Fei could understand that among millions of people, only a handful could cultivate to become a Sword Immortal. In conclusion, Sword Immortals were extremely powerful. Most importantly, Lin Fei realized that he was fated with this Sword Immortal. Sword Immortals required a great understanding of Sword Dao. With the leveling system, Lin Fei did not need to worry. Sword Immortals required a large amount of quintessential essence, and this was the most important step to becoming a Sword Immortal. If the quintessential essence contained in the Dantian decreased, the might of the sword moves produced would be weaker. It would not last long, and there would be no point in fighting. Lin Fei had reached this step. With a heaven-defying core lake, no one was more suitable than Lin Fei to become a Sword Immortal. After advancing to the profound sovereign realm, the core lake could contain even more quintessential essence. The final step was to become a Sword Immortal. One needed to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, and to cultivate an intrinsic flying sword, one needed a sufficiently precious flying sword. Lin Fei had also reached this step. The supreme grade numinous treasure, Killing Sword, in his hand was a unique and precious flying sword. From the looks of it, the heavens want me to become a Sword Immortal, thought Lin Fei. I need to abandon any unnecessary martial arts and focus on cultivation to become a powerful Sword Immortal. Sword Immortals have powerful attacks. It suits me the most. I also cultivate in the Azure Dragon True Body. Among Sword Immortals, there is probably no one with better defense than me. With such good conditions, it would be a pity if I do not become a Sword Immortal. After some consideration, Lin Fei decided to become a mighty Sword Immortal. Every man had a dream of traveling the world with a sword in hand. And Sword Immortals were the best fighters among sword experts. Among the martial arts manuals, I'll choose God-Slaying Fiends. After taking out God-Slaying Fiends and removing the restrictions, Lin Fei obtained the first superior grade Earth-ranked martial art. I'm still short of a protective treasure and a weapon. Black Demon had been paying attention all this time. Black Demon was surprised when he saw Qin Yun choose God-Slaying Fiends. Chapter 384. Since he was determined to become a Sword Immortal, the following choices were much easier. In terms of weapons, Lin Fei still chose flying swords. Even though he had become a Sword Immortal, Lin Fei's total annihilation was still a powerful killer move. True treasures. They are all true treasure flying swords. Lin Fei's eyes lit up as he nearly drooled. Although they are inferior grade true treasure flying swords, it's enough for me. Outside Senfu, Lin Fei had been severely injured by true treasures several times. He had a huge grudge against true treasures. The number of true treasures was clearly fewer than the martial arts manuals. Lin Fei chose a set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords. This set of Flying Heaven and Earth Wraith flying swords were all inferior grade. There were a total of 12 flying swords. After obtaining this set of flying swords, Lin Fei could already sense how powerful it was. It was indeed worthy of being an inferior grade true treasure. One was a superior grade numinous treasure while the other was an inferior grade true treasure. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth. If I had this set of flying swords back then, killing Emperor-grade demons would have been a piece of cake. Lin Fei thought. Now, I can use this set of flying swords as the core. A superior-grade numinous treasure flying swords will form a sword array. It will be even more powerful. Now, all that's left is the protective treasures. Lin Fei came to the place where the protective treasures were. This time, there were fewer protective treasures than the true treasures from before. At a glance, there were no more than 50. It looks like I can forget about getting good things if I don't become the Theacher's disciple. Lin Fei thought to himself that the Theacher's rule was really disappointing. After cursing silently, he began searching for protective treasures. He would never stand on ceremony if he received a protective treasure for free. Why not take something for free? It could also save him a lot of points. Substitute puppet. Can block a fatal attack at a critical moment. One-time consumable. Thunderclap pearl. Contains the power of destructive divine lightning. Once this pearl is used, everything within a 500-kilometer radius will be leveled. One-time consumable. Soul Annihilation Golden Spear. Once the golden spear is used, it will annihilate souls. Lin Fei's heart was pounding as he looked at the protective treasures. No matter what kind of protective treasure it would be able to save his life at a crucial moment. Lin Fei looked around and finally chose the soul-extinguishing golden spear as a protective treasure. The best defensive treasure was an attack. No matter how strong the opponent was, if you could destroy them, it would be the best treasure. Lin Fei thought about it and chose the soul-destroying golden spear. The most important thing was to kill that godfiend. The godfiends of ancient times had impressive divine powers and defenses. To truly kill them, one had to rely on treasures. The soul-annihilating golden spear was a soul treasure. It had a higher chance of success if it targeted the soul. Soul-extinguishing golden spear, don't disappoint me. Lin Fei put away the soul-extinguishing golden spear and appeared outside the treasure pavilion. Looks like you've already made your choice. Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I've made my choice. A god-slaying fiend sword art, a set of flying heaven and earth fiend flying swords, and a soul-extinguishing golden spear. These are very suitable for you. Black Demon looked at Lin Fei. You can leave now. Come back when you become a mystic grandmaster. Whoosh tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fei was suddenly pushed out by a powerful force and appeared on the square of the immortal abode. Following that, a divine perception was sent over. Black Demon sent over the method to enter Senfu the next time. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. An artifact soul can be so arrogant. If one isn't a disciple of enrich, they really don't have the right to act so mighty. Thankfully, I gained quite a lot this time. Just the items he took out from the treasure pavilion would definitely cause a bloodbath if they were to end up in the outside world. Every item was a priceless treasure. Lin Fei's strength instantly increased. Just a set of inferior-grade true treasures allowed him to cast total annihilation, greatly increasing his strength. Since I'm in Senfu, I'll first refine my intrinsic flying sword and become a true sword immortal. Lin Fei thought to himself, but before that, I want to see what treasures that young master Long Sky of the Mu clan has on him. The attacks he launched against me were all true treasures. His final powerful move was truly terrifying. Long Sky of the Mu clan had been killed by the devouring hole and Lin Fei had snatched his spatial treasure at the critical moment. Lin Fei had been looking forward to such a huge harvest. He chose a tiny hall and activated Senfu's array formation. After refining the enrich key, Lin Fei was already able to control Senfu. After activating the array formation, Lin Fei was no longer worried that anything would happen to the items left behind by Long Sky of the Mu clan. Whoosh tilde. Lin Fei opened it and poured everything out. First was the mountainous pile of quintessential essence crystals. This is what it means to have a true mountainous pile. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. The quintessential essence crystals I snatched previously are like heaven and earth compared to the treasures Long Sky of the Mu clan has. He scanned them with his spiritual perception and quickly obtained the numbers. This feels great. This Long Sky of the Mu clan actually brought 500 million quintessential essence crystals with him when he came out. With these 500 million quintessential essence crystals from refining the quintessential essence crystals previously, my strength will be even stronger after I become a sword immortal. This black warship should be expensive, right? It's so flashy. He's indeed a disciple of a large family clan. As he looked at the items one by one, Lin Fei was already numb to them. Long Sky of the Mu clan was like a moving treasure vault. He actually had so many treasures with him. Now, all these treasures are for me. When I become a sword immortal and leave the dynasty battlefield, I can sell these items. I should be able to exchange them for large amounts of quintessential essence crystals. Whoosh! Lin Fei waved his hand once again, putting away all the treasures. There were still some numinous treasures left on the ground. Avatar the black-robed Lin Fei's avatar appeared. Its aura was much stronger than before. With his main body's improvement, his avatar's strength had similarly increased. It now had the combat strength of a king. I'll leave these 3 true treasures to you. His avatar had always been very weak. Now that he was at the Mystic King realm, with the 3 true treasures in hand, he could easily slay Emperor-level demons. He could finally show off his might. Only now can this avatar be considered to have true combat strength. In the past, this avatar was at most a cannon fodder existence. Now, it had true strength and could help Lin Fei share some of the pressure. Lin Fei took out the information regarding the refinement of an intrinsic flying sword. It was specially replicated. Lin Fei planned on doing the draw after he became a sword immortal. Sword immortal was a different profession. Perhaps, the leveling system would change. After all, a game usually had a profession. Lin Fei was now like a job advancement in an online game. From a warrior's profession to a sword immortal. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, I need a powerful body. At the same time, I need a flying sword that can be upgraded. Lin Fei continued reading. The dharmic formulation to refine an intrinsic flying sword was very short. It was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read it more than 10 times, afraid that he would miss a tiny detail. Lin Fei had to be meticulous when it came to a major matter like a profession. Lin Fei did not wish for there to be any problems with his profession. If he succeeded in becoming a sword immortal, there would be repercussions. That would truly be a tragedy. The supreme-grade numinous treasure, Killing Sword, appeared in Lin Fei's hand. Lin Fei did not move, but the Killing Sword moved. From the looks of it, you wish to become an intrinsic flying sword. I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei laughed. The Killing Sword was of a very high grade. It had devoured a mystic heaven numinous treasure to advance to such a grade. Lin Fei refused to believe that such a freakish flying sword could be found anywhere else. Lin Fei was in no hurry to refine the intrinsic flying sword. He spent a day to adjust his state of mind. His essence, qi, and soul correspondingly reached their peak. Only then did Lin Fei begin refining the intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei took a deep breath. Sword, come. Whoosh, whoosh. The Killing Sword flew out like a mischievous child. Lin Fei spewed out a mouthful of quintessential essence that enveloped the Killing Sword. The mouthful of quintessential essence was massive and it completely enveloped the Killing Sword. The Killing Sword that was enveloped was clearly very excited. It was like a tiny fish that exuded a cheerful aura. This could not help but surprise Lin Fei. Could it be that this Killing Sword is the intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal? If not, why would it be so excited? It's somewhat beyond my imagination. This was the first step. He needed to resonate with the flying sword. It looked simple, but in fact, it was quite difficult. This was also an important reason why he chose a good flying sword. It was extremely difficult for the average person to produce a good flying sword. Lin Fei's first step was so smooth that even he was alarmed. It was faster than he expected. Then, let's begin the second step. Lin Fei's eyes revealed a determined look. To refine an intrinsic flying sword, the first step was to establish a mental connection with the flying sword. Then, the second step was to establish a physical connection. The second step was extremely exhilarating. It was an excruciating pain that ordinary people found unbearable. Lin Fei's perception landed on the Killing Sword and began the most important step. The killing sword tore through the void and appeared above Lin Fei's head, stabbing downwards. Excruciating pain. An excruciating pain spread to every part of his body. Every muscle began to throb. Every vein began to protrude like a ferocious snake that exuded a terrifying aura. The intrinsic flying sword was accompanied by flesh and blood. It could move at will. The first two simple steps were the most difficult. The intrinsic flying sword had to go through a process with flesh and blood. And this process was split into 3 stages. The shortest was 3 days. The one who became a sword immortal would be the weakest. The next would be 7 days and the last would be 10 days. The one who persisted for 10 days to become a sword immortal would have the greatest talent. Very few people would be able to endure for 10 days. If the quality of the flying sword was not good, it would snap midway. Once that happened, the person would be completely ruined. There would be no chance of becoming a sword immortal in this life. The flesh and blood were accompanied by a will. This was the process of man and flying sword fusing together. The man was the sword and the sword was the man. The moment the killing sword entered his body, Lin Fei's eyes turned red. His face suffused a ferocious look as black floated around him. It was a baneful aura. The baneful aura contained within the killing sword. Lin Fei's mind was clear. Deep in his mind, the immovable Wisdom King sat there, protecting his soul from the influence of the baneful aura. Thankfully, I have the immovable Wisdom King Sutra. If not, the baneful aura would affect my soul. That would be troublesome. Enduring the excruciating pain, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 385. The smell of blood permeated the air in Senfu. On the first day, Lin Fei was badly mutilated. His clothes were dyed red with blood. The murderous aura brought by the killing sword constantly invaded his body and destroyed his bodily functions. Recovery was the same as destruction. The killing sword was not even half an inch in, and a baleful aura swirled around it. The next day, his flesh was still badly mangled. Lin Fei persevered bitterly. On the third day, only half of the killing sword remained. Just looking at it would cause anyone to feel terrified. After persisting for 3 days, Lin Fei's face was full of exhaustion. Immortal swords entering one's body is harder than I imagined. Tempering one's martial will. Lin Fei revolved his Jin Yuan, and the wound quickly recovered. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The effect of Akala is really good. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome this time. Soon, Lin Fei's wounds healed. There are still 7 days left. With my strength, I can definitely hold on. Lin Fei refined the killing sword again. Crash tilde his body, which had originally recovered, instantly collapsed, and blood flowed out. Lin Fei had a hideous look on his face as intense pain spread throughout his body. The pain of a sword immortal hurt his organs. At the same time, it was also an important step in tempering one's will. It was difficult to become a sword immortal. The first step was to suffer physical and mental pain. The tempering of one's will was the second step, and the flying sword fusion was the third step. One wrong step, and every step would be wrong. If it was light, he would lose his qualification as a sword immortal. In serious cases, one's soul would be destroyed, and both the person and the sword would perish. Becoming a sword immortal was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Typically, if a sword immortal lasted for 3 days, their combat strength would surpass that of an expert of the same level, barely allowing them to jump realms in combat. On the 4th day, Lin Fei was as pale as a dried corpse. The second stage of sword immortal was the fusion of flesh and blood. An intrinsic flying sword. The word intrinsic represented an important meaning. Origin life, since it was origin life, it was a part of the body. Becoming one with the body was a step that one had to go through. His intrinsic flying sword was damaged, and so was his true body. With his intrinsic flying sword destroyed, his true body was greatly injured. One with the body. If one's blood and qi were not strong enough, how could one endure it for 4 days? A single mishap could affect one's future cultivation. On the 5th day, Lin Fei was as thin as a stick, almost unrecognizable, and the exhaustion on his face was even more evident. Dragon transformation Lin Fei was prepared. His 10-meter-tall body sat cross-legged in the air, exuding boundless dragon might and boundless blood qi. Zhenyuan surged and filled his entire body, forming a vortex of zhenqi around him. I don't believe that with the azure dragon true body around, my qi and blood will not be able to endure. Day 6, Day 7. Even with the azure dragon true body activated, Lin Fei still looked like a huge corpse. If not for his endless quintessence supporting him, driving his flesh and blood to produce qi and blood to supply the killing sword, he would have died. Lin Fei had failed long ago. The 7th day passed, and the most difficult step was over. The killing sword had all returned to his body, and the sword shape kept shrinking until it was a standard mini version. The 2nd step, the fusion of flesh and blood, was a success. The path of a sword immortal is indeed incomparably difficult. I nearly gave up. Lin Fei rejoiced. Fortunately, I have the azure dragon true body. My qi and blood are strong, and I can replenish them. The 3rd step, natal refinement. This step was a test of willpower. Lin Fei calmed himself down and felt as if he had entered a mysterious world. Emptiness. A boundless emptiness. Silence. The huge space was silent, so silent that it was terrifying. Whoosh 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 sword flashes flew. 1 flying sword and 2 flying swords filled the vast space. The flying swords traversed, sword qi soared into the sky, and sword flashes filled the air. Swish. Swish. Lin Fei's body was pierced by a sword. Intense pain, pain that came from the soul. Here comes the tempering of willpower. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the void, resolute. I have the immovable Hell Monarch. Let's see how powerful the flying swords are. Immovable Wisdom Monarch. A deep voice came from Lin Fei's throat. Boom. The 3-headed and 6-armed immovable Wisdom Monarch appeared in the vast void. He put his hands together and chanted the immovable Wisdom Monarch Sutra, transmitting it to the void world. Lin Fei chanted it silently. Clang, clang, clang. Dozens of sword rivers whizzed over and crashed into the immovable Wisdom Monarch. At the same time, outside the dynasty battlefield, Godfiend and Zhonghu and Dongshu sat cross-legged on a tall mountain, motionless. In their field of vision was the Sky Immortal mountain range. It's been 10 days. That punk actually hasn't come out. He really knows how to hide. Zhonghu was extremely powerful. He immediately sensed the other party the moment he came out, but he hadn't appeared in the past 10 days. Brotherin, don't be anxious. This kid will come out sooner or later, said Dongshu. Unless he hides in Senfu for the rest of his life. Zhonghu looked at the Sky Immortal mountain range with surging killing intent. To think that I, Zhonghu, have lived for 100,000 years and experienced countless storms. I never expected that I would be defeated by a young man, causing young master to die on the spot. If I don't take revenge, how will I face the patriarch? This kid deserves to be killed. Dongshu was furious. This kid deserves to be killed. The sect behind him, the dynasty behind him, and the family clan behind him should be killed. The 3 words deserve to be killed were said in one go. His anger soared. Zhonghu closed his eyes. When he closed them, his eyes revealed intense killing intent. The 8th day. The 9th day. The 10th day. In the endless space, immovable Wisdom Monarch sat cross-legged. Boom. 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 The sky was filled with sword shadows. They were like mountains, rivers, and endless waves. They whistled as they landed on immovable Wisdom Monarch. Every time an attack landed, immovable Wisdom Monarch would casually strike out with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Be it a sword mountain or a sword river, they would be repelled without exception. Every time they were repelled, the next attack's might would increase exponentially. Immovable Wisdom Monarch's counterattacks constantly slowed down. He was as slow as an old bull. I'm just 1 step away. Lin Fei's figure dissipated. It was as though he would collapse the next time. If not for the immovable Wisdom Monarch Sutra stabilizing Lin Fei's will, his will would have long collapsed when facing the endless sword Dao attacks. He wouldn't have been able to last until now. I can definitely do it. Boom. Immovable wisdom monarch swayed. Lin Fei swayed as well. He was on the verge of collapse. His will was affected once again. Whoosh! A boundless sword river flickered with silver light. It was like a resplendent river of stars. Lin Fei's heart tightened. The strongest wave was coming. If he could block this wave, he would become the strongest sword immortal. Don't look at the 3 steps. If an ordinary person wanted to become a sword immortal, it was already not bad if they could pass the first step. There were very few who could pass the second step, and the third step could be counted on one's fingers. Immovable wisdom monarch, block for me. Lin Fei opened his eyes. His will was firm as he cast it towards the sword Dao River. If he could block it, he would become a sword immortal. If he couldn't block it, his vitality and will would be greatly damaged. The sword Dao River came crashing down. Immovable wisdom monarch's 3 heads and 6 arms moved at the same time, creating layers of defense. Lin Fei activated it with all his might. Immovable wisdom monarch was constantly collapsing. The sword Dao River was also constantly collapsing like broken glass. Lin Fei's eyebrows twitched. Sword immortal, the strongest sword immortal. If not me, who else can it be? Immovable wisdom monarch, open for me. Whoosh! Under Lin Fei's control, immovable wisdom monarch's figure enlarged again until it was 1,000 feet tall. With 3 heads and 6 arms, it hammered on the sword Dao River. Lin Fei was going all out. Whoosh! The long river of the sword Dao shattered and crumbled continuously. Chapter 386. I did it. Lin Fei discovered that he was in Senfu and knew that he had survived. Facing the river of the sword Dao, Lin Fei did not have much confidence. Eventually, he managed to persist and survive the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. After 10 days, he could not hide the excitement in his eyes despite the fatigue on his face. Sword immortal. I've finally become a sword immortal. Furthermore, I survived the 3 steps. Lin Fei's body wavered. The 3 steps of the sword immortal affected Lin Fei greatly. If it were anyone else, they would not have been able to persist. He had become a sword immortal. Everything that had happened felt like a dream. He could not help but sigh when he recalled the scene. 10 days felt like 10,000 years. Lin Fei finally understood the difficulties of becoming a sword immortal. It's no wonder there are so few who become sword immortals. Ordinary people can't even clear the first stage, much less the second and third. If not for my good luck and rich quintessential essence, as well as the Azure Dragon true body, I would not have been able to survive the 3 stages. After Lin Fei recovered slightly, he began to use his perception to check his body's condition. He had expended a lot of his lifeblood. All he needed was time to recover. Other parts of his body could easily recover from physical injuries. And at that moment, a tiny flying sword floated above his dantian, which was also his core lake. It was wrapped in quintessential essence. It was constantly being tempered. This flying sword was pitch black in color. Sharp sword chi constantly tore apart his quintessential essence in an endless cycle. It was none other than the killing sword that he had been constantly refining. The intrinsic flying sword of a sword immortal. Intrinsic flying sword. Lin Fei exclaimed softly. A short sword flew out. It was the shrunken killing sword. There were no changes in its appearance. It was not much different from before, but he felt a strange connection with the killing sword. This was the feeling a sword immortal would have after refining the intrinsic flying sword. The intrinsic flying sword was a part of his body. He could control it with his heart. Go. With a thought from Lin Fei, the killing sword transformed into a black beam of light and pierced through the gigantic stone pillar. As expected of a sword immortal. It's much stronger than spiritual perception control, thought Lin Fei. The killing sword appeared above his head with joy. As he controlled it, he became more proficient with his thoughts. After refining the killing sword, it is indeed easier to control it. It is as if I am a flying sword. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why sword immortals are so powerful. Su. Lin Fei stored the intrinsic flying sword back into his dantian. At that moment, the intrinsic flying sword's refinement was complete. All that was left was tempering it. Only then could it enhance its compatibility and produce greater strength. After the intrinsic flying sword was dealt with, Lin Fei began to rest. A few hours later, he looked much better. Now, I can cultivate sword arts that only sword immortals have. Lin Fei took out the slaying gods and demons sword technique. This was an earth-ranked martial art that belonged to sword immortals. God it the five it. Was it? God Fei Tian there were a Tian, he sect. There was. Tian there was there. A long, not, killing sword that. Was not, sword. Was Yan Tian 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 Qin. Had that Tian of the. Was, Tian Tian, Tian Tian Fei Tian, not, in. Sword immortals were indeed extremely powerful. Any one of them would have combat strength that exceeded their opponents at the same level. Unfortunately, it was difficult to become a sword immortal, and it was even harder to become a powerful one. But any sword immortal that appeared was not weak. Lin Fei had a guess about this slaying gods and slaying demons. It was definitely a powerful sword technique. Ding. Learned God Slayer. Ding. System notification. This manual is incomplete. Please take note. Lin Fei was taken aback as he frowned, suspecting that he had misheard. An earth-ranked martial art was actually incomplete. Lin Fei found it unbelievable. He nearly suspected that the system had made a mistake. How could an emperor's item be incomplete? However, since it was suggested by the system, Lin Fei rarely doubted it. The leveling system was a heaven-defying existence. If the system said it was wrong, it was definitely wrong. If the system said it was incomplete, it was definitely incomplete. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be incomplete. Lin Fei thought, an eternal emperor would not leave behind an incomplete earth-ranked martial art manual out of boredom. Could there be another reason? Incomplete manual? What reason? Lin Fei could not think of an answer. As he could not think of an answer, Lin Fei stopped thinking about it. This earth-ranked martial art is enough. Lin Fei said. Why do I need to think about it? Why do I need to guess? As long as this God Slayer sword technique is strong enough, it will be enough. Lin Fei started to digest the slaying gods and slaying demons sword technique. As he digested it, Lin Fei's face revealed a shocked expression. This God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique is actually a speed learning sword technique. As long as I have enough true energy, I can use it. Lin Fei was stunned once again. He was clearly stunned. In the past, to learn a martial art, especially a sword technique, one had to comprehend it. Right now, this earth-ranked martial art was telling Lin Fei that he did not need to comprehend it at all. As long as he had enough true energy, he could use it without any worries. Never seen before. At least, it was Lin Fei's first time seeing it. Sword immortals are strong because sword techniques are easy to learn. Lin Fei was suspicious. The killing sword suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's hand. He slashed at the void with strong killing intent. God Slayer Demon Slayer, first move, slaughter. Violent killing intent. Fortunately, Lin Fei's willpower was strong and he was not affected. What a violent killing intent. Only such a killing intent can match this domineering sword technique, right? Lin Fei seemed to understand the true power of this sword technique. He also recalled the preface of the opening. Slayer God Slayer Demon, dominate the world, be invincible. From this move, Lin Fei felt the strong killing intent contained in the sword move. It was a killing intent that defied the heavens. It meant to kill, kill, kill. Even if the emperor was in front of him, he would slaughter him with one sword. If he could not stand it, he would slaughter him. His opponent's enemy, he would slaughter him. Lin Fei closed his eyes. The killing sword flashed and slashed down from above. Killing intent. Boundless killing intent. The intent to slay a god that defied the heavens. Lin Fei's body was enveloped in an endless layer of killing intent. Above his head, a humanoid phantom appeared. It was the manifestation of the killing sword. So this is the true essence of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. When Lin Fei opened his eyes again, a smile suffused across his lips. Killing sword, you have helped me greatly again. If not for the powerful killing intent that defied the heavens, Lin Fei might not have been able to understand the essence within. A sword immortal. A powerful sword immortal. Lin Fei understood the words of the preface. A sword immortal had to possess an endless heart of the sword, one that defied the heavens. God Slayer Demon Slayer, second move, God Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, third move, Annihilation. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fourth move, Demon Slayer. God Slayer Demon Slayer, fifth move, God Slayer. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei's killing intent surged into the sky. Sword chi surged into the sky as sword spirals formed around him, emitting a buzzing sound. The God Slayer Demon Slayer had a total of 5 moves. One after another, Lin Fei executed them. Within the hall, sword chi howled as sword shadows appeared one after another. If not for the hall being refined by the arch, the terrifying sword intent would have blasted the hall apart from the sword chi. It would be impossible for it to remain standing. But even so, the pillars surrounding the hall were left with dense sword marks. The marks were half an inch deep and left behind sharp sword chi. The killing sword transformed into a stream of light and returned to his dantian. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The sword immortal who created this sword art must have been an extremely powerful sword immortal. He must have been a mighty figure in this world. By using killing intent and baneful aura as the foundation, he infused it into his sword art. Anyone with a weak will would instantly die. Lin Fei was increasingly fond of this sword technique. It was too powerful. I wonder if the incomplete parts were placed in the later levels of Precious Treasure Pavilion. The power there should be even more terrifying. The God Slayer Demon Slayer only had 5 moves. Lin Fei knew the extent of his combat strength. This was a killing sword technique. With the increase in killing intent and baneful aura, the sword move's power would increase infinitely. Lin Fei sat down cross-legged. The sword move is indeed terrifying, but the quintessential essence it consumes is truly terrifying. The quintessential essence expended after practicing the 5 moves would be drained by ordinary Emperor Realm experts in one go. They would not be able to withstand such consumption. As such, if someone could block the Sword Immortal's frenzied attacks, they would have a chance of killing the Sword Immortal. Lin Fei did not think that the possibility was high. The Sword Immortal's attacks were extremely sharp. Unless the person had a strong defense, there was no way to block the Sword Immortal's attacks. Lin Fei already had the desire to fight. I just practiced the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. Now it's time to recover my mind. 4 days of willpower tempering had made Lin Fei's willpower even stronger. The killing intent could no longer affect him. Even so, Lin Fei still had to recover. Half a day later, Lin Fei had mostly recovered. At that moment, Lin Fei had a systematic understanding of every move of the God Slayer Demon Slayer sword technique. With the leveling system, Lin Fei was more relaxed than anyone else. He constantly dissected the sword moves and constantly comprehended them. This was something ordinary people could not do. He spent another half a day until he felt that he had completely grasped it. I'll begin the draw now. There were a total of 4 draws. Lin Fei had been thinking about it. Before leaving Senfu, he would not feel at ease if he did not win the draw. Once he left Senfu, he would definitely face a battle. The Soul Annihilation Golden Spear could kill godfiends. Lin Fei was worried, so he needed double insurance. Activate the draw. Lin Fei opened the lottery systems page. A huge lottery wheel appeared in front of Lin Fei once again. The tempering of his willpower made Lin Fei calm down. Whoosh tilde the wheel spun rapidly. Lin Fei just watched. If it was in the past, he would not be able to be so calm and leisurely. Little did he know that this sword immortal tempering had endless benefits. Otherwise, Lin Fei would not be able to withstand the influence of the killing intent. If he was not careful, it would be hard to avoid chi deviation. It was not easy for ordinary people to cultivate their willpower. If they were not careful, their willpower would be destroyed, and their entire body would be completely destroyed. Lin Fei was different. He had the immovable Wisdom King, which could protect his willpower from being destroyed. At the same time, the immovable Wisdom King Sutra could condense willpower and soul. Reality proved that the immovable Wisdom King Sutra was very effective. Visualizing the immovable Wisdom King solved many problems. If he had not cultivated the immovable Wisdom King Sutra, Lin Fei would not have the confidence to be a sword immortal at the third step. Whoosh tilde. Chapter 387. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the average rating, update, and tips, as well as Sunflower. It's the middle of the month, please get a monthly ticket. What will it be? Lin Fei looked at the virtual roulette with anticipation. What will it be this time? From the moment the roulette started to spin, Lin Fei had never paid attention or understood it. He acted according to his nature, but it depended on his character. The items that the system draws will definitely not be ordinary. The red arrow stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining 10 million points. Points. Or 10 million points. Lin Fei was surprised, but then he felt relieved. Every time I draw something good at the lottery, I can't always be so lucky. I have to adjust my luck a little. Lin Fei smiled. 10 million points is also a good thing. In addition to the points from before, I have more than 14 million points on hand. I can buy many treasures with it. More than 10 million points, just thinking about it made him excited. Lin Fei just happened to be lacking points. He just wanted to doze off, and someone sent him a pillow. Continue the lottery. Hua hua tilde tilde hua hua tilde tilde. The roulette started to spin again, and the second lottery began. Lin Fei's heart calmed down once more. After a while, the roulette stopped. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining a skill strengthening stone. Can be used to strengthen various skills. Upgrade success rate is 100%. This was also a good thing. Skill strengthening stone, this time I will use it to strengthen the water fire lotus. Lin Fei had an idea. Azure Dragon True Body is weak. If I use it with the water fire lotus, my defense will be even better. The third lottery began. The first time he drew points. The second time he drew a skill strengthening stone. What about the third time? Lin Fei was looking forward to it. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining the treasure Absolute Defense Scroll. Lin Fei was shocked. What an awesome name. The time it takes for an incense stick to burn is equivalent to 15 minutes of invincible defense. This treasure is really awesome. With this defensive treasure, even if I encounter the almighty experts of the Mu clan, I won't feel any pressure. After checking it out, Lin Fei became excited. He had drawn such an awesome treasure this time. 15 minutes of absolute defense. Be it killing or leaving, there was no pressure at all. One could well imagine how awesome the Absolute Defense Scroll was. Unfortunately, the Absolute Defense Scroll was a one-time consumable item. After calming himself down, he started the fourth lottery draw. After 3 lucky draws, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining treasure time like water scroll. Lin Fei quickly looked through it. His eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is great. I finally have a Time God art scroll. With this secret art scroll, even if I meet an almighty being, I won't hesitate to kill him. Time like water was similar to frozen years. It belonged to the Time God art category and was hard to ignore. God arts, the strongest was the Time God art. Time like water slowed down time, and the consequences would be reflected in time. Whether it was speed or movement, it would be as slow as flowing water. Lin Fei had 2 protective treasures, and the pressure was reduced. After the lucky draw, Lin Fei took out the strengthening stone and strengthened the water fire lotus. After the strengthening, the water fire lotus's defense increased greatly. Lin Fei used his strongest technique to blast 10 out of the 16 layers of the water fire lotus. He couldn't pierce through the remaining 6 layers. After dealing with the water fire lotus, Lin Fei once again opened up the upgrade system and opened up the shop inside. More than 14 million points. Lin Fei was prepared to buy a protective treasure. Absolute defense and time like water weren't to be used unless it was a critical moment. Lin Fei had to prepare a protective treasure for himself. The last time he used his points to shop, he felt immense pressure and nearly tormented himself to death. This time, Lin Fei was relaxed. His wallet bulged and became thicker. With more than 10 million points, I have to buy an impressive offensive treasure. I have to kill that godfiend. Lin Fei gritted his teeth. The qi refinement beside the godfiend is also powerful. As long as I deal with the godfiend, I can kill that qi refinement in less than 10 moves. He was confident. After searching for a while, Lin Fei's gaze stopped on a treasure. Sky-cleaving divine needle. This treasure was specially used to deal with godfiends. It destroyed their bodies. Without their bodies, godfiends would be their greatest reliance. 2 million points. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it if I can kill a godfiend. Although Lin Fei felt the pinch, he still bought it. At the same time, he accepted a godfiend hunting mission. Killed a profound ancestor-level godfiend. Reward, 500,000 points, 100,000 essence force, and 50 million experience. Lin Fei was shocked by the rewards from the godfiend mission. It wasn't a loss. It really wasn't a loss. Everything is settled. What's left is to completely refine the quintessential essence crystals. After jumping from the mystic spirit realm to the mystic sovereign realm, Lin Fei's core lake could undoubtedly contain more quintessential essence. Lin Fei had just become a sword immortal, so he needed to increase his strength. The best way to increase his strength was to refine large amounts of quintessential essence. Lin Fei had long wanted to refine the 500 million quintessential essence crystals he had plundered from Mu Changkong. He couldn't just hole up in Senfu forever. Lin Fei couldn't afford to lose face like that. Refined Lin Fei swallowed a large amount of quintessential essence crystals and activated his mental cultivation method. In the huge Senfu. After the shocking commotion. Be it the demons or the descendants of heaven immortals, they all hid together and didn't dare to move. In fact, they were just watching. Heavenstar, the great demon, and Ku Shui, the descendant of heaven immortals, stood on a tall mountain. It had been more than half a month. Brother Ku Shui, it has been more than half a month since Senfu moved. Why is there no movement? Could it be that the white-robed young master can't control Senfu? Heavenstar frowned. If that's the case, it's not a bad thing. That's impossible. Ku Shui shook his head. Senfu has indeed been refined by someone. I have my doubts too. Logically speaking, no matter who inherits Senfu, they will definitely subdue us natives of Senfu. He didn't, and there is no movement within Senfu. I can't figure it out. During the battle that day, the two left in fright and didn't dare to approach. After Senfu was inherited, the two lost the confidence to fight back. They had always believed that the white-robed young master inherited Senfu and had a godfiend by his side. He wasn't someone they could fight against. There was no movement for a long time. The two naturally came up with this idea. Look, it's multicolored light. A multicolored light appeared on the horizon. Successor. The successor of Senfu. Be it Heavenstar or Ku Shui, their expressions were gloomy. In the end, the immortal abode was inherited. Whoosh, whoosh. The multicolored light shot towards them. The two were alarmed. What should they do? What should they do? The multicolored light appeared 50 kilometers away as an illusory figure appeared. It's you. Chapter 388. P.S. Unknowingly, it's already 1,000,000 words. Thank you for your support. The one who appeared was none other than Lin Fei, the one who inherited Senfu. Tianxing and Ku Shui's faces were filled with shock at Lin Fei's appearance. Their mouths gaped open so wide that a duck egg could fit inside. Too surprising. Too surprising. They would never have thought that the one who inherited Senfu wasn't white-robed young master, but the arrogant kid they had been chasing for days. How surprising. 5-colored light shone behind him. The best proof of inheriting Senfu. No one could imitate it. Ku Shui had seen it in the ancient books. It was real. This kid inherited Senfu. If they had known that Senfu would be inherited by this kid, they would have used everything they had to kill him. Today's scene wouldn't have happened. You mean the white-robed young master with a demon god? Hihi, of course, I killed him. Otherwise, why would I inherit Senfu and appear before you? Hearing the arrogant kid's words, Tianxing and Ku Shui were shocked. They seemed to understand why they couldn't sense the demon god's aura recently. This kid really killed white-robed young master. White-robed young master had a demon god protecting him. He must be a disciple of a great family. Tianxing thought, but this kid is the one who inherits Senfu. How surprising. Even though they were knowledgeable, they still couldn't think of an answer. You too, if I were you, I'd better think about my future. Lin Fei said indifferently. Ku Shui laughed with coldness in his eyes. You are just making empty promises. White-robed young master died in your hands. I will know after I try. Whoosh tilde heaven covering hand tilde the one who inherited Senfu was white-robed young master. Ku Shui wouldn't take any chances. He wouldn't be able to defeat a demon god. Right now, it was the arrogant brat from back then who was only at the profound sovereign realm. No one knew why he had advanced from the profound spirit realm to the profound sovereign realm, but he didn't care at all. How could Ku Shui allow himself to be tied down? Tianxing's expression changed slightly. He scolded Ku Shui for being shameless. He attacked when they were close. He didn't want Yi Chen to fall into Ku Shui's hands. With a wave of his hand, a white light flashed. Infinite Universe Blade. Ku Shui, you shameless bastard. This kid is mine. The temporary alliance was broken. Whoever captures this child will control the Senfu and leave the Senfu. Ku Shui laughed heartily. Whoever this kid belongs to, let's see who is faster. Lin Fei snorted coldly. Good. All of this was within his expectations. It was impossible for the two of them to stay obedient, so it was inevitable that they would resist. The intrinsic flying sword landed in Lin Fei's hand and returned to its original state. Its killing intent surged. After refining the intrinsic flying sword, the killing intent on the killing sword was no longer controlled. Slaughter. Slaying gods and slaying demons, the first move. Lin Fei swung the killing sword horizontally. The sharp and unparalleled sword intent pierced through the void and landed on the two souls. Under the terrifying sword intent, their sturdy souls showed signs of collapsing. What a terrifying sword intent. My spirit has collapsed. Their expressions changed drastically. He did not expect that this brat's strength would advance by leaps and bounds. He should be looked at in a new light. They were mystic grandmasters with great perfection strength, comparable to beginner mystic venerable ones. They had never been afraid of the sword intent. The sword intent was dangerous. The sword move was terrifying. It was unbeatable. Ku Shui opened his mouth and a brown shield appeared in front of him, wrapping him up. Only then did he feel at ease. Tianxing, the great demon, was not far behind. He returned to his true form, a black demonic beast of a few hundred feet in size. His demonic aura surged into the sky, covering the sun. The demonic clan's aura was oppressive. All the demons were flustered and shocked. Lin Fei's strike forced the two to use their defensive treasures. From this, it could be seen how frightening and terrifying Lin Fei's sword was. Whoosh tilde tilde with one strike, Ku Shui's defensive treasures cracked inch by inch. His skin and flesh split open as blood flowed out. With one strike, Tianxing's body was covered in wounds as blood gushed out. The two were horrified and quickly distanced themselves. Their faces were filled with fear that did not dissipate. They looked at each other. How can he be so strong? With just one strike, he shattered my mystic earth armor. His sharp sword technique even blasted open my armor. This strike is too terrifying. Ku Shui seemed to have walked on the edge of life and death. Fear lingered in his heart. That was a fatal strike. If it were not for the treasures that absorbed the main force, he would not have been injured like this. Heavenly Star, this great fiend, looked at the wounds on his body and returned to his human form. His face was pale. Monster. In such a short period of time, that arrogant brat that I chased back then could not even block my limitless universe saber. Now, he injured me with just one sword strike. If there are a few more sword strikes, my fiend body will not be able to withstand it. How exactly did this brat cultivate? The body of a demon was the strongest defense. Tianxing's forte was defense. He could not remember how long it had been since he was injured. Today, he was actually injured by the opponent's strike. You too, if you want to continue, I don't mind sending you to hell with my next strike. Lin Fei looked at them in shock. That Earth-grade sword technique was too terrifying. The two of them were at the peak of Mystic Sect, and they were going to use their best skills. Fear rose in Tian Xing and Ku Shue's hearts. Even if they were at the peak of Mystic Sect, they couldn't block a single strike and were injured. If he really wanted to kill them, they really wouldn't be able to block it. He was too strong. It was especially so for that shocking sword intent. Fear lingered in their hearts. That wasn't a sword technique that ordinary people could cultivate. The two of them were the strongest natives in Senfu, and they could understand the meaning behind his words. This person didn't want to kill them. If he really wanted to kill them, they would definitely be killed. There was no doubt about it. What do you want to do? Ku Shui asked directly, losing the sharp aura from before. Once he lost all his confidence and the initiative fell into the hands of others. Lin Fei smiled. 2 choices. First, I will send you to hell so that you will have a companion. Second, make an oath to serve me for 2,000 years. Once the time is up, I will return you your freedom. At first, Lin Fei wanted to kill them. But after thinking about it, killing them for EXP was not worth it. He had offended someone from a large clan. If they arranged for their subordinates to attack the clan, just one emperor level or grandmaster level would be enough to destroy the clan. Since he couldn't kill them, he might as well serve the clan. With 2 early mystic venerable rank powerhouses, they could stop most of the powerhouses. The demon weapons they had could be of help when used with the formation. Lin Fei knew how terrifying the formation weapons were. Profound Sovereign and Mystic Sect would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they fought alone. Tian Xing and Ku Shui were prepared to resist. The other party's words were like a glimmer of hope. 2,000 years was not a long time. One closed-door cultivation could last for a few hundred years. 2,000 years was nothing. They couldn't refuse such conditions. Resist. They could die if they wanted to and reincarnate earlier. They might not have this strength in their next life. At this realm, they might be mediocre for the rest of their lives. The other party forced them to use all their skills. Killing them would be a piece of cake. They didn't want to die. At this realm, they wanted to live for thousands of years. Tian Xing and Ku Shui didn't hesitate and immediately swore the heavenly oath to Lin Fei. With the heavenly oath as their witness, the two were completely relieved. Reign in your subordinates. When the dynasty war is over, I will personally send you out. Lin Fei left an order for them. Tian Xing and Ku Shui looked at each other and smiled. For the next 2,000 years, we'll have to share weal and woe. Senfu never opened. The two had been fighting non-stop for control of Senfu. They didn't expect the result to be like this. The two had to work together. Immediately, the two flew back and began to consolidate their current strength. With them guarding the clan, I can rest assured. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Now, we have to eliminate the gods and demons and chi practitioners outside. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in Senfu for half a day, restoring his spirit to its peak. Dynasty Battlefield, Sky Immortal Mountain Range. A large number of Dynasty disciples were teleported out of Senfu. The Dynasty disciples were greatly disappointed that their expedition into Senfu had to be interrupted. Who would inherit Senfu became a question that the Dynasty disciples cared about the most. Unfortunately, the news was like a stone sinking into the sea. Not a single piece of news was spread. Over time, the Dynasty disciples dispersed on their own. However, many guesses appeared out of nowhere. The Dynasty disciples that surrounded Senfu left. Some people didn't leave. The endless mountain was shrouded in clouds, making it look like an immortal realm. It's been half a month. And Zhonghu opened his eyes with a look of frustration. This punk is really good at hiding. Dongshu revealed a look of fatigue. In order to prevent the other party from leaving, Zhonghu and Dongshu constantly scanned the area with their divine senses. With their powerful divine senses, even a lesser demon beast wouldn't be able to escape from under their noses. It was fine for the past few days. For more than half a month, their divine senses constantly scanned the entire Sky Immortal mountain range. Zhonghu and Dongshu were exhausted, which affected their emotions. Just as the two were complaining, and Jong-Hu waved his sleeves and used greater teleportation. His eyes were filled with killing intent. You finally appeared. I've waited so long for this day. God-fiend divine abilities were powerful. And Jong-Hu was one step faster than Dong-Shu. Dong-Shu also sensed the other party's appearance and revealed a ferocious expression. You escaped last time. There's no chance of survival this time. Whoosh! Dong-Shu also moved and chased after him. Both of them were Mystic Venerable Ones. The dynasty battlefield was restricted to Mystic Venerable Ones. Mystic Venerable Ones were already at the peak. Of the two, one was a godfiend and the other was a human. The martial arts they cultivated were extraordinary, and their combat strength was also at the peak. They really are waiting outside. The moment Lin Fei came out, his divine senses sensed the godfiend's aura. He spread his wings of the wind and moved quickly, leaving Sky Immortal mountain range. This place was not suitable for battle. He didn't want to cause a commotion. Punk, I'll make you regret killing young master today. A voice gritted its teeth behind him. Chapter 389. P.S. Thanks to LXCCL and Emperor Haotian for the votes and Luo Yuxuan for the tips. In order to kill this kid, and Jong-Hu would do anything. This kid had to die. Destroy the body, imprison the soul, use the 9 heaven divine fire to burn the soul, suffer the pain of 10,000 lifetimes, live a life worse than death. Killing this kid would vent his anger. And Jong-Hu wouldn't be so stupid. First destroy the body, then imprison the soul. This was Jong-Hu's plan. He wouldn't change it. Haha, you couldn't kill me last time, so don't even think about killing me this time. You can eat the dust behind me. Lin Fei was very sarcastic. God demon. I think you're just an inferior god demon. You can only eat the dust behind me. You won't be able to kill me even after 10,000 years. Boom. And Jong-Hu turned into a god demon. Every muscle on his body exploded. Every vein on his body was like a ferocious snake. With a wave of his hand, a skill was sent down. The space in front of him collapsed and the mountain range below was flattened. Anger. Extreme anger. God-fiends were proud. Moreover, this was a god demon at the peak of profound Grandmaster level. How could Jong-Hu swallow being looked down upon like this? In addition to the young master's death, he was already filled with anger and was on the verge of exploding. Now that he was provoked, killing intent filled his head. If this was any other time, Jong-Hu wouldn't be so angry because of a little brat. Why do you have to be so violent? Look, you killed all the beasts in the mountain range. What a sin. Lin Fei's expression was one of pity and melancholy. Ah. And Jong-Hu's face alternated between green and red. Killing intent, endless killing intent. Skill, 5 lightnings. At Jong-Hu's brow, red light flashed and a green vertical eye formed. When it opened, lightning flashed. With a wave of his hand, it covered the area where Lin Fei was. The sky instantly darkened. Rumble tilde bucket thick lightning bolts kept falling. The area he was in instantly became a minefield. Rumble tilde the thunder didn't stop and everything was destroyed. Wherever the lightning passed, there was no sign of life. Under the power of the divine thunder, there was no longer any existence. Everything was completely destroyed. Hua Lolor tilde the waterfire lotus appeared above Lin Fei's head. Every single bolt of lightning brought with it a terrifying aura of destruction. The waterfire lotus was blasted to 8 or 9 layers on the spot, making it difficult for it to advance any further. With a thought from Lin Fei, the lotus leaf grew once more, blocking the fiend god and Jong-Hu's divine ability. This was the benefit of being strengthened. Haha, so this is your attack. You can't even break through my defense. And Jong-Hu was consumed by anger. Spear of punishment. Its huge body moved, and it grabbed a black spear from the void. The spearhead glowed with a black light, and it exuded a boundless dangerous aura. This was another of Jong-Hu's thaumaturgies. Brother, be careful. Don't fall for it. Feeling that something was amiss, the whole void at the back warned Zhongxian. Just a little brat, watch me destroy him. And Jong-Hu thought nothing of it as the black spear in his hand shot out. The void flowed like water, immediately splitting it into two as it stabbed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was also surprised by Zhanghe's endless means. Be it the divine power from before, five-blow thunderstruck, or this divine power, they were extremely powerful and had astounding lethality. God fiends are indeed powerful. Their divine powers are powerful as well. God-slaying. Lin Fei did not dodge this time. His intrinsic flying sword flew out as he cast the second stance of God-slaying fiend vanquishing. A huge black kill word appeared. It reigned supreme over the world, slaying gods and vanquishing fiends. There was nothing it couldn't kill and nothing it couldn't vanquish. The sharp sword intent stabbed straight at the god-fiend's heart. And Zhonghu was surprised. Sword immortal, you are actually a sword immortal. So what if your sword intent is domineering? God-fiends are lawless and fearless. Your sword intent is useless against me. Boom. The spear of punishment and the kill word clashed. Whoosh. The surrounding void was torn open by this force. What a powerful divine power. They are evenly matched. Lin Fei was alarmed. God-fiends were indeed powerful. Heaven Splitter Divine Needle. Immediately, Lin Fei cast the consumable Heaven Splitter Divine Needle in preparation to tear open Zhanghe's body. Su. The black needle whizzed through the void like a mirror. One by one, it tore through the void. The fragments were like clouds as they headed straight for Zhanghe's face. Scram. Zhonghu thought nothing of it as he swung his palm the size of a futon. The moment the two clashed, he targeted the palm that had been pierced by the Heaven Splitter Divine Needle. His flesh and skin tore open as the wound spread. What is this? Zhonghu was alarmed as he used his godfiend powers to recover. His shattered arm was left with only white bone. It was as though the middle had been severed, preventing him from recovering. The Heaven Splitter Divine Needle charged forward once again. Zhonghu did not have time to recover. He opened his mouth and spat out a tooth that transformed into a black boulder. The Godfiend aura emanated. Godfiend tooth, block for me. Bam! Bam! The Heaven Splitter Divine Needle was indomitable. After the third attack, the Heaven Splitter Divine Needle was blocked. Haha, we Godfiends are the darlings of the world. No matter how powerful your treasure is, don't even think of breaking through my Godfiend body. Zhonghu laughed fearlessly. Godfiends are indeed stupid. Look at the top of your head. Zhonghu looked up, and a dazzling jingguang appeared in his eyes. He couldn't see what was above him. He immediately sank and prepared to fly out. This was the soul-destroying golden spear that Lin Fei had prepared for Godfiends. The golden spear transformed into a golden dragon. The jingguang flourished as it charged down from above, releasing a terrifying aura. Zhanghe's expression finally changed. The golden dragon made him feel a terrifying sense of danger. It had been many years since he had experienced such danger. Zhonghu couldn't remember. 1,000 years ago? 5,000 years seemed very long ago. At that moment, his greater teleportation was restricted. I am a godfiend, the darlings of the world. A human wants to kill me? Dream on. Zhonghu looked up, his iron fists ferocious. Godfiend breaks the heavens, godfiends don't die. Break, break, break tilde. Zhonghu was furious. Unfortunately, Zhonghu was wrong this time. The soul-destroying golden spear had immense power and power. Bang 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 tilde. Zhanghe's iron fists landed on the golden dragon's body. If it was anyone else, a mystique venerable rank would be injured by a punch from a godfiend. Xianzong was instantly killed. Not to mention a golden dragon, it would be completely destroyed. The three extremely domineering punches only shook the golden dragon's body. It wasn't broken. With a long roar, it landed on the godfiend's head. Its 9 claws pulled and bit down on the soul. Zhonghu struggled in soul form, but this was the soul-destroying golden spear. It swallowed him in one bite. Godfiends don't die. Zhanghe's unwillingness came from the golden dragon. Having lost his soul, Zhanghe's eyes were blank and lifeless. He had become an idiot, but his body still had a large amount of life energy. Chapter 390. Zhonghu was dead. Godfiend Zhonghu was dead. Dong Shu, who was a step slower, revealed an expression of disbelief as he watched Njonghu get killed and let out a roar of unwillingness. The powerful god-fiend Njonghu had actually been plotted against by a human punk. This was something Cave Emptiness had never imagined. Previously, he felt that there was something odd about this punk. At most, he was puzzled. He didn't believe that he could deal with Jonghuan. Perhaps, he would be killed in a few moves and his soul would be extracted. Marquis An was a godfiend, a peak mystic sect great perfection godfiend. His combat strength was outstanding. Even Dong Shu himself did not have a high chance of winning against Njonghu. If they really fought, the one who died would definitely be him. There was no chance of winning. Godfiends were very strong, and their recovery abilities were even stronger. They could quickly recover from heavy injuries. Just like that, Njonghu died in front of them, and his corpse was taken away. Void sword. Dong Shu reacted quickly and stabbed out with his sword. Crack 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 tilde tilde under the other party's attack, 11 of the 16 layers of the waterfire lotus in front of him shattered, causing his heart to skip a beat. This Qi practitioner's swordsmanship was very powerful. Slaughter. Without the threat of the godfiends, Lin Fei was not worried about them at all. An immense killing intent pervaded the air. In the sky above Lin Fei, figures flickered. Killing intent accumulated, both physically and mentally, attacking him at the same time. Sword immortal, what powerful sword intent and killing intent. The corners of Dong Shu's eyes twitched. How could this brat's strength increase so quickly? It was not that he had never seen the might of a sword immortal before. He had even exchanged blows with them before, but he had never felt this way. This sword immortal was dangerous, extremely dangerous. Let's go. Dong Shu was decisive. Even Godfiend Njonghu was ambushed by the other party, so this kid definitely had a treasure on him that could injure others. After finding out that he was a sword immortal and a body cultivator, Dong Shu didn't dare to continue fighting after receiving the attack. If he died, it wouldn't be worth it, so he immediately used greater teleportation. F***ck, he ran away. Lin Fei was startled. Why did he stop? This was just the beginning. He did not expect that Dong Shu, a Qi practitioner, was afraid of Lin Fei's sneak attack. In addition, his sword was superior, and his close combat skills were terrifying. He did not dare to stay here. Someone's coming. We need to end this quickly. Lin Fei's spiritual sense had been paying attention to the surrounding situation, so when the auras whistled over, he immediately noticed it. When gods and demons fought, leaving behind their auras would attract attention. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. Heaven-breaking godly needle. Back then, as a precaution, Lin Fei had also prepared a divine needle for this Qi practitioner. It was impossible for him to let this Qi practitioner go. Godfiends were going to die. Even Qi practitioners had to die. Go. The sky-splitting divine needles pierced through the void one after another. That terrifying aura was so terrifying that no one dared to look at it directly. Bastard. Damn it. He used up 2 treasures in a row. How could he still have another treasure? Dong Shu cursed. He hurriedly took out a true treasure and put it on his body. Multicolored light flowed and formed a barrier. This was the true treasure that Dong Shu rarely used, the multicolored heavenly net barrier. Bang 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 tilde tilde. Just as Dong Shu calmed down, his eyes widened. A hole was blasted open in the multicolored heavenly net barrier, and the black light slammed into Dong Shu's body. Qi practitioners had weak bodies, so Dong Shu's body was instantly turned into a bloody mess. What a domineering treasure. Even my multicolored heavenly net barrier can't block it. Dong Shu coughed up blood as his white skeleton appeared. Godslayer. Lin Fei's wings of the wind flapped, and he slashed at Dong Shu, taking his opponent's life. Cough, cough. You will die a terrible death. You have offended the Mu family. There is no place for you in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. I will wait for that day. Dong Shu was extremely calm. As soon as the word kill landed, Dong Shu's Qi practitioner was blasted into pieces. When Lin Fei saw the black murderous aura fly over, his killing sword created a vortex that absorbed the murderous aura. I knew you would die before me. Lin Fei laughed. He rushed down to plunder all the treasures and quickly left the scene. After Lin Fei left, the sky was filled with people in less than an incense stick's time. When they sensed the terrifying aura lingering in the air, as well as the traces of battle left in front of them, everyone's expressions changed. The aura of a fiend god. A fiend god appeared here, and a powerful one at that. The remnant aura on the ground should have come from a fiend god. How is that possible? Why would a fiend god appear on a dynasty battlefield? Shouldn't they be hiding somewhere? Why would they appear here? And who was the fiend god fighting with? Terrifying. Truly terrifying. Someone actually fought a fiend god and left. When did such an expert appear in our dynasty battlefield? Everyone discussed, and all sorts of gossip spread. But no one knew why a fiend god had appeared, or who he was fighting with. They didn't know any of this. After searching the scene for a while, they didn't find anything. Coupled with how terrifying a fiend god was, everyone quickly dispersed. They didn't dare to stay in case they encountered a fiend god. They wouldn't even be enough to feed him. A fiend god could send them to hell with a single slap. There was a free direct train ride. This region became a no-man's land. Lin Fei flew for 500,000 miles in one go. When there was no one around, he quickly landed on a mountain range. He opened up a small cave abode and set up an array outside. I finally killed a fiend god. Lin Fei was excited. However, a fiend god is indeed powerful. Those 3 punches before his death had fist intent that reached the heavens. I nearly failed at the last moment. Those 3 punches were still fresh in Lin Fei's memory. A fiend god from the mystic sect had such powerful combat power. If it reached the mystic Thirarch level, wouldn't a fiend god turn the world upside down? Soon, Lin Fei smiled. I was overthinking things. Fiend gods were favored by the heavens in ancient times. They were born with powerful combat power. They were countless times stronger than humans. It was said to be the golden age of fiend gods in ancient times. Lin Fei recalled the information. Later on, with the rise of the human race, the gods and devils declined. However, the strength of the gods and devils has always made the human race wary. In ancient times and near ancient times, the human race constantly killed the gods and devils or subdued them as servants. I was lucky to see a god and devil from the mystic sect. If the gods and devils were really at the level of the mystic Thirches, those mystic Thirches would have a headache. I killed Mu Changkong and fiend god Zhonghu and in the dynasty battlefield. Their family clan won't find out so quickly, right? Lin Fei wasn't relaxed. There aren't any traces left at the scene. There shouldn't be any danger in the short term. Lin Fei first checked his gains. Fiend god Zhonghu and had the most treasures on him. He guessed that he had lived for tens of thousands of years, longer than the Qi refinement cultivator. He naturally had more treasures on him. Soon, Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Divine power, 5-blow thunderstruck. Divine power, punishment spear. As he flipped through the manuals, Lin Fei enjoyed himself once again. This godfiend sure is rich. Just these domineering offensive divine powers are good stuff that people would fight for outside. Lin Fei was very surprised to find divine powers. Lin Fei immediately fell in love with the few divine powers inside. No one would complain about having too many divine powers. Lin Fei was a body-tempering bloodline cultivator, so he grasped divine powers. Divine powers were rather difficult to find, especially when he found one that he was satisfied with. This 5-blow thunderstruck has an area of effect killer move. It's a must. This punishment spear is also a must. And this, eyes of divine light. It can see through all nothingness and illusions. It's truly a good divine power. Lin Fei did a count and finally chose 3 divine powers that were suitable for him. 2 offensive divine powers and 1 supplementary divine power were enough. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave. He wanted to learn the divine powers first. He didn't mind spending a day or 2. It wasn't a bad thing to learn more divine powers. At the same time, at the end of the vast void, there was a vast continent that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was one of the places in the Shentian continent. Controlling such a huge place was a super dynasty among the dynasties. It was only a step away from the top of the empire. This super dynasty was called the Tyrannical Sky Dynasty. Super dynasties were already at the top of the empire, and this Tyrannical Sky Dynasty wasn't any weaker than an empire. The Mu family was one of the top families in the Tyrannical Sky Dynasty. At this moment, someone pushed open the door and rushed in. In the study, there was a middle-aged man with white hair and white eyebrows. He was reading a book. The book glowed with jingguang. This person was the current patriarch of the Mu family, Mu Kangtian. He was a late profound sage. Mu Kangtian's every move had the aura of a sage flowing on his body. He was sacred and inviolable. Patriarch, something happened. Mu Kangtian was still reading with his head lowered. I didn't order anyone to come in when I'm reading. Just a few simple words made him feel pressured. A sage. Just his words contained the aura of a sage. If this person hadn't followed Mu Kangtian for 10,000 years, he wouldn't have been able to resist the pressure of a sage. Mu Changkong's young master is dead. His servants, Zhonghu and Dongshu, are dead as well. Mu Kangtian raised his head. Are you sure? Today, the servant in charge of guarding the life tablets was ordered to check the tablets once a month. He found that the tablets of Mu Changkong, Zhonghu and Dongshu had been broken for a long time. As a big family, anyone with a certain status would have a life tablet made with a trace of their soul. If the soul was destroyed, the tablet would shatter, just in case. Once a family disciple died, the family would know. Not to mention a big family like the Mu family. Mu Kangtian stood up. Mu Changkong died at the wrong time. I remember he went to complete a family mission to collect the senfu of the great emperor. The records say that Mu Changkong accepted the mission and brought 2 servants to the battlefield of the dynasty to bring back the senfu. Mu Kangtian turned and left the study. He directly tore through the void and entered the void world. Only profound sages like them could resist the terrifying tearing force of the void. When he came out again, Mu Kangtian appeared in a small space. Flocks of flowers and birds covered the sky. Kangtian, did Chang Tian cause trouble again? Mu Kangtian had just arrived when a wave of divine sense came. The next moment, he found himself in a pavilion. Hundreds of colorful flowers bloomed around him. Opposite him sat a beautiful woman. Chapter 391. P.S. Thanks to 192-326-92944 for his 588 tips and comments, as well as Codfish for his comments. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor. One of the Mu clan's mystic emperor old ancestors. Those who could become mystic emperor in this great world had to be extremely talented. Only then would they be able to break through their limits and become a mystic emperor expert in the mystic sky great world. The Mu clan was able to become a top clan in the tyrannical sky empire because of the mystic emperor old ancestor. Other than the current clan leader, no one knew how many mystic emperor old ancestors there were. The Mu clan announced to the public that they had 2 mystic emperor old ancestors. Whether people believed it or not, no one knew. Any clan that had a mystic emperor would have gone through tens of thousands of years of inheritance without exception. They had huge power and could be called a true big clan. As long as the mystic emperor didn't fall, they would have no worries for tens of thousands of years. If the clan didn't have the mystic emperor, they wouldn't be able to be called a big clan. The power of the mystic emperor old ancestor was unimaginable. The Mu clan was a clan in the tyrannical sky empire. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor was one of them and he was extremely powerful. Mu Changkong was the Flower Emperor Old Ancestor's only son. He was born from a young age and had extraordinary talent. He enjoyed the best resources and the strongest treasures. Hearing that Mu Changkong was dead, Mu Tsungtian felt that it was troublesome, but he still had to come. He didn't dare to hide it. The Flower Emperor Old Ancestor's appearance didn't change at all. She looked like a beautiful woman in her 30s. The fragrance of flowers lingered around her and colorful flowers bloomed from time to time. In front of the Flower Emperor Old Ancestor, even Mu Tsungtian had to put on airs. Flower Emperor Old Ancestor, I'm here for Mu Changkong. Oh, I heard that Changkong went to complete a clan mission. Did he fail? The Flower Emperor Old Ancestor smiled. Her smile was as bright as a flower. Mu Tsungtian lowered his head. Mu Changkong died outside. Hualala tilde. The flowers that bloomed around the flower emperor old ancestor were instantly shattered. The petals tore open the void. Astral energy raged around the pavilion, turning it into nothingness. Killing intent. Cold killing intent. Even though Mu Tsangtian was the leader of the Mu clan and had the strength of a profound sage late stage, he still couldn't withstand the wave of powerful aura in front of the Flower Emperor realm's old ancestor. Mu clan's heaven sighed in his heart. The patriarch was enraged. Whoosh tilde Flower Emperor ancestor tore through the void and appeared in the huge ancestral hall with Mu Tsangtian. Mu Changkong's life tablet had been shattered long ago. Who killed my son? Flower Emperor Patriarch's tone was cold. His only son was dead. The Flower Emperor Patriarch could not believe it. Even if he encountered a mystic venerable or mystic sage, he would not be able to kill him easily. Who killed my son? Mu clan's Changkong should have died in the Senfu, Mu clan's Tsangtian said. I've already arranged for people to investigate. I'll definitely give you an explanation, Patriarch. With a wave of his robes, Flower Monarch Patriarch tore through the void and disappeared. Mu clan's Chang Tian sighed. Old ancestor is personally investigating. After that, Mu clan's heaven also left the ancestral hall. Not long after, the Flower Emperor ancestor traversed through space and appeared in an unfamiliar space. Grabbing with one hand, she charged out. This was the dynasty battlefield. At the Flower Emperor ancestor's level, there was almost no place in the Shentian continent that could stop the Mystic Emperor. When the Flower Emperor ancestor stood in the dynasty battlefield, whoosh whoosh tilde two figures appeared around him. Emperor's aura flowed around them. They were Mystic Emperor experts. Flower Emperor ancestor, this is the dynasty battlefield. What do you want to do? A black-haired middle-aged man asked. These two were one of the guardians of the dynasty battlefield. Normally, they would not appear. Once an expert above the mystic sage level entered, they would appear and expel them. If they resisted, they would be killed without mercy. The Flower Emperor ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. My son is dead. Of course, I'm here to find the murderer. Could it be that the two of you want to expel me? The two of them were surprised that the Flower Emperor ancestor's son was dead. They could imagine why he had such killing intent. Your son is dead. We wouldn't stop you if we were somewhere else. However, this is the dynasty battlefield. No one is allowed to interfere in the affairs of the dynasty battlefield. I'm sure you understand. The Flower Emperor ancestor said. You guardians love to do this. I know the rules of the dynasty battlefield. I just want to see who killed my son. Could it be that the two of you aren't going to give me some face? Even though they were all guardians, it was not worth it to anger a mystic emperor. As long as you don't make a move and leave the dynasty battlefield after finding the real culprit, we can give you face. Between the mystic emperors, they had to give face. Returning light finger. The Flower Emperor ancestor pointed out with her slender finger. Mystic Emperor's divine ability. Time reversal. The past was reflected in front of the Flower Emperor ancestor. Everything that happened in the dynasty battlefield appeared on the screen one by one, just like a movie. The Flower Emperor ancestor went straight to the point and traced back time to the opening of the Senfu, from the closing of the Senfu, to the teleportation of the dynasty disciples, to the appearance of An Zhonghu and Dong Shu. The murderer appeared. The two mystic emperors were also curious. Who was so daring to kill the mystic emperor's son? An Zhonghu and the others waited on the mountain until An Zhonghu got angry and attacked someone. The Flower Emperor ancestor's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two mystic emperors were also surprised. The one who killed the Flower Emperor ancestor's son was a perverted kid at the Profound Emperor realm. Sword Immortal Kid. The 4 words represented all the anger of the Flower Emperor. Bang tilde the light screen dissipated. Flower Emperor ancestor, my condolences. The mystic emperor was furious. Blood flowed like a river and thousands of corpses floated. Thank you for giving me face. In the future, when you pass by the tyrannical Sky Dynasty, why don't you visit the Mu clan? The Flower Emperor ancestor said to the two of them. Of course, of course. The Flower Emperor ancestor turned and left the dynasty battlefield. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief. The Mu clan's foundation was not weak. If they really fought, although they could kill the Flower Emperor ancestor, the price was too high and it was not worth it. There will be a good show in the dynasty war this time. This sword immortal kid is really bold. Hehe, I haven't seen such a perverted kid in a long time, especially when he cultivates the sword immortal's sword Dao. This is a heaven-defying existence. He even dared to kill the mystic emperor's son. I'm afraid he will be lawless in the future. The Flower Emperor ancestor appeared again and was already at the Mu clan. This person is the murderer of Changkong. Immediately send an order to the disciples of the dynasty battlefield to kill this person and bring back his soul. I want him to suffer for 10,000 years. Don't worry, Patriarch. I will immediately inform them. Mu clan heaven nodded. Chapter 392. Dynasty Battlefield. In a huge city. There were all sorts of bloody and brutal scenes. The city was filled with the cruelty of martial strength. This was one of the strongholds on the dynasty battlefield. At this moment, in a simple hall, a few young masters were gathered together. There was wine on the table in front of them and the singers were dancing like fairies. It was pleasing to the eye and made one feel happy. We finally got rid of those disgusting fellows from the Thunderlight dynasty. Cheers, everyone. Whoever dares to go against our Mu clan will end up like the Thunderlight dynasty. Ha 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 tilde, what is a mere Thunderlight dynasty? We will destroy such a trashy dynasty no matter how many come. They dare to snatch what our Mu clan wants. This group of people were the disciples of the Mu clan. All of them were strong and handsome. With their strength, they quickly subdued a group of disciples in the dynasty battlefield. Just as they were drinking to their heart's content, a silver-white light screen descended from the void and appeared in front of them. Clan leader. After the group of Mu clan disciples recovered from their shock, they all knelt down. The singers were all chased out and they were the only ones left in the hall. They didn't dare to make a sound. As the disciples of the Mu clan, they had connections with the clan and didn't dare to use it in the dynasty battlefield. They were surprised that the clan leader would use the void projection. Could it be that there was something important that they needed to do? After thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything important. Everyone had a stomach full of questions but they didn't dare to ask in front of the clan leader. The clan leader was supreme in front of them and just his invincible aura of a saint could crush them. The person who appeared was Mu clan's heaven, the current clan leader of the Mu clan. Mu clan's heaven personally used the void projection because it was a very serious matter. The Flower Emperor Patriarch specifically said that this matter had to be completed beautifully. In the Mu clan, the clan leader seemed to have a lot of power but he had to be respectful in front of the Patriarch. In order to kill this person, Mu clan's heaven had to give the order personally. Even the Flower Emperor Patriarch didn't dare to go against the rules of the dynasty battlefield, so he naturally didn't dare to go against it. To deal with this person, he could only rely on the disciples of the Mu clan. He believed that the disciples of the Mu clan wouldn't disappoint. Eagle, as the leader of the Mu clan this time around, there's an important matter that requires your attention. Firmament Heaven of the Mu clan looked at a red-haired young man. This man was the strongest among all the participants. He had the strength of mysterious Zone Realm full circle, and his combat strength was outstanding. Within the family, he had quite a reputation. The Skyhawk of the Mu clan raised his head. Patriarch, please give your orders. Your disciple will do his best to complete them. A look of joy flashed through his eyes. The Patriarch did not hesitate to use his Jin Yuan to cast a projection, so it must be an important matter. If he could successfully complete this task, he would undoubtedly leave an impression in the Patriarch's eyes that he was capable and capable. The Wood clan's Flying Eagle would never miss such a good opportunity. Mu clan's Firmament flicked his finger, and a lifelike portrait appeared. This person is currently in the dynasty battlefield. I want you to treat him as your #1 enemy. Kill him and bring back his soul. After that, you will be handsomely rewarded. The disciples of the Mu clan took out their tools and swiftly recorded the images. This person is a sword immortal. He is very strong. You have to be careful. Then, the light screen disappeared. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Patriarch's aura is truly terrifying. Just now, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on me. I nearly couldn't breathe. Even though Mu Clan's firmament projected over and the aura of a profound saint, even if it was restrained, it still affected them greatly. If it was a normal person, just this projection alone would be enough to kill them. Brother Eagle, who is this person? Mu Clan's flying eagle looked at the portrait. I don't know. I have never seen him before. However, this person has offended our Mu Clan, so he is our enemy. Immediately start searching for him. Send out a wanted poster. We must find this person. Mu Clan's flying eagle was already rubbing his palms. He wanted to kill this person as soon as possible to complete the task. The disciples of the Mu Clan were still eating and drinking. After Mu Clan's flying eagle gave the order, everyone started to get busy. At the same time, they wanted to know why this person would make the patriarch personally give the order. The dynasty disciples under his control started to search for this person, and the range kept expanding. In a big city, when the wanted poster was sent out and the guards left, many people gathered to watch. This kid is going to be unlucky. I don't know what he did to actually be wanted by the dynasty. Do you see the reward? Anyone who provides information can get a mystic class martial art and 10 million true yuan crystals. What a high reward. 10 million true yuan crystals. It would be great if I found him. After seeing the reward, a group of people's eyes turned red. In the crowd, a person stared at the wanted poster. After looking at it for a while, excitement appeared in his eyes. He then lowered his head and walked out. When no one noticed him, he went straight to an inn by the side of the road. He went upstairs and walked to a room. He pushed open the door and walked in quickly, looking really anxious. Bingfei, why are you in such a hurry? Did you pick up some treasure? The person who came in was Bingfei, who had been kicked off the arena. He only recovered after consuming a pill. Otherwise, he would have lost this chance. In the room, someone was sitting cross-legged with a crystal floating in front of him. He was making a true yuan crystal. Bingfei hurriedly closed the door in a mysterious manner. Senior brother, good news. Do you know what I saw outside? The two who were making the true yuan crystal were War God sects Iron Mountain and Ark. After they came out of the novice city, they parted with Lin Fei and the rest. However, the dynasty battlefield was crueler than imagined. True yuan crystals were needed everywhere. Iron Mountain and Ark could only make true yuan crystals every day. Their days were miserable and cruel. Iron Mountain glared, "What can you see? Hurry up and make the true yuan crystals. If we don't get enough before nightfall, we will be chased out." Bingfei hurriedly said, "Senior brother, we don't need to make the true yuan crystals. Do you know what I saw? I saw a wanted poster below. You guys definitely can't guess who it is." Tai Shan and Fang Ju stopped. They rarely saw their junior brother Bingfei so excited. "Who?" Bingfei lowered his voice, "Lin Fei, Godly Martial Sect's Lin Fei. I don't know how that kid offended the tyrannical Sky Dynasty's Mu Clan. Now they are offering a mystic class martial art and 10 million true yuan crystals." Whoosh whoosh tilde the two quickly stood up, their faces filled with disbelief. How is this possible? With Lin Fei's strength, if he meets the Mu Clan, won't he die? Ark said in shock. Bingfei said, "If you don't believe me, go down and take a look. When have I ever lied? Even if Lin Fei is burned to ashes, I can still recognize him. The wanted person must be Lin Fei." Iron Mountain and Ark looked at each other. If this news was true, they wouldn't need to make true yuan crystals every day, which would cause their strength to be unable to increase. Soon, the two returned, their faces filled with shock and joy. "Lin Fei, it really is Lin Fei, that kid." Bingfei smiled sinisterly, "Senior brother, I told you this person is Lin Fei. 10 million true yuan crystals. If we can get it, we might be able to break through one or two small realms." Be it Iron Mountain or Ark, they were all genius disciples in the War God sect. But after coming to the dynasty battlefield, they knew the cruelty. Now that an opportunity was right in front of them, they couldn't help but be tempted. "Lin Fei, that kid is arrogant and despotic, causing us to suffer here. He deserves to meet us." Iron Mountain laughed coldly. Since we are so fated with Lin Fei, if we don't send him on his way, we'll be letting him down. Ark and Bingfei both laughed. 10 million true yuan crystals. They wanted to laugh just thinking about it. As for what would happen to Lin Fei, they couldn't be bothered to care. The Mu clan was a super dynasty clan that they could only look up to for their entire lives. If Lin Fei fell into their hands, wouldn't he be a piece of cake for them to play with? They were defeated in the arena and scolded in front of the elders. Even now, whenever Lin Fei was mentioned, he would still be filled with anger. It wasn't easy for them to come across such an opportunity, so how could they miss it? What was the point of adding insult to injury? With 10 million true yuan crystals, they could quickly start cultivating. They didn't need to worry about true yuan crystals at all. They could also use true yuan crystals to buy treasures and increase their strength. In less than half a day, the Mu clan's eagle received the information. Looking at the information in his hands, Zhongxian was at a loss. The other disciples were the same as well. A country bumpkin from a small dynasty? Is there a mistake? A disciple from a small dynasty actually received an order from the clan leader himself? Is there a mistake? The Mu clan's disciples widened their eyes. They couldn't guess the reason. At first, they thought that this person must be an incredible expert. But after knowing the situation, they were all surprised. Someone from a small dynasty. How strong could this kind of person be? Was he worth their time? They could easily kill someone from a small dynasty with a stomp of their feet. Why would they need to mobilize so many people? But this was an order from the clan leader himself. No matter how unhappy they were, they didn't dare to question the clan leader's decision. They had to carry it out firmly. The Mu clan's eagle snorted coldly, "Shut up. We have to complete the clan leader's order." Instantly, there was silence. They didn't dare to retort. That was the truth. Mu clan's Kang Lang, Mu clan's Wu Yu, the two of you bring a pair of Dao soldiers over. No matter how strong that Lin Fei is, the two of you will be able to fight him. Capture all of Lin Fei's companions first. When the time comes, that Lin Fei will naturally come out. The Mu clan's eagle quickly thought of an idea. Good idea. No matter where Lin Fei is, once he finds out about the situation, he will definitely come over. Mu clan's Kang Lang and Mu clan's Wu Yu stood out, their faces filled with excitement. This was a good thing. Brother Eagle, don't worry. He's just a country bumpkin. We will definitely complete the mission. Chapter 393. P.S. Thanks to Archery on Horseback, 192-326-9294, Waiting to Soar, and Divine Emperor Haoqian for their tips. Lin Fei came out again 10 days later. After killing Godfiend and Zhonghu and the Qi refinement cultivator, Lin Fei went to cultivate his divine power. He only came out of the mountain range after he had more or less grasped it. The divine powers cultivated by Godfiends are indeed impressive. They greatly increase my combat strength. Lin Fei tore through the air and flew towards the nearest city. As he flew, he sighed at his luck. In less than an hour, Lin Fei covered the distance of 1,000,000 miles. His strength had improved greatly, and his wings of the wind were even faster. If he used his full strength, he could travel 500,000 kilometers in more than an hour. Lin Fei planned on entering the city first and having a good meal to reward himself. He had been tense during this period of time. He had to relax. It was the best way to reward himself. At the same time, he could ask about the situation. With Lin Fei's strength, he landed silently in a large city without outsiders noticing. Lin Fei found a restaurant and ordered a table full of good dishes and a bottle of good wine. Then, he leaned against the window and began to enjoy himself. I have to bring some delicacies next time. I can't torture myself. He comforted himself as he ate. After having his fill, Lin Fei stretched lazily and put down the spirit stones. Everyone has been staring at me for so long. You can come out now. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures flashed. Moments later, a group of people appeared around the restaurant. There were about 20 of them, and all of them had excited looks on their faces. Lin Fei, are you going to surrender, or do you want us to attack? The person in the lead was tall and stocky. He wore a short beast-hide suit, revealing his muscles. He was like a ferocious tiger. Lin Fei frowned. I don't think we know each other, right? The commotion in the restaurant naturally attracted everyone's attention. When the leader of the group spoke, an uproar immediately broke out. Lin Fei. His Lin Fei. We're rich. If we capture this kid, we'll immediately get 50 million quintessential essence crystals. Charge. Capture this kid. Whoosh. Whoosh. The other cultivators rushed forward without any explanation. Tigers roar. A 1,000-meter-tall tiger appeared behind the man in the lead. It howled down from a tall mountain, its huge body crashing into the crowd. Everywhere it passed, especially the people at the front, their bodies would shatter. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the street red. The tiger's claws would directly tear apart the martial artists' bodies, causing them to fall to the ground. Retreat! Retreat! The man's eyes were ice cold, as if he didn't care about life. He coldly laughed, a bunch of idiots who don't know the difference between life and death. You dare to snatch someone in front of me? He is the son of a tiger and wolf, Hu Xiaotian. People from the feral tiger empire. Some of the lucky survivors shrieked in fear. No wonder the other party's first move was so terrifying, killing almost all of them. He was someone with a great background. The people who were ready to make a move stopped. They couldn't afford to offend Hu Xiaotian, nor could they fight him. 50 million Jin Yuan crystals, they needed to have the power to get it. They couldn't just throw their lives away for nothing. Hu Xiaotian was a training genius from the feral tiger empire. He was not that old, but his battling power had already reached the profound master realm middle stage. Only then did the crowd stop attacking. Lin Fei did not make a sound. He had already guessed something, but he was not sure. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hu Xiaotian had just finished his words when another 5 people appeared on top of a building on the left. The appearance of these 5 people once again caused a commotion. The city leader and the rest are here as well. There will be a good show to watch. Although Hu Xiaotian is powerful, it will be a tough fight against Mo Qiu, who is also from the empire. Mo Qiu is also a training genius, and his battling power is not any weaker than Hu Xiaotian. I wonder who will get him. The 5 people on top of the building were led by a long-haired young man. Brother Hu, it's not good to take everything for yourself. Mo Qiu laughed. Don't forget that this is my territory. An unbridled tone. Mo Qiu was also surprised. When he knew that the Mu family wanted young man had appeared in his territory, Mo Qiu's first reaction was that the opportunity had come. If he could use this chance to curry favor with the Mu family, it would be like relying on a huge tree. The Mu family had 2 mystic emperors. It was rumored that the Mu family had 5 mystic emperors, which was even bigger than his own family. They were truly a big family, a rich and powerful one. Whether the rumors were true or not, one thing was clear: the Mu family's resources were far more powerful than one could imagine. After hearing the news, Mo Qiu hurried over with his underlings, but Hu Xiaotian got there first. Fortunately, they were not fast, and the person was still in the restaurant. As for Lin Fei, who was only at the emperor level, he had long been ignored by Mo Qiu. No matter how much of a genius he was, in front of them, he would still be killed. It was an unchanging rule. Hu Xiaotian laughed. I have my eyes on this person. Don't think that our feral tiger empire is afraid of you. Today, I will take this person away. No one can stop me. 50 million Jin Yuan crystals was not a small amount, but Hu Xiaotian did not care. In comparison, if he could complete the Mu family business, then that would be the real reward. All the super empires and big dynasties knew about the Mu family, a rich family that had 2 mystic emperors. 50 million Jin Yuan crystals was really nothing. Mo Qiu's face darkened. Hu Xiaotian, your battle power is outstanding, but I wonder if you can handle 10,000 soldiers. Hua hua tilde, a black mass of soldiers appeared above the crowd. They were all black armors, all carrying spirit treasures, and killing intent. It was like a smoke signal, chilling and frightening. Soldiers and demon soldiers were almost the same. These 10,000 soldiers had outstanding battle power, and even the mystic sects would pale in comparison. Training 10,000 soldiers would also cost a lot. Just the armors and spirit treasures would be a huge number. Those without a certain amount of wealth would have to think twice if they wanted to train soldiers. The soldiers were all holding crossbows. These were not ordinary crossbows, but heavenly god crossbows that had been modified. They had shocking killing power, and were said to be able to kill heavenly gods, which was the same level as immortals. Hu Xiaotian waved his sleeves, regretting, "Mo Qiu, you're good. I admit defeat this time." 10,000 soldiers holding heavenly god crossbows, even Hu Xiaotian felt his scalp go numb. They were all powerful existences that could kill mystic sects, and he himself was strong. Once he was targeted by the soldiers, it was unknown if he could even escape. The soldiers were too strong. Hu Xiaotian did not dare to joke around with his life, and could only leave unwillingly. What was there to fight under the soldiers? Mo Qiu did not dare to push it too far, in case the rabbit would bite. Chapter 394. Mo Qiu had brought 10,000 soldiers, which made the people below feel lucky. If they had charged in recklessly, they would have been dead for sure under the attack of the 10,000 soldiers. They would have become a pile of rotten meat on the street, and eventually become nourishment for the plants in the mountains. 10,000 soldiers, their battle power could even make profound sect warriors retreat. Even 2 or 3 profound sect warriors together might not be their match. Between future battle power and current battle power, the soldiers belonged to the current battle power. Through armors, spirit treasures, and pellets, they could increase their strength to a certain level, and then train in formations. This was the famous and fearsome soldiers. This kid is dead for sure. Under 10,000 soldiers, he won't be able to survive. Even the powerful Hu Xiaotian had been chased away. How could a kid at the profound Emperor realm fight against 10,000 soldiers? Wouldn't his life and death be decided by them? Even though they were jealous, they could only watch helplessly with 10,000 soldiers. "Hold on, I have something to say." Mo Qiu straightened his left hand, and the soldiers behind him stopped in an orderly manner. However, 10,000 heavenly deity crossbows were locked onto Lin Fei, and with a single thought or a single gesture, the crossbow bolts could blast anything in front of them into pieces. This included people. "What, you want to surrender?" Mo Qiu laughed. With 10,000 soldiers, he would be successful in every endeavor. Lin Fei shook his head. "I have never thought of surrendering. I just want to know, did you attack me because of the Mu clan?" Mo Qiu's smile turned cold. "You know it yourself, so why ask? We are only helping the Mu clan with a small favor. It's not too late for you to surrender. Once my soldiers attack, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. Do you know Hu Xiaotian? He was unwilling to leave under my soldiers. Do you think he is stronger than Hu Xiaotian?" "So it is." Lin Fei was puzzled. How did the Mu clan know about him, and the news had spread so quickly? This was the battlefield of a dynasty. Lin Fei remembered that the news of killing Mu Changkong did not spread out. The demon god and Zhonghu definitely did not spread the news either. Otherwise, it would not be the two of them outside, but the Mu clan's people waiting for him. Strange, so strange. What had gone wrong? Lin Fei's indifferent and unmoving look once again provoked Mo Qiu. "You don't know what's good for you." Mo Qiu waved his hand. "Attack." Mo Qiu did not have the patience to continue. If something went wrong, he would lose a great opportunity. Whoosh 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 tilde tilde the 10,000 soldiers all moved. The deity arrows turned into a black rain of arrows as they shot down, whistling through the air continuously. The black mass was endless, as if they were going to block the sky. Everyone was shocked by the dangerous aura. Lin Fei took a look and was surprised. So, they've set up runes. No wonder they're so powerful. If Qi practitioners were to encounter them, they would definitely die. After seeing demonic soldiers, Lin Fei wasn't too surprised to see demonic soldiers again. With a single glance, he could tell the arrangement of the arrowheads. Crash tilde Lin Fei unleashed his azure dragon true body and roared loudly. He tore through space and appeared within the range of the combat weapon. With a sweep of the killing sword, killing intent soared into the sky. Slaughter. Like waves, the black light spread out in all directions, forming many arcs. Mo Qiu was slightly stunned, But he didn't care at all. If combat weapons were so easy to kill, they wouldn't be combat weapons. Formation. The 10,000 combat weapons formed a formation. Their aura soared into the sky. They were fearless. But they didn't know who they were going to meet. The black light rippled out in circles and crashed into the combat armor of the combat weapon. Crash tilde the tough combat armor was quickly torn open. The combat weapon broke into two and fell from the sky. Bang, bang, bang tilde tilde the black light was like a weapon that harvested lives. Everywhere it passed, the combat weapon fell like wheat. Slaughter again. Lin Fei used it 3 times in a row. The powerful black light swept across, and the combat weapon suffered heavy casualties. Not even 10 out of 10 combat weapons lost their ability to fight. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the combat weapon could be killed so easily. After becoming a sword immortal, his sword will had merged with the metal concept, making it even more powerful. In front of a sword immortal's attack, an 8th grade battle armor was like a piece of scrap metal. Everyone was stunned. Since when did the 10,000 combat weapon become so weak? This was a combat weapon. Its armor was 8th grade, its spirit treasures were upper grade spirit treasures, and it trained in battle formations. How could it be so weak? This was the combat weapon that killed the Mystic sect. Killing Mystic Emperor realm martial artists was as easy as killing chickens and ducks. Not to mention the Mystic King. As long as the combat weapon existed, no matter how many came, they would all die. Mo Chiu roared. How could this happen? My combat weapon. Mo Chiu had spent almost all of his wealth to train these 10,000 soldiers. Seeing these soldiers being killed one after another and turning into a rain of blood, he felt as though his heart was bleeding. These were all his treasures, existences that he could rely on. His face was twisted, and his veins were bulging. Mo Chiu had never seen anyone kill most of the combat weapon that he was so proud of. It was like a blow to his head. Kill him. Kill him. I want him dead. The 4 subordinates behind him were Mo Chiu's right-hand men. Mo Chiu had gone mad. No one could remain calm. Mo Chiu could take down the city because of his combat weapon. If the combat weapon was injured, it would affect his strength. Now that he had lost 70 to 80% of his combat weapon, he had lost everything. It would be weird if he wasn't mad. Whoosh 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 tilde the 4 of them soared into the sky. Inescapable net. The 4 of them had activated their formation. A white net descended from the sky. The white net was covered in green, which was obviously poisonous. Lin Fei raised his head and moved his left hand. Get lost. With a slash, the white net was torn apart, and the sword light was split into 2. Lin Fei appeared beside the 4 of them. With a slash, his killing intent spread out. No matter how fast the 4 of them were, they were not as fast as Lin Fei. Their armor was torn apart. Sword immortals were terrifying because of their sword intent. Lin Fei had become a sword immortal. He was the strongest sword immortal. His true yuan was rare, and few could fight against him. The sword intent contained the metal element, and it had the power to destroy. Whoosh tilde Lin Fei swung his sword backwards, slashing towards Mo Chiu. The sword intent went straight to Mo Chiu's heart. Mo Chiu's body shook. He did not expect Lin Fei to be so strong, especially with his invincible sword intent. It affected his heart, and his combat power was greatly reduced. Coming from the dynasty, his heart was firm. Few could be affected. You are a sword immortal tilde Mo Chiu retreated 100 feet. He was shocked. He had met a sword immortal, a powerful one who had cultivated the invincible sword intent. His opponent's slash was able to crack his heart. He was such a terrifying existence. This slash was fierce and ferocious like a tiger. As Mo Chiu retreated, he waved his hand and a handful of golden sand appeared. Pain flashed in his eyes. He formed a hand seal and controlled the golden sand. Clang tilde the sword intent clashed against the golden sand. It was actually trapped by the sand and compressed to a certain area. Only then did it manage to block the slash. Whoosh tilde you can't even block one of my slashes. Let's see how you can block the second one. Lin Fei was curious about the golden sand. His invincible sword intent was blocked by this thing. It did not look like an ordinary treasure. The murderous aura kept merging with the sword intent. Every time Lin Fei attacked, blood would be spilled. The second sword intent was even more horrifying than the first. It tore the golden sand apart and turned it into powder. The powder flew towards Mo Qiu. Mo Qiu was scared out of his wits. His opponent's sword intent had destroyed his treasure. Boom! The sword intent clashed against Mo Qiu. The invincible sword intent tore Mo Qiu apart and sent him flying. Lin Fei moved and appeared in front of Mo Qiu. Grabbing the latter's throat with a single hand, he shook his head and said, "Too weak. You can't even block my second sword intent, and you still want to catch me? You sure have guts." In just a moment, the murderous Mo Qiu had been defeated by Yi Futian. He was now a prisoner. It was shocking. They looked at the dead bodies on the street and Mo Qiu, who was captured by Lin Fei. They wondered if God was playing a joke on them. Someone was so strong. The 10,000 soldiers were like an insurmountable mountain in their eyes. But in front of this young man, they were like chickens and dogs. He broke the formation easily and killed them. Cough, cough. What are you trying to do? Mo Qiu's face was red. He could barely breathe. It took him a long time to believe that he had lost. He had lost completely. Yi Futian's two invincible sword intents almost finished him off. The 10,000 soldiers had suffered a great loss. They were badly injured. It was unknown if they could survive. Carrying Mo Qiu, Lin Fei left the city. After traveling for tens of thousands of miles, Lin Fei threw Mo Qiu beside a pond. The demonic beasts had been scared away by Lin Fei's sword intent. "Don't try anything funny. Don't blame me for being merciless." Mo Qiu didn't dare to move. He had never seen such a powerful sword immortal. The occasional sword immortal he met was ridiculously weak. But this sword immortal in front of him was too strong. He couldn't even block two invincible sword intents. Lin Fei was satisfied. "Your life is in my hands now. I will ask you one question and you will answer one. Be honest. If you dare to lie to me, you know what will happen to you." The sword intent flew past his face like a sword and landed on a huge rock behind him. The rock was blasted into pieces. "Why does the Mu clan want me?" Lin Fei didn't kill Mo Qiu because he wanted to know more about the Mu clan. Even though he knew that he had offended a big clan, Lin Fei had no idea how big the clan was. The only thing he knew was that this clan was very influential. It had only been a few days and they had found him. They must have some tricks up their sleeves. At least, Lin Fei couldn't figure out how they knew he was the one who did it. This was what he wanted to know. Of course, he also wanted to know what kind of experts the Mu clan had. If it wasn't for this reason, Lin Fei would have killed them long ago. Fusing the will of wind and will of metal, Lin Fei's invincible sword intent was terrifying. If one's mind was unstable, one would be killed. Right now, Lin Fei had to figure out the situation before he could make any arrangements. Chapter 395. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian for their tips. Mo Qiu did not dare to say this out loud. Right now, he was on someone else's chopping board. His life or death could be decided with a single word. However, he was feeling very sullen. As for the reason, even he did not know himself. The Mu clan had issued a bounty for an unknown reason. Mo Qiu had placed importance on the Mu clan's mission, but truthfully, he did not know the reason at all. Was there a need to know? There was no need at all. But now that Mo Qiu could not say it, he felt sullen. I really do not know. With a slap, Mo Qiu saw stars. Lin Fei did not believe that the Mu clan had such influence. In truth, Lin Fei did not know that with the Mu clan's influence, there were many who wanted to curry favor with them. A bounty was like a shark smelling blood. "I'll give you one more chance," Lin Fei asked solemnly. Mo Qiu's Yuan was restricted, and with a slap, his face swelled up and his teeth flew out. It was a miserable sight. The Mu clan has Emperor Xian, they don't need a reason to issue a bounty. Mo Qiu's expression was filled with bitterness. If he was not in the other party's hands, Mo Qiu would have scolded him. "What the hell do I know? Mu clan's bounty, you should know what you did, why bother asking yourself?" Emperor Xian. Lin Fei's heart shook. Damn it, he had offended a clan that had Emperor Xian. No wonder Mu clan's Changkong's final attack was so powerful. It was no wonder that he was found so quickly after killing Mu Changkong and had a bounty placed on his head. Emperor Xian. These two words were enough. Lin Fei was only shocked. Lin Fei did not feel much pressure from Emperor Xian's fear. Emperor Xian was a legendary existence. Others might feel a mountain of pressure, but to Lin Fei, Emperor Xian was just a high and mighty boss who would slaughter them one day. Only by slaughtering a big boss would one feel the same. Emperor Xian was the strongest boss in this world. If he didn't slaughter them, who else could he slaughter? Lin Fei was surprised that he had offended the Mu clan, which had the Mystic Theatres clan. Lin Fei knew that this person was speaking the truth. If a clan had a Mystic Theatre, no matter how strong or weak the Mystic Theatre was, there would be countless people who would try to curry favor with them. He didn't need a reason to be wanted. He was the high and mighty Mystic Theatre. The Mystic Theatre opened his mouth. Reason or not, it did not matter. For them to capture me, the status of the Mu clan's Zhongkong must be quite high. Lin Fei thought to himself. Let me first understand this Mu clan. Lin Fei grabbed Mo Qiu again and interrogated him. Mo Qiu also told him everything he knew. No matter what Lin Fei asked, he would answer honestly. It could be said that he was very obedient. As he continued to ask, Lin Fei began to frown. The Mu clan was much more powerful and terrifying than he had imagined. There were 2 confirmed Mystic Theatres in the outside world. Excluding those who were cultivating in seclusion, there were about 5 Mystic Theatres in total. 5 Mystic Theatres could be said to be a true aristocratic clan, a true great clan that had tens of thousands of years of history. Lin Fei only frowned and knew that he was in big trouble. Damn it, I killed a young master and hit the jackpot. Lin Fei cursed in his heart. It seems like for a long time, this Mu clan will be a huge mountain on my head. A prestigious clan that seemed to have 5 Mystic Theatres. Lin Fei really felt the pressure. If his battle strength was not as strong as the Mystic Theatres, he would always have to be wary of them. It was very normal for them to look for him. It was very likely that the Mystic Theatre had made a move. Lin Fei couldn't guess what kind of mystical ability the Mystic Theatre had, but he knew that they had extraordinary methods and could easily find one person. Lin Fei quickly understood why the Mystic Theatre and the others didn't make a move directly. It was probably because this was the battlefield of a dynasty. I need to find a backer in a short period of time. Lin Fei thought to himself. It was not easy to be targeted by the Mystic Theatre. As long as Lin Fei had enough time, the Mystic Theatre was nothing. What he lacked the most now was time. Because of this, Lin Fei was very concerned about his future sect. He had to find a sect that the Mystic Theatre wouldn't dare to make a move against. Then, he would see what they would dare to do. As for the rest of the questions, Lin Fei didn't have to continue asking. He already knew what he needed to know. He had already guessed what he shouldn't know. He already had an idea. The best way to deal with this person in front of him was to kill him. Just as Lin Fei was about to make a move, Mo Qiu shouted, "Don't kill me. I will tell you an important piece of information. Do you think you have the ability to bargain?" Lin Fei snorted coldly. This piece of information is very important. Mo Qiu broke out in a cold sweat. "Let me go. You won't regret it." Lin Fei said, "Oh, you really think that I can let you go just because of a piece of information? Previously, you were so arrogant and prepared to deal with me. Master Lin, I was blind. Just treat me as a fart." Mo Qiu said against his will. This was something he didn't want to say in the past. "Then tell me, is this piece of information worth it for me to not kill you?" Mo Qiu had a unique feeling towards death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guessed that the other party wanted to kill him. "Your friend is now in the hands of the Mu clan's disciple. I heard that they are going to execute him in public within these 3 days so that they can lure you out. Is everything you said true?" Crash. A terrifying killing intent shattered Mo Qiu's heart, and he fell to the ground. "Everything I said is true. If I said anything false, let me be struck by lightning." Mo Qiu's body was weak, and his face was pale. Lin Fei's face darkened. Mu Clan, do you really think I'm easy to bully? I can't defeat the mystic the Arch, but I want to see who can block my sword when I kill you Mu Clan's disciples. Lin Fei was enraged. He was completely enraged. Even though they didn't know each other for long, Lin Fei treated them as friends. If a person didn't have any friends, he would be lonely for the rest of his life. Most importantly, they were the scapegoats because of him. The Mu Clan was looking for him, not them. Towards their despicable methods, Lin Fei reprimanded them. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't kill this Mo Chiu back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't know about this and would have missed the chance to rescue Mo Chiu. By the time he found out, it was already too late. Looking at Lin Fei's killing intent, Mo Chiu found it hard to imagine how a person could have such a strong killing intent. Even his firm heart couldn't block this killing intent. The Mu Clan had offended a terrifying enemy. You brought people to capture me. I can spare you from death, but I will take all your treasures as compensation. In the end, Lin Fei didn't kill Mo Chiu. He just took all of Mo Chiu's treasures and cultivation resources. If Lin Fei didn't rob such a wealthy person, then he would be an idiot. He left Mo Chiu who wanted to cry but had no tears. Chapter 396. Surging Waves City. This was a stronghold city of the dynasty's battlefield. To be able to control such a large city, one's strength was extraordinary. As the morning sun rose, rays of light filled the sky, indicating the arrival of a new day. On the originally spacious plaza, the number of martial artists continuously increased. The crowd moved about, forming a dense black mass. Some were excited, some were curious. Their gazes, without exception, fell on the high platform in the middle of the plaza. In the middle of the plaza, a temporary high platform was built. At this moment, 3 people were suppressed on the high platform. 2 men and 1 woman, their complexions were deathly pale, and they were on the verge of death. The Mu Clan is going to make an example out of them. I wonder why the Mu Clan is so angry this time. They must have done something monstrous. The Mu Clan can't catch the culprit, so they're taking it out on them. They can only blame their bad luck for offending the Mu Clan of all people. I heard that the 2 disciples of the Mu Clan will personally come to supervise. Maybe they have ulterior motives. Who knows? In any case, nobody can afford to offend a colossus like the Mu Clan. The dynasty's disciples on the plaza discussed in low voices. Every time the Mu Clan was mentioned, they would feel an immense pressure. This was a great clan that they had to look up to. On the high platform, the 2 men and 1 woman were precisely Monday, Yunxiang, and Autumn Moon Fairy, who had parted ways with Lin Fei. They were defeated one-sidedly on a city. Even though they were all at the Mystic King realm, they lost miserably against the enemy. I never thought that I, Monday, would die in such a way. Monday's face did not show any dispirited expression, but in front of so many people, does it count as being famous? Yunxiang smiled bitterly. Brother Ju, your words are really interesting. So many dynasty's disciples, and each and every one of them is powerful. I'm afraid we won't be able to see so many dynasty's disciples in our entire lives. That's true. Monday said, actually, what I want to know the most is who Lin Fei killed to make the Mu Clan muster such a large force. Yunxiang also said, I'm guessing they must have killed that young master. Otherwise, they wouldn't have used us as bait to lure junior brother Lin Fei out. Autumn Moon Fairy, what do you think? The Autumn Moon Fairy's face was haggard, but she revealed a smile. Junior brother Lin Fei is a huge monster. Who knows, during this period of time when he left us, his strength increased again and he killed the young master of the Mu family. This kind of situation is very possible. Isn't this considered being careless in making friends? The 3 of them had only recently found out about the origins of this Mu clan. The great family clan that the mystic the Arch was overseeing. To the 3 of them, the Mu clan was like an insurmountable mountain that they would never be able to cross in their lifetime, and they were fortunate enough to be targeted. What was shocking was that junior brother Lin Fei had killed an important figure of the Mu clan. Regardless of whether it was Monday, Yunxiang, or Autumn Moon Fairy, they could hear from each other's mouths that it was a hatred that was gnashing their teeth. An ordinary disciple wouldn't have this kind of hatred. Regarding Lin Fei's abnormal strength, they were already used to it. Killing an important figure of the Mu clan, they didn't doubt that Lin Fei completely had this kind of strength. Back then, before he reached the profound king realm, Lin Fei dared to cripple the Lin clan's Lin Wufa in front of everyone. From this, it could be seen that junior brother Lin Fei was unbridled. Directly robbing a city in the dynasty battlefield, only Lin Fei could do it. They didn't even dare to think of it. This time, if not for Lin Fei flying to give them the true essence crystals, they also wouldn't be able to advance to the profound king realm. As for the reason why they separated, they were very clear in their hearts. They just didn't say it at that time. At that time, their strength wasn't strong enough, and it would affect Lin Fei. The only thing they didn't expect was that Lin Fei did such a sensational thing so quickly. It was unexpected. Facing the Mu clan's disciples' torture, the three of them kept their mouths shut. Due to their anger, the Mu clan's disciple publicly executed them, and prepared to use them to lure Lin Fei out. The sun continued to rise. At noon, it was time for their execution. Time passed. Following the appearance of the two Mu clan's disciples with status, everyone in the plaza knew that the execution was about to begin. Mu clan's Kang Lang and Mu clan's Wu Yu appeared, and landed on the high platform that was prepared. Their line of sight just happened to be opposite the high platform, and they saw the three of them. However, the two of them didn't look too good, and seemed to be much gloomier. Especially when they looked at the two men and one woman, their gazes were filled with endless anger. These days, they couldn't get any useful information out of them. They didn't understand. What were they persevering for? A kid with a bit of talent? TMPH, they really don't know what's good for them. They've been tortured to the point where they're on the verge of death, but they're still holding on. Mu clan's Kang Lang was very displeased. I want to see if they're really not afraid of death. Ever since they'd captured them, they'd been torturing them, trying to find out Lin Fei's whereabouts. No matter if they'd used gentle methods or cruel torture, the three of them had kept their mouths shut the entire time. As a result, they hadn't made any progress, and were wasting their time. Mu clan's Wu Yu said, "If that Lin Fei is someone who values friendship and loyalty, I think he'll definitely come out. Don't forget, those three from the War God sect have already told us everything. A small country bumpkin, a small kingdom. After we've dealt with Lin Fei, I'll definitely report this to the clan, and have them annihilate that small kingdom." Mu clan's Kang Lang laughed coldly. "When dealing with a small kingdom like this, we have to kill all their clans and bury them with us. We'll let them know the consequences of offending our Mu clan." A small kingdom was nothing in their eyes. If they wanted to annihilate it, they could do so without any reason. Even the mid-sized and large kingdoms above them wouldn't dare to say anything. A mega kingdom had already been upgraded from a kingdom to an empire. The difference of a single word was worlds apart. "Men, have Blight Saw and the other two execute them," Mu clan's Kang Lang said with a laugh. "Have those three dogs of the War God sect take care of Lin Fei's fellow disciples. Unless he has incredible self-control, he'll definitely come out." Mu clan's Wu Yu said, "This is a brilliant move." Mu clan's Kang Lang and Mu clan's Wu Yu's plan was very simple. They would use their lives to lure him out. If they couldn't lure him out, they would be able to intimidate the others. If they could lure him out, that would be for the best. They would be able to capture Lin Fei so that they could report back. If they didn't bring him back, they would lose all face. It would be too humiliating. After all, they had boasted that they would bring Lin Fei back, but they hadn't expected that the situation would be so complicated. Thump, thump, thump tilde the three of them quickly ascended the high platform. These three were none other than Iron Mountain and the other two. Right now, all of them had looks of satisfaction on their faces, and they were in high spirits. Their strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and they had all entered the Xian King realm, becoming true king-level experts. Their strength had improved greatly, and they had also latched onto someone powerful. The three of them couldn't help but feel proud of themselves. Especially when their opponents were now prisoners. Especially when they found out that they had latched onto the Mu clan, a first-rate clan of the tyrannical Sky Empire. "Prince Monday, I trust you have been well since we last met." Iron Mountain and the other two appeared in front of Monday, their eyes filled with mockery. "You three despicable people." Monday cursed. After they had been captured and found out that they had been betrayed by the 3 despicable people of the War God sect, they naturally gnashed their teeth in hatred. Iron Mountain laughed heartily, and kicked Monday's stomach. With his Zhen Yuan sealed, this kick caused Monday to be in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Ha ha, despicable people. What's wrong with a despicable person? This despicable person will send you all to hell later. You, Prince Monday, aren't you very amazing? Haven't you fallen into such a state? How noble can you be? Senior brother, why are you wasting your breath on them? They are all people who are about to die. Blight Saw laughed sinisterly, and a slap landed on Yunxiang's face. This slap was supposed to be given to that bastard Lin Fei, but now that he isn't here, I can only leave it to you. Yunxiang glared at him. You loser, you only know how to vent your anger on us. When Lin Fei comes, I dare say that you won't even be able to block a single move from him. He'll beat you to death. What Blight Saw hated the most was to mention this matter. Even though he had managed to curry favor with the Mu clan and successfully cozy up to them, he had never felt so mighty before. Even if he was just a dog now, he would still feel good about it. But regarding the matter of Lin Fei, Blight Saw still had a shadow in his heart. Back then, he was sent flying with a single kick in front of everyone. He would never forget the mockery and ridicule of those people. He would never forget this hatred. Shut up. Blight Saw was enraged. What does Lin Fei count for? In front of the Mu clan, he is just an ant. They can squash him to death with a single move, and they can make him die without a burial ground. Yunxiang laughed. You're afraid. You're afraid in your heart. In the eyes of junior brother Lin Fei, you're just a piece of trash, a real piece of trash. Blight Saw was enraged. He raised his hand and was about to slap Lin Fei. Iron Mountain gave him a look. Today, there were many people watching, so he restrained himself and sneered. It's fine if Lin Fei doesn't come. Once he does, he'll just be throwing his life away. But today, I'll send you on your way. I'm so happy to kill a genius of the Divine Force sect like you. You'll be the first king-level warrior to die by my hand. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Senior brother Iron Mountain, do you think that Lin Fei kid will come? Blight Saw asked. It doesn't matter if he comes or not. If he doesn't come, he'll die. If he comes, he'll die too. Iron Mountain was in a good mood. We just need to finish the mission. There will be people to deal with Lin Fei. Plus, we're all king-level warriors now. Even if Lin Fei comes, there's nothing to be afraid of. Thinking back to that day, Iron Mountain was still excited. He had never thought that he would one day be able to hug the thighs of the Mu family. At that time, Iron Mountain only wanted to get the Zhen Yuan crystals. As for other things, he didn't think too much. But he had never thought that the Mu family would have their eyes on him. Coming from a small dynasty, they naturally couldn't refuse such an opportunity and temptation. Hence, they took the initiative and brought people to take down Yunxiang's group. They had played a big part in this. Fang Ju also said, "This is our opportunity. With the Mu family as our backing, even if the Divine Force sect knew about it, they wouldn't dare to fart. I'm afraid they'll have to be respectful. Today, we have to do well. Do it." Mu family's Kang Lang ordered. Iron Mountain and the others sneered as they stood behind the 3. With one palm, they would be able to send them to hell. Yunxiang, you can go die now. Blight Saw laughed evilly. He waved his hand, ready to attack. With Lin Fei here, who dares to attack? Chapter 397. P.S. Thank you, Emperor Hao Tian, for the tip of waiting vs flying. The deafening sound was like a bolt of lightning on a sunny day. Everyone was shocked. Bingfei's left hand stopped in mid-air subconsciously. The invincible sword intent shattered his heart. His face was filled with shock. In front of this invincible sword intent, the strength of the mystic king realm was suppressed. A white light flashed and Bingfei's body was split into 2. Red and white splashed on the arena. Bingfei couldn't believe it. He had advanced to the mystic king realm. Why wasn't he a match for Lin Fei? He didn't even have the chance to resist. With a single slash, Ji Fei, a profound king realm expert, was killed. Junior brother Bingfei is dead. Lin Fei killed junior brother Bing Fei. Iron Mountain and Ark were shocked. Their pupils constricted. The invincible sword intent. Even they felt fear in their hearts. They didn't expect Lin Fei to be so strong. He was strong enough to kill junior brother Bing Fei with one sword. Kill them. Even if I die, I want to bring one with me. Junior brother Bing Fei was also in the Mystic King realm. The two of them were about the same. Now that he was killed by Lin Fei so easily, the two of them clenched their teeth and prepared to bring one with them. Blood Sea Palm. Decaying poison giant palm. The two of them reacted quickly and attacked ruthlessly. They wanted to kill them. Courting death. After the rage, two more invincible sword intents pierced through the air. The terrifying invincible sword intent. Everyone in the square could feel it. This invincible sword intent was too terrifying. Martial artists who used swords couldn't help but tremble. Invincible sword intent. What a sharp sword intent. A sword expert, a true sword expert. His sword intent scared my flying sword to the point of not daring to move. A white light flashed. Invincible sword intent. Iron Mountain underestimated the power of the invincible sword intent. That was why he used his palm. The invincible sword intent tore apart the palm technique. King Kong barrier. The invincible sword will struck, breaking his palm technique in one move. Iron Mountain completely panicked. He gave up on the idea of killing Monday and retreated while cursing in his heart. How can Lin Fei's strength be so powerful? I'm already in the Xian King realm, how can he be more powerful than me? Whoosh! Iron Mountain's eyes widened as a bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows. The invincible sword will pierced through it. My Vajra barrier. Iron Mountain's death scared Fang Zhu out of his wits. He hurriedly took out a numinous treasure. Don't kill me. I admit defeat. I surrender. Please don't kill me. Before he could finish his sentence, the sword will pierced through the treasure. The body of the ark exploded, unable to withstand the sword will's tearing. The scene on the high platform happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. Everyone only heard a single sentence before they saw three profound King Realm experts being killed in an instant. They didn't even have the strength to retaliate. We didn't die. Monday laughed. Instead, they died. It seems like junior brother Lin Fei made a move. Yunxiang felt as if he was dreaming. Previously, he had already let go of life and death. Now, he could breathe fresh air again and take a trip to the edge of hell. Junior brother Lin Fei did a good job. These three despicable people deserved to die. Fairy Autumn Leaf revealed a joyful expression. Seeing the corpses, she revealed a look of hatred. Immediately, a black-robed youth appeared on the high platform. I'm not late, right? The black-robed youth laughed. Monday laughed. Just a little bit more and I would have died. Let's see where you can find me. Lin Fei laughed. That's why I'm here. With a wave of his hand, the sword will slashed out. The power suppressing the three was directly blasted away. True Yuan returned to their bodies and began to recover from their injuries. Lin Fei hurriedly took out some medicinal pellets for them to eat. Everyone on the square was shocked. Who is this Lin Fei? Many people didn't know. No one could imagine that someone would dare to come and save them. I know. Isn't this Lin Fei wanted by the Mu clan? His bounty is 50 million true yuan crystals. He's too young. 50 million true yuan crystals. He's only at the Emperor realm. He's so daring to come and save people. Once someone reminded them, everyone realized that the person in front of them was Lin Fei. The Mu clan had put a bounty of 50 million true yuan crystals. Mu Kanglang stood up. Everyone, listen up. Whoever takes down Lin Fei, our Mu clan will still pay 50 million true yuan crystals. Everyone was shocked. Everyone became excited. Mu Kanglang's words aroused the greed of countless people. Their gazes all landed on Lin Fei. Everyone on the square was in an uproar. 50 million true yuan crystals was a huge number. Rogue cultivators and disciples of normal dynasties were all envious. If I have 50 million true yuan crystals, I can buy an upper-grade profound class martial art. With 50 million true yuan crystals, I will have the chance to break through from the late-stage Profound Emperor to the Great Circle Profound Emperor. If I'm lucky, I might even become a profound sect expert. True treasure. 50 million true yuan crystals can totally buy a low-grade true treasure or a mid-grade true treasure. A late-stage Profound Emperor rogue cultivator couldn't help but make a move. Lin Fei is mine. No one can steal him from me. Whoever dares to steal my stuff, I'll send him to hell. Everyone went crazy. Voila. More than 100 people made a move at the same time. Their true yuan energy covered the sky and covered the sun. The huge aura shocked everyone. Lin Fei was dead for sure. This is a good way to kill with a borrowed knife. Mu Wuyu said, with these idiots making a move, we'll be saved a lot of time. Hehe, this kid's sword intent is terrifying. It consumes a lot of true yuan. After using it once or twice, he won't be able to use it. Mu Kanglang laughed. Let's just wait and see. A bounty had stirred everyone up. This Mu Kanglang's mind was not simple. Lin Fei, run. You can't stop them. Monday and Yun Xiong's expressions changed greatly. They shouted at Lin Fei. At this moment, they were satisfied. With a friend like Lin Fei, they could die without regrets. They didn't want Lin Fei to die here. In such a short time, Lin Fei's strength had already reached the Profound Emperor realm. Even if they died, their clans would still be taken care of. Lin Fei's eyes were filled with killing intent. He laughed loudly. With me, Lin Fei, here today, no one will be able to harm a single hair on your heads. God-slaying. Behind Lin Fei, black fog curled up. One figure after another swayed, their faces ferocious. He raised his sword. It was God-slaying. A giant black divine general wielding a heaven-piercing halberd slashed downwards. With a loud rumble, the martial artists at the front collided with the divine general's slash. Hualala tilde these martial artists were slashed into two. Blood mist flew everywhere, turning into a rain of blood that dripped down. The first slash killed more than 50 of the 100 people. Chapter 398. Peng 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 tilde tilde a gigantic black divine general was condensed from Lin Fei's killing chi. It possessed great offensive power. Every time the divine general killed a person, various kinds of killing chi would land on Lin Fei's body, and the various illusory figures behind him would become more solid. Using killing intent to become a god-slaying sword immortal, this is the most suitable path for me. Lin Fei used the boiling water fire lotus to protect himself, and the wings of the wind, he charged forward. The killing sword in his hand turned into a harvesting weapon, and those who got close to him could not block the attacks of the supreme-grade spiritual treasure. Even though Lin Fei's killing sword was only a top-quality spirit treasure, its essence was completely different from that of a profound heavenly spirit treasure. Kill, 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 kill. With the killing sword in hand, Lin Fei swept through everyone in his path. The invincible sword intent destroyed their hearts, and their combat power plummeted. Against Lin Fei's tyrannical sword art, not many could escape from his killing range. On the high platform, Monday and the rest were dumbfounded. Sick, too sick. At this moment, Juyi no longer had the calmness of a prince. He was completely shaken. How in the world does Lin Fei cultivate? Those are all Xian King and Xian Emperor experts. They aren't Tom, Dick, or Harry that can be killed easily. Even geniuses don't have such a cultivation speed. Lin Fei must be a reincarnated expert, or else such cultivation speed is simply too monstrous. Did you see that? A Xian sect expert was killed in 3 sword strikes. Yun Xiong's eyes did not move, staring at the battle. Junior brother Lin Fei is too domineering. Our unfalling dynasty has produced a true genius. I originally thought that I would have the chance to catch up to Lin Fei, but who would have thought that Lin Fei has already left us behind? Looking at his combat power, he is definitely at the Xian sect level. More importantly, this sword intent is too invincible. Autumn Moon Fairy's eyes were like torches. Junior brother Lin Fei seems to have focused on the sword Dao. His sword intent was not so terrifying before, and now even I feel fear. Crash tilde tilde corpses continued to fall from the sky, and the square had already become a river of blood. At first glance, the scarlet blood was terrifying. This Lin Fei was too scary. In front of Lin Fei, the person who attacked was like a chicken or a dog, unable to withstand a single blow. If you want to die, then come at me. If you don't want to die, then scram. Lin Fei stood proudly, his eyes cold and murderous. I don't mind killing a few more. Run. We don't want the 50 million Jin Yuan crystals anymore. Too powerful. We are no match for him at all. Sick. He's way too sick. My sword technique is being suppressed by him. It's the same for me. Even my spirit has a flaw. That kid's sword intent is too terrifying. This is the first time I've encountered such a terrifying sword intent. In less than a moment, there were more than 100 corpses in the square. All of them proved that a fierce battle had just taken place here. The square was instantly emptied. In front of absolute power, no one dared to stand out. The corpses on the ground were the best proof. I killed more than 100 people at once. I didn't expect to absorb so much murderous intent. Lin Fei thought and injected the murderous intent into his killing sword. The murderous intent soared into the sky, and its power increased tremendously. You are the disciples of the Mu family, right? Lin Fei looked over. It seems like your reward is useless. Mu Kanglang and Mu Wu Yu felt a dark cloud covering their hearts. This Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined. The two of them were only at the early stage and middle stage of the profound master realm. Together with their treasures, their fighting strength was extremely strong. They never cared about ordinary people. But when they heard about the Mu family, they immediately gave up on the thought of attacking. All this while, the disciples of the Mu family had always been domineering. No one dared to not give them face. Plus, they had a lot of treasures, so there was nothing to be afraid of. But today, they had met a strong opponent. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, more than 100 dynasties' disciples had died. Among them were powerful cultivators of the profound master realm. They were truly terrified. They had bragged too much, and now they couldn't hold it in anymore. They originally wanted to use someone else to do their dirty work and show off their opponent's strength. The emperor and emperor killed them like chickens and dogs, and so did the profound masters. They weren't afraid that it was fake. Lin Fei's methods were too terrifying. Killing 3 to 5 of them was already amazing. Didn't he know that killing so many people at once would easily scare people? More than 100 dynasties' disciples weren't just some random people. They were real experts. Mu Kanglang and Mu Wu Yu cursed at Lin Fei's 18 generations of ancestors in their hearts. They finally understood why their clan leader would personally give the order. This person was too strong. Could you not be so monstrous? Why do you have to be so high profile? Why do you have to kill so many people? We admit that you are strong. Mu Kanglang took a deep breath. However, you are making life difficult for our Mu clan. In front of us, you are just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Fei laughed out loud. His long hair danced in the wind, and he looked like a killing god. I don't know if I am a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But I do know that if I see a Mu clan disciple, I will kill one. If I see 2, I will kill 2. Until all of you are dead. You are too much. Mu Kanglang and Mu Wu Yu were furious. Since when had the Mu clan been looked down upon like this? Lin Fei was simply humiliating them. 1,000 sifting needles. Mu Kanglang activated his treasure. It was a low-grade true treasure. The needles were as small as a cow's hair, and there were no less than 10,000 of them. They turned into 2 beams of white light and shot towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei didn't care. It was just a low-grade true treasure. God-slaying. The Black Divine General rushed up again and slashed down with his halberd. One of the needles was knocked away, and its power was reduced by half. Seeing this, Mu Wu Yu knew that Mu Kanglang was at a disadvantage. He shot out a seal, and his body shone with a red light. Great cutting art. Secret technique. This was a secret technique. Whoosh tilde the disc-like great cutting art brought with it a vast and indestructible aura. The space in front of him was actually cut into pieces. The sharp aura made Lin Fei's eyebrows twitch. This secret art was very powerful. Lin Fei sensed danger. Lin Fei, you're dead for sure. With this great slicing secret art of mine, Everyone who stands before me will be sliced apart by me. Mu Clan's Wu Yu laughed madly. Just accept your fate obediently. That might not be true. The water flame lotus blocked in front of him. The 16 layers of lotus leaves shook continuously. Under the great cutting art, the strengthened water flame lotus was actually broken in a breath's time. Lin Fei was shocked. What kind of secret art was this? How could it be so powerful? With a thought, the water flame lotus blocked in front of him, shattering and breaking again. It took 4 to 5 breaths of time before he managed to block this powerful secret art. It used up a large amount of Lin Fei's true essence. If his opponent was a bit stronger, this secret art would have forced Lin Fei to use the Azure Dragon True Body. It wouldn't have been the Water Flame Lotus. Slay. After blocking this secret art, Lin Fei counterattacked. The invincible sword intent pierced through the air and crashed into Mu Wu Yu's soul. How can his divine ability block my 3,000 great arts? Mu Wu Yu was shocked. This was one of the 3,000 great arts from the celestial world. There was nothing it couldn't destroy and nothing it couldn't cut. If Mu Wu Yu used it on someone else, he would have a 100% success rate. But Lin Fei wasn't an ordinary person. His true essence was dense, and with the strengthening of the water flame lotus, his defense was naturally extraordinary. Whoosh tilde with a moment of hesitation, Mu Wu Yu was cut in half and his body fell down. Lin Fei's sword was too fast, and his heart was affected. Naturally, he was slower. Go. Mu Kanglang panicked. His 3,000 great arts couldn't do anything to his opponent. He couldn't kill Lin Fei anymore. Right now, he could only escape. Slay God tilde the God General pierced through the air and slashed down with his halberd. Mu Kanglang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The God General slashed down a second time and Mu Kanglang was smashed into pieces. Lin Fei rushed over and waved his hand to collect the spoils of war. He then released King Kong to collect all the spoils of war in the plaza. There was no one on the square except for Monday and the others. Monday and the others were all dumbfounded. 2 profound grandmasters died in front of them just like that. Lin Fei was just too cruel. You don't have to welcome me like that, do you? Lin Fei flew down and stood on the platform. You big pervert tilde the 3 of them said at the same time and pointed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei, Kanglang City, Main Hall. This place was quickly taken over by Lin Fei. After killing 2 Mu clan disciples and hundreds of experts, the square was filled with blood and corpses were piled up. Lin Fei's reputation had spread. However, it was a bad reputation. With his cruel methods, who dared to fight with Lin Fei for Kanglang City? Wasn't that just asking for death? Lin Fei took over the city so that Monday and the others could recover. Junior brother Lin Fei, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we would have died here. In half a day, Yun Xiong had recovered 50% of his strength. His injuries had also recovered. As long as a warrior could circulate their Jin Yuan, their injuries would recover very quickly. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. I should be the one apologizing to you guys. If it wasn't for me, you guys wouldn't have been dragged into this. You guys would have almost lost your heads. With a wave of his hand, 3 black bags appeared on the table. There were 3 Jin Yuan treasures. There are Jin Yuan crystals in here. With these Jin Yuan crystals, I believe you guys can cultivate to the profound Emperor realm. It shouldn't be a problem. Lin Fei pointed at the Jin Yuan crystals. These Jin Yuan crystals, 1 for each of you. If you don't encounter profound Emperor realm experts, you won't have to worry about your lives in this dynasty battlefield. You can be considered as one of the best in the profound King realm. Lin Fei had prepared a lot of Jin Yuan crystals for them. After killing so many people, the harvest was not ordinary. He would not be stingy. He would not be stingy with Jin Yuan crystals and Jin Yuan treasures. These were just external things to him. Chapter 399. P.S. Thanks to Waiting vs Flight, Hao Tian Divine Emperor, Luo Yuxuan, 0 Fengyuan 0 for their tips, Judge Gundam for his monthly votes, and haven't finished for his comments. Mu Clan City. A city in the dynasty battlefield. Although it was called Mu Clan City, it actually represented the Mu clan of the Hegemon dynasty. To be able to take down a city in the dynasty battlefield, one's strength was not to be underestimated. Without strength, how could one even talk about taking it down? Just a single day's income was enough to make people jealous. The dynasty battlefield was boundless. Outside the city, there were many beasts. The city was the only place they could rely on, and they had to pay with Zhenyuan crystals. It's been almost 10 days. Why hasn't there been any news from Mu Clan Kang Lang and the rest? What a bunch of idiots. The Mu Clan's eagle stood on top of a tall building with his hands behind his back. This tall building was a full 2,000 zhong tall. It looked down from above, and clouds and mist coiled around it. Looking down at the entire Mu Clan city, a lofty aspiration arose spontaneously in his heart. 10 days had passed. Mu Clan Flying Eagle was very disappointed with the way Mu Clan Kang Lang and the rest did things. Since it had come to this, he could only continue to wait. Not good, Mu Clan Kang Lang and Mu Clan Wu Yu are both dead. Hurried footsteps could be heard from outside. Very quickly, someone pushed the door open and walked in with a rare fluster on his face. Mu Clan Flying Eagle turned his head. His expression did not change, but it did not mean he was not angry. Say that again. Our people found out that Mu Clan Kang Lang and Mu Clan Wu Yu's life tablet broke not long ago. It was only a few breaths of time. Fei Ying's face darkened. Go and investigate. I want to know who it is that is against our Mu Clan. Mu Kang Lang and Mu Wu Yu are both at the profound master realm, and they have real treasures in their hands. Who would be able to kill them in a short period of time? Moreover, Mu Wu Yu has successfully cultivated the Great Slicing Technique, one of the 3,000 secret techniques of the clan. Mu Clan Flying Eagle was very clear about Mu Clan Kang Lang and Mu Clan Wu Yu's battle prowess. In a few breaths of time, the two had died. The one who did it was definitely at profound master realm peak, and the treasures in his hands were extremely powerful. Mu Clan Flying Eagle was very angry. Even if they did not do their job well and died in the hands of outsiders, it was still a slap to the face of Mu Clan Flying Eagle. Yes. The man hurriedly retreated. Fei Ying of the Mu Clan sat down and closed his eyes to rest. In his heart, he kept guessing who would kill them. From the beginning to the end, he never linked this matter to Lin Fei. Half a day later, the Mu Clan's enormous intelligence network managed to find out what had happened. Lin Fei, you will die a horrible death. The roar reverberated in the room. The Eagle of the Wood Clan could not connect this matter with Lin Fei. How could a country bumpkin from a small empire kill a disciple of a super empire, the Mu Clan? What a joke, it was simply a huge joke. After roaring, the Wood Clan's eagle had no choice but to accept reality. This Lin Fei is very powerful, and his combat ability is very strong. He grabbed the documents on the table and read them one by one. Even the words Lin Fei had said appeared in the information. How arrogant. The Eagle of the Mu Clan was very angry. The documents were tossed to the ground as well. Well said. Kill every disciple of the Mu Clan on sight. I want to see exactly where you get your confidence from. Personally taking action. The Eagle of the Mu Clan decided to take action. The Eagle of the Mu Clan didn't pay much attention to the mission given by the patriarch. It was just a young man. In front of the Mu Clan disciples, he could kill and destroy as he pleased. How arrogant could he be? The Eagle of the Mu Clan finally understood why the patriarch did not hesitate to use the projection ability to pass the news over. Lin Fei was very powerful. After thinking it through, the Eagle of the Mu Clan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I almost made a mistake. Surging Waves City. Lin Fei sat in the empty hall in silence. After killing the disciples of the Mu Clan, Lin Fei did not leave, but stayed behind. Monday and the other two, after experiencing a calamity, chose to go into seclusion to break through. Lin Fei was very surprised, so he chose to stay behind to protect them. Lin Fei did not care about time. Surging Waves City. After a few waves of experts attacked and were all killed by Lin Fei, the cities around Surging Wave City all quieted down. It was not worth it to leave one's life in Surging Wave City for 50 million true essence crystals. Lin Fei had the time to study this great cleaver art. It was very difficult for Lin Fei to be interested in ordinary martial arts. The sword art was already an earth-tier sword art. Secret arts and divine abilities were currently at the stage where he was interested. Especially this great cleaver art. The Mu clan is indeed a clan with a mystic emperor expert. Lin Fei flipped through the secret art. Apart from clans like them, it is very difficult to obtain such a powerful secret art. Lin Fei still remembered the brutality of this secret art. If it was not for the fact that the opponent was too weak and could not display its true power, Lin Fei would not have been able to deal with it so easily. If Wu Yu of the Mu clan knew of this, he might have crawled out of hell and vomited blood again. It is not that my strength is not enough, but your strength is too abnormal. After reading the secret art, Lin Fei was already shocked. This secret art was not an ordinary secret art. In the unseen world, there was a trace of the great world's aura. Lin Fei left, and when he returned, he had an extra book in his hand. This book was found in the immortal abode. Although the Arch Senfu couldn't enter, Lin Fei could enter the Senfu without any obstruction. He took out a rather old book and could vaguely see the words World Mystery on the cover. This book was equivalent to an encyclopedia with a long history. It might not be found in the continent. Lin Fei had never been wrong about his own intuition. He decisively went to Senfu to look for it. After opening it, Lin Fei started to search and wanted to understand this great secret art. It was very rare for a secret art to make him feel danger. Found it. Lin Fei stopped on one of the pages. It should be this. 3,000 Immortal Arts. Lin Fei frowned. The Great Cleaver Art is one of the 3,000 immortal arts. As he continued to read, Lin Fei felt enlightened. Then, he rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, he was strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed when encountering these 3,000 immortal arts. The 3,000 immortal arts originated from the heaven realm. Each immortal art was equivalent to a cultivation path. The stronger one was, the more powerful the 3,000 immortal arts would be. The reason why Lin Fei felt danger was because of these 3,000 immortal arts. The Great Cleaver Art was a terrifying killer move. It could cut through anything and was omnipotent. It could be called a truly terrifying killer move. The only pity was that after the Heaven Realm's chaos, the 3,000 immortal arts were scattered all over the place. This place naturally referred to the 3,000 small worlds. The Shentian continent was one of these small worlds. Luckily, I didn't miss the Great Cleaver Art. Lin Fei laughed. The Mu clan disciple gifted me an immortal art. I have to thank him for giving me a powerful immortal art. It's like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei knew very well that it was already very valuable to be able to obtain a 3,000 immortal art. Cultivate the 3,000 immortal art, Great Cleaver Art. One of the 3,000 immortal arts. Lin Fei was extremely excited. He immediately opened the system. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for learning one of the 3,000 immortal arts, Great Cleaver Art. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for unlocking the 3,000 immortal arts. Ding! Congratulations to player Lin Fei for obtaining a Great Cleaver Art. Reward, 5 million points. Chapter 400. Discovered 3,000 celestial arts and activated the 3,000 celestial arts quest. Lin Fei was very surprised and very excited. The 3,000 celestial arts would trigger the system's reward quest, and it was not an ordinary quest. The reward was too generous. Lin Fei's understanding of the great cleaving technique was only limited to the fact that this secret technique was very dangerous. He subconsciously understood and investigated it. Unexpectedly, there was another universe in this secret technique, which was unbelievable. This secret technique was one of the 3,000 celestial arts scattered from the heaven realm. No wonder it gave off a dangerous aura. A 3,000 celestial arts rewards 5 million points. If the number of celestial arts continues to increase, I'm afraid the points will be even more. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. Now that I have 20 million points, maybe I can find something good. A few days ago, for more than 200,000 points, he was chased for thousands of miles. Now that his points had reached around 20 million, even Lin Fei was amazed by this change. 20 million points was enough for Lin Fei to do many things without worrying about points. Great cleaving technique. Lin Fei moved his hands and made a mysterious seal. Because it was his first time, the speed was naturally much slower. Whoosh! Lin Fei could only see a white arc sweep across. The Divine Eye skill was activated, and the Divine Eye appeared between his eyebrows. In the Divine Eye, the speed slowed down and he could see very clearly. Everything was as fragile as tofu in front of the great cleaving technique. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. The invincible sword intent was powerful, but in front of the 3,000 celestial arts, the gap was still very big. As expected of the 3,000 celestial arts of the heaven realm. The word celestial was infinitely profound. If I use the great cleaving technique now, the unlucky ones will definitely be the disciples of the Mu clan. Although it was Lin Fei's first time using it. The difference between before and after was easy to compare. The disciples of the Mu clan were far inferior to him, whether it was power or endurance. After the great cleaving technique, the hall where Lin Fei was almost half in ruins. Even with the protection of the runes on the stone pillars, it was still very easy to cut melons and vegetables in front of the 3,000 celestial arts. Whoosh! In the sky above Kanglang City, silhouettes suddenly appeared and gathered in the sky. At this moment, 20 to 30 people appeared. All of them were brimming with killing intent. The leader of the group looked down at Kanglang City with killing intent in his eyes. Brother Feiying, that brat Lin Fei is in the main hall. In next to no time, a figure flew out, and it was obviously a scout of the Mu clan. Well done. Mu clan's flying eagle looked down. Who would have thought that the person that the clan leader personally ordered to be captured was in this city? He didn't run, didn't hide, and just swaggered around. Who's going to challenge him? Brother Feiying, I'll go. A bald man stood out. This person was Xu Ji, a disciple of the Mu clan's vassal dynasty. Mu Feiying nodded. This time, in order to capture Lin Fei, he had specially brought all the experts. The weakest was at the middle stage of the Mystic Emperor realm, while the strongest was at the peak of the Mystic Ancestor realm. Almost all of them were Mystic Ancestors. Shuji flew to the sky above Kanglang City. With a flash of his body, he used the 3 heads 6 arms divine ability. This kind of divine ability could be found everywhere in the Mystic Sky continent. After using the 3 heads 6 arms divine ability, Shuji's 6 hands grabbed 6 low-grade true treasures and fiercely attacked Kanglang City. Peng, peng, peng. The entire Kanglang City shook as if there was an earthquake. The sturdy city walls collapsed, revealing sections of gaps. The huge buildings also collapsed, turning Kanglang City into ruins. All kinds of panicked and shocked voices were heard. Lin Fei, get the hell out here, get the hell out here. Loud rumbling sounds echoed in the sky above Kanglang City. Revenge is here. The Mu clan is here for revenge. Lin Fei is dead this time. Xu Ji used the 3 heads 6 arms divine ability again. Kanglang City once again welcomed a wave of calamity. He didn't care about the lives of the disciples below. With 6 low-grade true treasures activated, how could Kanglang City defend against it? After seeing the group of experts, the people who were alarmed decisively chose to shut up and leave Kanglang City. Just the 6 low-grade true treasures were enough to instantly kill them. Lin Fei soared into the sky and appeared in the sky, looking at the opposite party from afar. I killed a few brats a few days ago, but I didn't expect you guys to come to die so soon. Lin Fei looked at the group of people in front of him. Seems like you Mu clan disciples are all in a hurry to die. Lin Fei was originally refining the Zhen Yuan crystal, and after being disturbed, his mood was naturally not good. Therefore, he didn't speak much. You brat, you sure have guts. Eat my stick first. Shuji had been looking for a chance to show off, and today, he finally found a chance to show off. He had already noticed the anger on Fei Ying's face, so he decisively attacked. Without hesitation, Shuji attacked. Body refiners had 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 low-grade true treasures smashed down with a shocking momentum, and a sharp aura rushed towards Lin Fei's head. Shuji's realm was not high, only late Mystic Emperor. After using 3 heads and 6 arms, His battle prowess jumped to early Mystic Ancestor, which was several times stronger than ordinary early Mystic Ancestor level Qi refiners. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line, as if he was smiling. These low-grade true treasures are all mine. Divine ability, 5 thunders. Lin Fei opened his divine eyes, and the sky darkened. Rumble. Lightning struck down, landing on Shuji's body, emitting a burning smell. This was not ordinary lightning, but divine lightning. How could the 5 thunders cultivated by Fiend God Elder and be some scrap metal on the streets? This is Elder An's divine ability. Fei Ying exclaimed, Shuji, run. This is divine lightning, you can't fight it head-on. As a fiend god, Elder An had lived for more than 50,000 years, and some divine abilities were recorded in the Mu clan. These divine abilities were very difficult to learn. 5 thunders was one of them. Fei Ying was lucky enough to see it and learn it, but he only learned a little. As soon as Lin Fei used it, he immediately saw it. Rumble tilde tilde rumble tilde tilde lightning flashed incessantly, and the terrifying aura made people not dare to interfere. Dang, 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 dang tilde each bolt of lightning was repelled by Shuji. However, there were simply too many bolts of lightning. Even a body refiner with 3 heads and 6 arms was instantly reduced to ash by the 5 lightning bombardment. Before they could react, the 6 low-grade true treasures had already fallen into Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei lacked these kinds of true treasures the most. Low-grade true treasures required several million Jinyuan crystals, or even tens of millions of Jinyuan crystals. 6 low-grade true treasures were equivalent to tens of millions of Jinyuan crystals. This was all money, and Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss it. He had 3 heads and 6 arms, and he was still lacking in true treasures. These low-grade true treasures were not high quality, and Lin Fei could make do with them. Mosquito meat was mosquito meat, okay? Brat, I'll deal with you. Fei Ying's face sank. He was not surprised that one of his subordinates was killed by the 5 thunders. However, he was even more curious about Lin Fei. How could this brat learn Elder An's divine ability? This was a divine ability from the Fiend God era, and even he had a little grasp of it. In the Mu clan, those who truly learned the 5 thunders could be counted on one hand. With a wave of his hand, another early-stage profound ancestor expert attacked. Universe Great World. The moment the newcomer made a move, he immediately used his trump card. A small world appeared above Lin Fei's head. Inside the small world, there were mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, beasts, and everything else. It was truly a small world. This was a spatial true treasure that could suck people in and suppress them. The moment the small world appeared, a huge whirlpool sucked in Lin Fei at an unbelievably fast speed. Hu Jun, your universe great world is still the strongest. You suppressed Lin Fei as soon as you attacked. The people who came together congratulated Hu Jun. Capturing Lin Fei was tantamount to making a great contribution to Fei Ying of the Mu clan. Hu Jun flew out and took back the universe great world. This true treasure was a picture scroll. On the surface, there were mountains, rivers, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas. Those who did not know would mistake it for an ordinary picture. In fact, this was a very powerful spatial true treasure. Hu Jun did not take it seriously. There was no need to make such a big fuss over a brat. He could suppress him as soon as he attacked. Puff tilde a long spear broke through the air and pierced Hu Jun's body. Under Hu Jun's shock, the universe great world was torn open, and Lin Fei flew out from it. He waved his hand again, and a black spear fell down. Hu Jun's head was pierced by the spear, and then a damaged spatial true treasure was left behind. Punishment spear. Fei Ying of the Mu clan's eyes twitched as he stared at the lazy young man in front of him. Fei Ying of the Mu clan remembered these 2 divine powers. They were both the strongest divine powers of the Fiend God Elder An. He was already shocked in his heart. How could a bumpkin cultivate divine powers? He was just a bumpkin. Lin Fei did use the divine powers left by Elder An, and they were the most domineering ones. You are knowledgeable. Lin Fei said with a smile, are you surprised? I used the divine powers of your Mu clan to kill your people. Later, I will use this spear to kill all of you one by one. The experts brought by Fei Ying of the Mu clan were all far stronger than those of the same realm. They died one after another, a body refiner and a chi refiner. Good, good, no wonder you dare to attack our Mu clan disciples. You are quite capable. Fei Ying of the Mu clan sneered, I wonder if you still have the guts to say this under the dragon locking formation. Fei Ying of the Mu clan came personally, so he was naturally well prepared. Whoosh tilde the people behind him flew out and quickly formed a large formation. Roar tilde the moment the formation was formed, it was like a giant dragon rolling up and down. It was terrifying and immediately made Lin Fei feel danger. Bang tilde the dragon swung its tail, and the sound of it breaking through the air was shocking. No matter how strong Lin Fei is, you are not a match for the dragon locking formation. Fei Ying of the Mu clan sneered. This dragon locking formation was similar to a demon weapon. When its combat power was gathered, even a mystique venerable would have to retreat. Chapter 401. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan and Emperor Hao Tian for their tips, and Rainbow Dragon for his monthly votes. In the sky above surging Waves City. The battle was still going on. To the people outside the city, the power of the skills made them look at each other. They were shocked by Lin Fei. 2 skills, he killed 2 people one after another, and they were at the profound Grandmaster level. Now that the Mu family's formation was out, they didn't know if they could stop it or if they would be killed by the Mu family disciples. Bang, bang, bang tilde under the dragon lock formation, everyone's combat power was 1. With every attack, the void kept collapsing, and ruins were left in surging Wave City. It was a terrifying scene. Punishment spear. Lin Fei grabbed with one hand, and a black spear appeared out of thin air. Punishment characters appeared on the black spear, jumping up and down, giving off a punishing aura. Roar tilde the black spear transformed into a black dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It bared its fangs and claws, and with a swipe of its tail, it pierced through the void and slashed down on the dragon locking formation. Punishment spear was indeed a powerful skill from the era of gods and demons. With just one dragon claw, the dragon lock formation loosened. Everyone's chi and blood were in chaos, and their formation was almost broken. They felt terrified. The locking dragon formation that they had set up could not block a single claw from the other party, which made them lose all face. Charge. The dragon locking formation quickly stabilized, and it continuously rammed into the black dragon's body, barely managing to break the punishment spears. The black dragon's body moved, and it charged at Lin Fei. They didn't want to give Lin Fei another chance, so they planned to use their strongest attack to finish him off. Their dragon lock formation can't really unify its power. It seems they haven't trained this formation for long. Lin Fei experienced that attack. A single dragon claw almost made them collapse. Then I'll deal with it with force. Lin Fei was able to see through the spear punishment divine ability. Punishment spear, punish all resistance. Lin Fei's aura changed. He pushed out with both hands, and the punishment spear appeared in his hands. Swish, swish, swish tilde when the first skill appeared, they were very confident. Skills consumed true yuan and couldn't be used more than once. After the second divine ability, their expressions began to change. Third, fourth. After 10 consecutive spears, they were already in a state of panic. Block it, quickly block it. Block with all your strength. The black dragon whizzed over, and the punishing aura filled the air. The black dragons had already left them aghast. This time, a total of 10 black dragons attacked at the same time. The first attack caused everyone's blood chi to surge within the dragon lock formation. Bang bang bang. The black dragon continued to attack. Within the dragon locking formation, everyone coughed up blood, their eyes filled with disbelief. Boom. Under the dense barrage of attacks, the dragon ceiling formation shattered, and all the cultivators inside were sent flying. The weaker ones were pierced to death by the punishment spears. The powerful dragon locking formation lost its effect. The flying eagle of the Mu clan suddenly became a lone commander, without any helpers by his side. Impossible. How can your Jin Yuan be so dense? The flying eagle of the Mu clan cried out involuntarily once again. He found it hard to believe the scene before his eyes. He had unleashed his divine ability 10 times at once. This was unprecedented. The Grand Dragon Lock formation was a combination formation of the Mu clan, and it was a very famous combination formation in the Xiantian continent. The dragon locking formation cultivated by the clan for 10,000 people. The dragon locking formation that the Flying Eagle of the Mu clan asked them to practice was actually a simplified version of the clan. Its combat power was still very strong, but he didn't expect that this Lin Fei's Jin Yuan would be so dense that he could continuously unleash this divine ability, the Punishment Spear. After using this divine ability a few times, it should be enough. The Lin Fei in front of him didn't seem to use any Jin Yuan at all. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan was about to go crazy. I said that I will kill any Mu clan disciple I see. If I see one, I will kill one. If I see a pair, I will kill a pair. Lin Fei said indifferently, I believe that after I kill you, most of your Mu clan disciples in the dynasty battlefield will be dead. Go. The punishment spear pierced through the void and appeared directly in front of the Flying Eagle of the Mu clan. The huge dragon claw flashed with cold light as it swiped down. This attack was too fast and too fierce. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan's eyebrows twitched violently as he retreated rapidly. A green wooden shield appeared in front of him, and the wooden shield turned into a huge forest that covered the sky. Every time the black dragon attacked, large swathes of trees would be destroyed. After the destruction, large swathes of trees would be restored, holding the black dragon back. This was a mid-grade true treasure of the Flying Eagle of the Mu clan. This person must be killed. The divine ability left by Great Marquis and has fallen into his hands. In addition, his Jin Yuan is so dense. This kind of person cannot be left alive. If the Mu clan disciples encounter him, who knows how many will die in his hands. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan made up his mind. Immediately, something that looked like a long cannon appeared on his shoulder. This was a miniature version of the Jin Yuan cannon. Boom! A red beam of light with a destructive aura landed on the black dragon, shattering it on the spot. The second shot went straight for Lin Fei's face. The water flame lotus blocked it, and the 16 layers of lotus leaves shattered one by one, blocking most of the power. However, it still landed on Lin Fei's body. This is the Jin Yuan cannon, a weapon of war worth tens of millions. The Mu clan is so rich. With a thought, the wounds on Lin Fei's body recovered rapidly. In one breath, dozens of Jin Yuan beams appeared in front of him. It turned out that in order to kill Lin Fei, the Flying Eagle of the Mu clan didn't hesitate to use all his Jin Yuan. His face was pale. You're dead. Let's see how you block it. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan sneered. Even body cultivators can't say they can block it. The Jin Yuan cannon attacked with full force. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan was full of confidence. He didn't believe that his opponent's Jin Yuan was still so dense. He must be at the end of his rope and was just holding on. Haha, I, Lin Fei, have the final say in my life. Even the heavens can't take my life. Lin Fei laughed. In front of absolute strength, the Jin Yuan cannon is nothing. Great cutting art. Lin Fei quickly formed one seal after another. A vast aura descended from the sky and turned into a sharp aura. Under the influence of this aura, cracks appeared in the void. From a deeper look, one could see that the deep layers of the void had been sliced open by this aura. How did you learn the great cutting art? The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan's eyebrows jumped again, and his eyes widened. This was clearly the great cutting art of the clan. How could a country bumpkin like him learn it in such a short time? It was impossible. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan hadn't learned the great cutting art, but he saw it in the hands of the enemy. Its power was even greater than what he had seen, and it was even more ferocious. He felt that the heavens were playing a big joke on him. The great cutting art was a treasure of the clan, and now it was being used against him. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan was distracted, and the Jin Yuan beams were cut off one by the great cutting art. In a single exchange, these Jin Yuan beams dissipated, losing their offensive power. No, I won't die. The Flying Eagle of the Mu clan roared. Defensive treasures appeared in front of him one after another, and he retreated rapidly. The great cutting art was one of the 3,000 immortal arts. Chapter 402. Once the great slicer art was used, The result was already decided. There was no need to think about it. Mu Wuyu had unleashed the Great Slicer art, and Lin Fei had sensed a dangerous aura. Furthermore, this 3,000 immortal art had come from Lin Fei. The system had even issued a bounty for the 3,000 immortal arts. One could imagine how precious they were. Mu family eagle died to the Great Slicer art. If it was someone else, just the defensive treasure alone would be enough to give them a headache. They wouldn't have been able to kill him so easily. Unfortunately, the eagle was unlucky to have encountered Lin Fei, who just so happened to have mastered the Great Slicer art. This was one of the 3,000 immortal arts, also known to be unstoppable and capable of slicing through the void. When used by a true expert, its power would be hundreds of times greater than Lin Fei's. This was the true Great Slicer art. The eagle's defensive treasure was indeed useless in front of it. 3,000 immortal arts, one immortal. Naturally, its power was extraordinary. What a waste of so many treasures. Lin Fei shook his head. Great Slicer technique. This 3,000 immortal technique is indeed very powerful. Unfortunately, its destructive power is simply too great. Even true treasures are not spared. With just one 3,000 immortal technique, all true treasures are destroyed. Lin Fei coveted the defensive treasures from before. Since he couldn't enter the Grand Emperor's immortal abode, all the good stuff in the immortal abode outside had been plundered. Lin Fei didn't have many true treasures in his hands. Almost all of them were obtained from killing people. Destroying so many true treasures in one go was truly painful. True treasures that came from the Mu clan were stronger than ordinary ones, and were even more precious. Collect. The remnant killing intent was collected by Lin Fei with the art. The remaining treasures were collected as well, cleaning up the battlefield. As for the warriors around Surging Wave City, they were all dumbfounded. The Mu family had brought so many experts, but almost all of them had been wiped out. This was beyond their imagination. Naturally, no one wanted to fight for the corpses and spoils of war on the ground. Lin Fei had left an indelible impression in their hearts. Unless they could overcome it, no matter how strong they became in the future, once they encountered Lin Fei, their combat power would be reduced by a few percent, and a few percent of their strength would be enough to determine their life and death. Junior brother Lin Fei, this is? Monday and the others rushed out and looked at the bloody scene outside, feeling quite shocked. What kind of battle had happened? There were ruins everywhere, and it was impossible to tell that this was a city. Lin Fei chuckled. It's fine. They're just a bunch of brats. I've already taken care of them. Monday and the others gasped. If he was a little brat, then what were they? He couldn't even be counted as an ant, right? They didn't ask any more questions as they already had their own guesses. Lin Fei glanced at them and smiled. I didn't expect you to break through so quickly. It seems like we can set off now. In a short time, with the true essence crystals provided by Lin Fei, Monday and the others broke through again. The Mystic King realm wasn't a difficult realm to cross. The three of them didn't have bad aptitudes. With the help of the true essence crystals, their cultivation naturally improved by leaps and bounds. Monday and the other two had already reached the Mystic King intermediate stage. In a few more days, they might be able to break through to the Mystic King late stage. With the true essence treasures in their hands, they wouldn't have to fear anyone in the same realm. They could even fight against an early profound emperor. With cultivation resources like true essence crystals, the realm wouldn't be a problem. Mu family. Mu family's Chang Tian was reading a book leisurely. If one were to look carefully, one could see that his brows were slightly furrowed. He seemed to be troubled and couldn't concentrate on reading. Patriarch, they failed. The person pushed open the door. In the ancestral hall, their life tablets were shattered. After the incident with Mu family's Chang Tian arranged for people to pay special attention and report anything. Mu family's Chang Tian was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with disappointment. They still failed. It seems like Lin Fei is very powerful. If it wasn't for the protector that even Mystic the Arch didn't dare to enter the dynasty battlefield, there wouldn't be such trouble. Unfortunately, they are too disappointing. They couldn't even complete a small matter for the family. Mu family's Chang Tian didn't care about the dead Mu family disciples. The Mu family was such a big family. It didn't matter if some clansman died. As long as a big family had Mystic the Archpatriarch, the glory of the family would be passed down for 10,000 years. No one would care about a few Mu family disciples. If they died, then they died. They were useless. Mu family's Chang Tian rubbed his forehead and knocked on the table. His voice echoed in the room. This matter is a little difficult. Even Flower the Archpatriarch doesn't dare to attack the Protector. Previously, I used my projection to arrange for the assassination. They already have their eyes on me. I shouldn't be able to attack Lin Fei for a while. Mu family's Chang Tian had to complete the mission of killing Lin Fei. If we can't kill Lin Fei now, we can only wait for the dynasty war to end. Mu family's Chang Tian stopped. Once the dynasty war ends, Lin Fei will definitely die. I will let you live for a few more days. Unless one was a heaven immortal expert, no one would dare to head to the dynasty war. There was once Mystic the Archpatriarch who fell in the dynasty war. From then on, no one dared to underestimate the dynasty war. That was why Flower the Archpatriarch left. Make the arrangements. Keep a close eye on Lin Fei. Mu family's Chang Tian stood up. He was prepared to make a trip to Flower the Archpatriarch to report the situation. He didn't want to leave a bad impression. Lin Fei wiped out all the Mu family disciples in exchange for a short period of leisure. This was something that he didn't expect. As one went deeper into the dynasty war, the number of cities decreased. Demonic beasts gathered, increasing the difficulty. White skeletons could be seen from time to time. No one knew how long they had been dead for. They were once geniuses, but they couldn't escape the fate of death. Just like what was said before, the danger of the dynasty war exceeded one's imagination. If it was just for training, the dynasty war was a good place. But if one wanted to force their way in, their lives would be in danger. In a short 10 days, it went from being filled with people to becoming sparse. Demonic beasts gathered, forming many barriers that prevented them from reaching the true dynasty war. The dynasty war was huge and the demonic beasts formed barriers. The dynasty disciples attacked from all directions, so naturally, there weren't many of them. This trial was the most challenging one. Only by passing this stage would one have the right to enter the dynasty war. Their current performance would attract the attention of everyone. If they were lucky, they might be chosen. As for which sect, it would depend on their luck. Follow behind me. Don't leave 1,000 feet radius from me. Lin Fei looked at the demonic energy in front of him. He turned around and said to them. Within 1,000 feet radius, he could protect them. Before they met the demonic beast barrier, the demonic energy surged into the sky and gathered together. The sky turned black and one could see it clearly from afar. If one's heart wasn't stable, demonic energy would affect one's combat strength. We got it. Monday, Yunxiang, and Autumn Moon Fairy said at the same time. If they hadn't been training along the way, they wouldn't have been so calm after sensing the demonic energy. I didn't expect the true test of the dynasty war to be so terrifying. Monday looked at the demonic energy and sighed. The demonic beasts ahead are even stronger than before. I can already feel how strong they are. I'm afraid that this stage will eliminate a lot of people. How many of them will be able to leave this place alive? Who knows, they might end up dying in the mouths of the yarrow beasts or become fertilizer for the dynasty's battlefield, Yunxiang said. This selection method removes the rough and leaves the good. Only those who can pass are the true experts. Autumn Moon Fairy's face was filled with shock. If it wasn't for Lin Fei, they would have been suppressed by the demonic energy. They knew that even if they passed, they might not be able to become disciples. They weren't strong, and if they met a true expert, they would be the ones to die. To be able to witness such a grand scene, they had no regrets in their lives. At the same time, at the end of the 10,000-kilometer demonic beast barrier was a boundary. A huge city appeared within the boundary. It was larger than all the cities outside and had a majestic aura. This was the true core of the dynasty war. At this moment, in the center of the huge city, black platforms floated in the air. These platforms were thousands of feet tall and looked like mountains at first glance. Above this high platform sat many powerhouses who were exuding powerful auras. Each of them was extremely powerful. At a glance, almost all of them were at the profound sage level, which meant that they were all martial saints. On the Xiantian continent, martial saints were the true powerhouses. They were almost at the peak of the continent. After all, the mystic emperor was one of the few who could break through. The Xiantian continent had the most powerhouses at the profound sage level. Those who could appear here today were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Aside from their own extraordinary strength, they all had a large sect behind them. They were super sects that could shake the continent with a stomp of their feet. These profound sages and mystique venerable rank powerhouses chatted with the people nearby. From time to time, their gazes would fall on the highest seat on the high platform, which was the seat of the mystic emperor. The mystic emperor was the top powerhouse of this continent. Everyone who could break through to the mystic emperor realm was a person with great luck, so they were the center of attention. The mystic emperor constantly emitted an emperor-level aura. Sometimes, a word or a pointer could benefit them immensely, even allowing them to break through the barrier and become a mystic emperor ancestor. When the three figures landed, everyone, regardless of whether they were profound sages or mystique venerables, stood up and greeted the three mystic emperors. After the three mystic theurches came down, they exchanged greetings with the crowd. One of the white-robed mystic theurches flicked his finger, and a huge light screen appeared in the sky above the plaza. The movement outside the demonic beast barrier was reflected on the screen, and everything could be seen clearly. This was to allow the various sects to unearth disciples belonging to their own sects. Attacking the demonic beast barrier had become the first stage of the assessment. Those who succeeded would successfully pass the preliminary round. Those who failed would become food for the demonic beasts. It was that simple. Chapter 403. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs Feiyang, Divine Emperor Hao Tian. I wonder how many geniuses will be born in the dynasty this year. In the last dynasty war, there were no less than 20 to 30 geniuses. Now, all of them have improved by leaps and bounds. We have to pick one this year no matter what. That goes without saying. Genius disciples are the core strength of the sect. If they have the potential to become celestial immortals, they will definitely bring glory to the sect. HMPH, celestial immortals? How many genius disciples can become geniuses? Celestial immortals are hard, but itinerant immortals are easy. In the last 100 years, countless genius disciples became itinerant immortals, but not a single celestial immortal. The discussions on the high platform continued as they searched for genius disciples or dynasty disciples with the potential to become sects. The number of genius disciples was limited, and with the gathering of super sects, it was as difficult as Mystic Emperor becoming a celestial immortal. They could only lower their requirements and focus on the genius disciples. They were the main targets. On the plaza, the light screen moved, projecting the battle scene in front of everyone. This kid is not bad. He is a body cultivator. A profound Emperor Realm demon killed a vine demon with an iron fist. He is worth nurturing. Body cultivator is nothing. See this young man? He has already cultivated the Earth Dao and is undefeatable against demonic beasts. What's so great about one Dao? The Earth Dao is too weak. This young man is powerful. The Thunder Dao is much more powerful than the Earth Dao. Following the appearance of the demonic beast barrier, young experts emerged one after another from all four directions, revealing their own talents. They were like resplendent stars. On the east side of the demonic beast barrier, one could see dynasty disciples fighting against demonic beasts from time to time. Behind them were demonic beast corpses. Die. Lin Fei swept out with his sword, cutting the three-eyed demonic beast in front of him in half at the waist, leaving a pool of blood on the ground. Once the demonic beast died, people rushed up and dug out the demon core. These three were naturally Monday and the others. If we have enough time, these demonic beast fur can be used to make armors. Monday shook his head regretfully. The demon core is enough. Yunxiang smiled. This demonic beast barrier is really powerful. The demonic beasts come wave after wave. It's really terrifying. In the end, junior brother Lin Fei is the best. These demonic beasts look powerful, but they can't even withstand a single sword attack. Autumn Moon Fairy was no longer cold, and her tone was filled with admiration. Be careful, another group of demonic beasts is coming. Lin Fei's ears twitched. The aura of demonic beasts filled the air. It was a group of powerful demonic beasts. Lin Fei was already used to the attacks of demonic beasts ever since he charged into the demonic beast barrier. It had to be said that this demonic beast barrier was filled with countless demonic beasts. Each wave of demonic beasts was stronger than the last. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a demonic beast barrier, they would definitely be in grave danger. The dynasty battlefield was a very cruel and bloody test. However, the benefits were obvious. Lin Fei constantly killed and absorbed the baneful auras. He gained new insights into the Tao of Sword Immortals. Of course, Lin Fei would not miss the opportunity to hunt demonic beasts without fear. However, he controlled his strength to be above average, which was enough to deal with demonic beasts. This time, my Tao of Sword Immortals will definitely have a huge improvement. Lin Fei was very satisfied. The more demonic beasts, the better. They are all experience points and essence force. Lin Fei was having a great time killing. Monday and the rest were also having a great time collecting the demon cores. No one would be unhappy with such a good thing. A total of 10 days passed. Lin Fei and the dynasty disciples were fighting hard in the demonic beast barrier. When the sun rose again, everyone was exhausted. The demonic beast army in front of them had disappeared, and they were all in a huge plaza. There were many floating platforms around the plaza, and it was majestic and grand. Congratulations on completing the first stage of the test. You have officially obtained the right to participate. The white-robed mystic the Arch stood up, and his loud voice sounded in everyone's heart. The crowd, who were originally at a loss, all quietened down when the voice sounded. The plaza was completely silent. Mystic the Arch, this person must be the Mystic the Arch. Lin Fei was truly shocked. He secretly sent out a scout, and his mouth opened slightly. A big boss. This is the real big boss. With a scout, the white-robed mystic Theacher's body was floating with gold. This was the first time Lin Fei saw gold. Lin Fei immediately thought of the big boss in the game. Apart from the big boss, there was no other reason. I wonder what kind of rewards I will get from killing such a big boss. Lin Fei guessed. I'm afraid there will be a large amount of experience points, top-notch treasures, points, and essence force. In the entire plaza, perhaps only Lin Fei dared to think like this. The white-robed mystic the Arch waved his hand again, and green raindrops fell under the sun. The fatigued dynasty disciples were swept away, and they became energetic and full of vitality. Everyone revealed a shocked expression. Lin Fei found that when the green raindrops fell on his body, his essence, qi, and spirit were restored to their peak. The veritable essence that he had lost was also restored at this moment. He was shocked again. As expected of a big boss. Just one move and it restored the strength of tens of thousands of people in the plaza. This kind of great power and method could only be achieved by someone at the Mystic Theacher's level. The Mystic Venerables and profound sages on the high platform were also savoring it. In 2 hours, the dynasty war will officially begin. The white-robed mystic the Arch waved his hand again, and pieces of jade appeared and fell into everyone's hands. The rules of the dynasty war are recorded in detail in the jade. You can take a look. 2 hours was not long, but it was not short either. Lin Fei found that everyone around him was looking at the jade, injecting their veritable essence into it to see the contents. With one look, Lin Fei's mouth curled into an arc. It was clearly a smile. I didn't think that the dynasty war would choose this method. Using points to decide who to join the sect. I like this method. It turned out that the dynasty war was not carried out in the plaza, but in a small world called the Sanguine Hell. Points were used to measure the proof of joining a sect. Points were obtained from the blood demons in the Sanguine Hell. Killing a blood demon would earn 1 crystal stone, and 1 crystal stone counted as 1 point. In addition to killing blood demons, the second method was to obtain points from the dynasty disciples. They would kill each other and snatch points. This was the real competition. Killing blood demons would not reveal one's strength, but snatching points would definitely be a frenzied massacre. It was even more dangerous than the demonic beast barrier. The more points one accumulated, the higher the chance of being selected by a super sect. If one had fewer points, they would naturally not be able to get in. Snatching points would be the most intense part. It was unknown how many of the dynasty disciples would survive in the end. No one could tell. Chapter 404. Other than introducing the dynasty wars, the Jade Stone also introduced the corresponding sects in detail. This was the most important part, and it was clear at a glance. The competition for points and the dynasty wars were all for the sake of setting off the sects behind them. The purpose of fighting to the death was to join a good sect. Everyone was here for this dream. Who didn't want to join a powerful sect and become a member to bring honor to their ancestors? Lin Fei attached great importance to the sect as it concerned his life during this period of time. Mu clan, Mystic the Arch-Patriarch, at least 3 or 4 patriarchs, and an itinerant immortal expert. Lin Fei had no choice but to reconsider the matter of the sect. There were rumors in the outside world that other than Mystic the Arch-Patriarch, the Mu clan had another super expert itinerant immortal. If the Mystic the Arch didn't pass the tribulation successfully, he would be an itinerant immortal and would still be an expert on the continent. No one knew whether the Mu clan had an itinerant immortal or not. There were all kinds of rumors in the outside world. If you believed it, there would be. If you didn't believe it, there wouldn't be. Lin Fei chose to believe it. There were a few mystic theatres, and there might even be an itinerant immortal. Knowing the sect in advance was a good thing for Lin Fei. There was no need to worry about which sect to join. Only Lin Fei could think of such an idea. Before the dynasty wars started, he had already decided which sect to join. This kind of person was either arrogant and ignorant, or he was confident and determined. Lin Fei naturally belonged to the latter. He was confident and determined, and no one could stop him. Lin Fei had to find a big sect for himself, a sect that the Mu clan feared. This was the most important thing at the moment. Knowing some sects in advance undoubtedly gave Lin Fei a good choice. He didn't need to be in a hurry and worry about this and that. I didn't expect the sects on the continent to be divided like this. Looking at the information, Lin Fei was stunned by the division of sects. It turned out that sects could be divided like this. The information in the Jade Stone introduced the sects in detail, and those who didn't understand would understand at a glance. The sects on the continent were divided into a total of 9 grades. Among them, the 9th rank sects were the weakest, while the 1st rank sects were the strongest. The 9 ranks of sects were divided according to their strength. Lin Fei was surprised to see that the lowest rank was a 9th rank sect. A 9th grade sect needs a mysterious king to oversee it. The Divine Martial sect should be a small 9th grade sect. Lin Fei, who had always been unclear about the classification of the Divine Martial sect, finally knew the grade of the Divine Martial sect. A 9th grade sect, a low-ranked sect. 1st rank sects needed loose immortals to oversee them, and they needed to have at least 10 loose immortals. Only then could they be considered as truly great sects on the continent. They were the giants that could stomp their feet on the continent. Only 10 loose immortals and above can be considered a rank 1 sect. Impressive. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Starting from a 5th grade sect, there must be a profound sage and a mystic emperor overseeing it. It's truly terrifying. For the first time, Lin Fei witnessed the true power of a great sect. A sect with a mystic emperor and a profound sage overseeing it would have several top experts. As for the sects above the 5th grade, they were the truly great sects. They had the power to speak in the Shentian continent. As for the others, they could only show off their might within the dynasty. If I join a rank 1 sect, I'm afraid the Mu clan can only stare at me helplessly. They won't dare to do anything to me. Lin Fei thought, 2nd and 3rd grade sects are not bad. These sects all have loose immortals overseeing them. Unfortunately, in terms of influence, they are not as great as a rank 1 sect. They are not what I need. Lin Fei already had his eyes on a rank 1 sect. Only such a great sect would allow him to not be affected by the outside world for the next period of time. He would be able to peacefully level up and break through. No matter how strong the Mu clan was, they wouldn't dare to attack a rank 1 sect. At most, they would secretly send assassins. By that time, he would be able to deal with them. There was no need to worry about assassins. A sect would buy him enough time to train. My goal is a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei continued looking and found the sect that corresponded to the points. In the Jade Stone, not only did it clearly introduce the sect, but it also linked the points and the sect. It was clear at a glance. Sects with points started from rank 5. As for the later ones, it was not shown. In the battlefield of the Empire Dynasty, the sect that could choose its disciples would not be too low. It was reasonable for a rank 5 sect to start from rank 5. As expected of a rank 5 sect. The requirement for points is so high. It actually requires 3000 to 6000 points. Bloody hell was rich in blood demons. Their strength was unknown. A rank 5 sect required 3000 points and above. Lin Fei did not think it would be so easy. It would definitely be difficult. Lin Fei continued looking. 6000 to 9000 points, a 4th grade sect. 9000 to 12,000 points, 3rd grade sect. 12,000 to 15,000 points, rank 2 sect. 15,000 points and above, rank 1 sect. Lin Fei furrowed his brows when he saw the points for a grade 1 sect. Then, he let out a bitter smile. A grade 1 sect really isn't easy to enter. 15,000 points. It's really not easy. Lin Fei understood that it was destined to be a massacre, a crazy massacre. Especially for those genius disciples, they would definitely aim to enter a rank 1 sect. If they did not have enough points, they could only keep robbing and killing. Only then would they have the chance to enter a rank 1 sect. Lin Fei did not pay attention to what was behind the rank 1 sects. His goal was to enter a rank 1 sect. There were a total of 5 rank 1 sects to choose from. There was a detailed introduction on the Jade Stone. Anyone would have a basic understanding of the 5 rank 1 sects. Rank 1 sect, 1000 Chance sect. Rank 1 sect, WAN Show sect. Rank 1 sect, Saber sect. Rank 1 sect, God of Sword sect. Rank 1 sect, Xiao Yarrow sect. There were 5 rank 1 sects to choose from. Lin Fei was still shocked. The 5 rank 1 sects all had simple introductions. The 1000 Chance sect was a special sect. They cultivated the Tao of puppets and formations. The WN Show sect cultivated the Tao of battle pets and the human wave attack. The Saber sect cultivated the Tao of the saber. This sect had given birth to a few Saber emperors. Every Saber emperor had unparalleled combat abilities. The God of Sword sect cultivated the Tao of the sword. They were not any weaker than the Saber sect. The Xiao Yarrow sect cultivated the Tao of freedom. They pursued the Tao of freedom. Lin Fei was thinking about which sect to choose. The rank 1 sects were very attractive. The requirement to join a rank 1 sect was to have 10 rogue immortals. Lin Fei would only have a real backer if he joined one of these sects. I cultivate the Tao of the sword immortal. This 1000 Chance sect and the 1000 Beast sect are not suitable for me. I can eliminate the Saber sect and the Carefree sect as well. What's left is the Divine Sword sect. Just the name sounds awesome. I wonder if the Divine Sword sect has anyone cultivating the Tao of the sword immortal. Lin Fei leaned towards the God of Sword sect. He cultivated the Tao of the sword immortal. Naturally, he had to join the God of Sword sect. After all, the other rank 1 sects were not suitable for him. Soon, Lin Fei decided that he would join the God of Sword sect. 15,000 points. I'll show some of my strength. I want to join the God of Sword sect too. Lin Fei licked his lips. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. 15,000 points was destined to be a massacre. In order to join a rank 1 sect, Lin Fei did not care how many people would die in the war. It had nothing to do with him. As for revenge, they were already dead. There was no need to worry. Junior brother Lin Fei, it seems that we have no hope. Monday sighed softly. This bloody hell is more dangerous than I imagined. I give up. Yunxiang also revealed a look of regret. No wonder the experts arranged by our unfalling empire always perished in the war. It is more or less related to this. Junior brother Lin Fei, you have a high chance of joining a good sect. The glory of the unfalling empire will depend on you. Autumn Moon Fairy smiled and said to Lin Fei. They were seriously lacking in confidence in this bloody hell. If they were chosen, they would naturally not be ignorant. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's protection, they could forget about reaching the last stage. Moreover, they could forget about sitting here and seeing a mystic the arch-expert that they would never see in their lifetime. The sect selection was at least a rank 5 sect. The difficulty would definitely not be small. They could imagine the cruelty later on. Therefore, they had placed their hopes on Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not say anything else. With their strength, they would die silently. He did not agree to enter. I will. After all, my clan and my sect are in the unfalling empire. I will do my best in the sect selection. I will not disappoint you. They all believed that Lin Fei would obtain a good result. Lin Fei was a huge monster. They had gained quite a lot from this war. Just Zhenyuan crystals and large amounts of demon cores. If they went back and exchanged them for Zhenyuan crystals, it would not be difficult for them to reach the profound Emperor realm. As for the rest, it would depend on their luck. In such a short time, their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. To them, it was already beyond their imagination. If they were in a small empire, they might not even be able to reach this level within 10 years. Although they could not join a sect, they were already satisfied with such a huge harvest. They were not greedy as they would pay a heavy price for being greedy. 2 hours passed in a flash. The true dynasty war had begun. The dynasty disciples who were preparing to participate were already rubbing their palms and itching to try. The bloody hell opens for a month. If anyone wishes to withdraw now, you still have time to choose. The white-robed mystic the arch said indifferently. I will give you 5 minutes to choose. Some of the weaker ones on the plaza took the initiative to withdraw. This group of people were insignificant compared to all the dynasty disciples on the plaza. They could not be persuaded to participate in the dynasty war. The opportunity lied in fighting. If they did not fight, they would not have a chance. All right, since everyone has chosen, in the following month, show your strength. Show your strength and fight for the sect. Everyone on the plaza was excited. The quality of the sect would determine their future achievements. Whoosh tilde the white-robed mystic the arch waved his hand. A blood-red world appeared above the plaza. This was the profound sky spiritual treasure, the bloody hell. Haha, this is the bloody hell. This place is destined to be my battlefield. My target is that high and mighty rank 1 sect. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Chapter 405. The opening of the bloody hell made everyone's blood boil. The dynasty's disciples who had exited the bloody hell all stayed on the square until the end of the dynasty war. The huge light screen in the square displayed the scene in the bloody hell in front of them, allowing them to see it clearly. Tens of thousands of dynasty's disciples were sent to every corner of the bloody hell. Their life and death were up to fate. Only the heavens knew whether they succeeded or not. The sect elders on the high platform started to look serious. The most exciting moment had arrived. The first grade and fifth grade sects started to move their eyes, especially the 5 first grade sects. None of them were easy to deal with. They first paid attention to the genius disciples. First grade sects were the big sects on the continent. Ordinary people didn't pay attention to them. Only the geniuses had talent and potential. They were the core strength of the sect in the future. They had to pay attention to them. The bloody country, the bloody world, and the pungent smell of blood. Lin Fei's vision turned black. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a bloody swamp. The pungent smell of blood made him wrinkle his nose subconsciously. Under his feet, blood was tumbling. What an unpleasant smell. The next moment, Lin Fei raised his eyebrows. He formed a sword with 2 fingers and stabbed it to the left. He heard a plop and the sound of splashing water. Lin Fei's vigilance reached 100%. He naturally knew the slightest movement would kill the creature in the dark. Is this a blood demon? Lin Fei appeared in front of a corpse. The corpse had been split into 2. It was over 3 meters long and had 4 blood-red claws. It gave off a sharp aura and its entire body was red like fresh blood. The most shocking thing was that the blood demon had a human face. However, this human face was extremely ugly. There were sharp fangs at the corners of its mouth that gave off a deathly pale light. This was a blood demon, a huge population in the bloody hell. The Jade said that the Demonis stone is in the blood demon's head. Lin Fei recalled. The sword chi smashed the blood demon's head and he saw a blood-red crystal. This should be the Demonis stone. It means that I've gained 1 point. Raw tilde Lin Fei was ready to examine the blood demon in detail. In the blood-red environment, numerous pairs of blood-red eyes appeared. There were no less than 100 of them, and low voices began to echo out. As figures appeared, blood demons of various sizes stared at Lin Fei with greedy expressions on their faces. What a powerful blood energy! After eating your flesh, my strength will definitely increase by several folds. I want to drink this human's blood. Eat him, drink his blood, eat his flesh. The blood demon's face was twisted as he roared and turned into numerous blood shadows that charged at Lin Fei. Dang 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 tilde. Just as Lin Fei's water flame lotus took shape, the lotus leaves shook and ripples appeared. Such incredible speed, and it can even use the environment of bloody hell to conceal itself. What a powerful demon beast! Lin Fei frowned, knowing that he was really unlucky to have landed in a nest of blood demons. Releasing his divine senses, Lin Fei's guess was right. Above the blood-red swamp, blood demons were in groups of 3 to 5. Their bloodthirsty eyes were locked on the area where Lin Fei was. No less than 1,000 blood demons were ready to make a move. Lin Fei knew very well that blood demons had always been feeding on flesh and blood, and they especially liked creatures with powerful blood energy. With just a thought, the blood demon had already attacked no less than 100 times. The water flame lotus was also on the verge of collapse, which surprised Lin Fei. Damn it, blood demons are really powerful. Martial artists with weak defense would probably be torn into pieces when attacked by blood demons and eventually become food in the mouths of blood demons. Lin Fei shuddered. I really don't know how that mystic the Arch created such a space. It's simply too hardcore. Kill. Lin Fei's killing sword swept out, and the sword aura was like silk. The white sword silk was shining brightly and had a sharp murderous aura. This was Lin Fei's application of sword arts to a new level. Although it was just a sword silk, it had extraordinary power, especially when it was made by a sword immortal. The sword aura was like silk. Every sword silk flew out and buzzed, quickly passing through the bodies of blood demons. The blood demons were either cut in half at the waist or their bodies were blasted into pieces. The sword aura was like silk, and its attack range was even more comprehensive. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless blood demons were killed by Lin Fei's sword aura, leaving behind bloody corpses. The massacre took less than an hour. On the blood-red swamp, not a single blood demon could be seen. They were all corpses on the ground. 103 demon essence stones? Lin Fei frowned and suspected that he had made a mistake. He had killed no less than 500 blood demons just now, but there were only 103 demon essence stones, which was equivalent to 103 points. What was going on? Lin Fei looked through his memories from top to bottom, then smiled bitterly. What a scam. It turned out that not every blood demon had a demon essence stone. It depended on chance. If one was lucky, there would be a lot of demon essence stones. If one was unlucky, there might not be one demon essence stone among 100 blood demons. Lin Fei could be considered lucky to get 103 demon essence stones from more than 500 blood demons. It's really difficult to collect 13,000 points by hunting blood demons. After searching in the blood-red swamp, Lin Fei could no longer find blood demons. He was very clear that the bloody hell was actually a place of slaughter. In that case, I'll conserve my strength and go on a killing spree. With the protection of the water-fire lotus, Lin Fei sank directly into the blood-red swamp and began to prepare. The bloody hell had just begun, and there wouldn't be too many demon essence stones in a short period of time. It would take half a month before there would be a large number of demon essence stones. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. He would rest for half a month. He wasn't afraid that he couldn't get demon essence stones by then. Many people had the same idea. After killing a batch of blood demons, they understood the meaning of the bloody hell and decisively chose to hide. Some chose to conserve their strength, some chose to go on a killing spree, and some chose to ambush. There were all kinds of methods. And this was just the beginning. It was the warm-up before the climax. The highlight was in the second half of the month. In half a month, all kinds of experts were like bright stars, showing their strong side and leading in points. They also began to be noticed one by the sects on the high platform. When the bloody hell showed their strong side, they would definitely be noticed. Among the tens of thousands of people, those who could be noticed were all experts without exception. In half a month, some hidden people began to show up. Blood Kingdom, Blood-Red Swamp. Red blood mist permeated the blood-red swamp, like clusters of red clouds, appearing on the swamp and around the bloodwood from time to time. Gulp, gulp. A figure floated up from below. It was Lin Fei, who was in high spirits. Chapter 406. P.S. Thank you to Bobk and Greenheart for your monthly votes. Half a month was nothing to the experts in the square. They would spend at least a few decades in seclusion, and some would even spend hundreds or thousands of years. After half a month of observation, the geniuses of bloody hell had basically all appeared. Regardless of whether it was a first-grade sect or a fifth-grade sect. They all had their eyes on some disciples. The 5 high platforms closest to the mystic Theacher's position were lined up in a row, indicating their status. With one look, one could tell that they were superior. These were the 5 first-grade sects. There are quite a few genius disciples this year. It's better than the previous one. An elder of the Saber sect, the Heavenly Saber Sage, said expressionlessly. He looked like a huge saber that was in human form. Heavenly Saber Sage, you finally opened your mouth this year. The sun must have risen from the west. The Wan Shou sect's Qin Tian laughed. You must have taken a fancy to those saber experts. The Heavenly Saber Sage said, our saber sect has taken a fancy to a few disciples, but your Wan Shou sect is probably going to fail. Qin Tian's face darkened. That might not be the case. It's only been half a month, and many hidden experts have yet to appear. Those saber experts you have taken a fancy to might have died in the hands of others. The Saber sect and the Wan Shou sect were bickering, and they didn't interrupt. The grudges between the two sects had been going on for a long time. Every time there was a dynasty war, they would bicker and argue non-stop. Brother Seventh Sword, have you taken a fancy to any sword experts? The Carefree sect's sage Anyo asked with a smile. Seventh Sword's sword intent was restrained, and he looked like an ordinary person. He smiled and said, this year is not bad. There are a few sword experts, but I don't know if they can gather enough points. As you know, our Divine Sword sect hasn't accepted any disciples for 500 years. Sage Anyo laughed. Don't cry. Who doesn't know? Your Divine Sword sect's disciples are all freaks. I remember that 100 years ago, a disciple of your Divine Sword sect slaughtered everyone from a 4th-rank sect. Don't think I don't know. Seventh Sword laughed, and there was no sadness on his face. Instead, there was a rare pride. Just a disappointing disciple. He still hasn't broken out after 100 years. His temperament is still lacking. Seventh Sword and Sage Anyo had a good relationship, and they chatted happily. Look, that young man is quite interesting. Sage Anyo pointed at a black-robed young man on the screen. He doesn't look old, but his sword chi is like silk. It's very powerful. It's endless, and it's both tough and soft. The 7th swordsman followed his gaze and looked over. He was a little surprised. Interesting. This is the first time I've seen someone use sword chi like silk. He's a very good sword genius. If he wants to become a disciple of the Divine Sword sect with this, he's definitely not enough. 7th swordsman and Sage Anyo were both at the profound sage realm. They could tell whether something was good or bad at a glance. Their gazes only paused on the black-clothed young man for a moment before turning to the others. The bloody hell had tens of thousands of disciples, not just one. Everyone has Fey essence stones in their pockets. It's just that this kid is too poor. He only has this little bit in half a month, and he still has the nerve to participate. When Lin Fei came out of the blood swamp, he encountered a middle-stage mystic sovereign brat. He killed him in one strike and obtained 120 Fey Essence Stones, adding to his own 223 Fey Essence Stones. Killing them one by one is a waste of time and energy. It's better to kill them all at once. Lin Fei stroked his chin. As for the stronger ones, I'll slowly deal with them when the time comes. There's plenty of time. I have to think of an idea on how to lure them over. The majority of the Fey Essence Stones on the genius disciples were in the hands of the people at the very top. Only in the hands of the top geniuses. The other portion was in the hands of the stronger disciples of the dynasty. When all of them were added together, it was a huge number that was not inferior to the top disciples at all. There was a reason why Lin Fei had set his sights on the disciples below him. What should I think of? Something that can make them come over on their own accord without being suspicious. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed into a line. He thought of ideas one by one, but they were all rejected. I've got it. Let's do that. Lin Fei finally thought of an idea. They'll definitely fall for it. Lin Fei once again found an open space. After arranging the surroundings, he waved his hand, and true treasures flew out. There were all kinds of sword-shaped true treasures, blade-shaped true treasures, and a total of 10 of them. Lin Fei activated his Zhen Yuan, and the true treasure's power increased greatly. They broke through the blood-colored fog, but their power did not dissipate. This should be enough. After revealing a smile, Lin Fei quickly hid himself. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the plaza. All kinds of discussions were endless. Some cursed him for being shameless, some for being despicable, but no one had a good impression of him. Monday and the other two also saw this scene. Hee, someone is starting to get unlucky. Monday said with a smile, this is a good move. The few people beside him seemed to be jealous of the other, taking out 10 true treasures at once. One of them coldly snorted, unlucky, I think that brat is going to get unlucky. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Yunxiang rolled his eyes and pulled Monday, you're that confident. How about we make a bet? 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. The tall man looked up and down and said in a strange tone, you want to bet with me? Monday said with a smile, why not? Don't you have confidence in what you just said? I think you should take back what you just said. You don't want to embarrass yourself. The tall man was furious, isn't it just 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals? I agree. Monday was not afraid of chaos, who wants to play? Feel free to bet. The highest is 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals. 100,000 Zhen Yuan crystals was not a lot, but not a little either. Everyone could afford it. I bet that brat will definitely die. 100,000, I also bet that brat will die. Almost all of the people who placed their bets were betting that Lin Fei would be killed and his true treasures would be taken away. They did not believe that a mystic emperor brat would be able to resist the encirclement of so many people. Monday and Yunxiang glanced at each other. They were clearly laughing, but they were trying to hide it. Everyone's attention was on the light screen, so no one noticed their expressions. Autumn Moon Fairy also almost laughed out loud. Junior brother Lin Fei was a big monster. He had killed a whole group of mystic emperors and mystic sect experts. How could it be easy for him to deal with a group of weaklings? True treasure's power. There's a true treasure ahead. It looks so powerful. It must be a tyrannical true treasure. The heavens didn't let me gamble. This true treasure belongs to me. The true treasure's power surged, breaking through the bloody mist. Everyone in the bloody hell could feel this tyrannical power, which immediately attracted the attention of all the dynasty disciples in this area. A powerful true treasure, no one could resist this temptation. Sounds of breaking through the air arrived one after another, rushing toward the source of the true treasure's aura. It seemed that no one wanted to fall behind the others. In less than a moment, 70 to 80 people had gathered. Their target was the true treasure. Lin Fei, who was hiding in the dark, had been using his spirit sense to check, and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad, not bad. True treasures are still very attractive to them. Lin Fei was very satisfied. 70 to 80 people, at least 1,000 Fey Essence Stones, and a large amount of experience and energy. Awesome. In Lin Fei's eyes, all of these dynasty disciples were mere tools. Looks like it's about time. We can start now. Lin Fei didn't wait. These people had already started fighting. He didn't want to miss out on the shining experience. Lin Fei's plan was to exchange one shot for another shot. 70 to 80 people barely made it. There were only a dozen true treasures, so it was not a small number to attract 70 to 80 people. Lin Fei flew out from the darkness and directly appeared behind a mystic sovereign brat. With one slash, the brat was cut in two. In front of the sharp killing sword, no matter how strong the defense was, it was just scrap metal. One slash, and a mystic emperor expert died. Two slashes, and an early mystic ancestor expert died. Lin Fei raised his sword and slashed down. Corpses fell down, and a vacuum zone appeared around him. At first, no one noticed it, but by the time they did, more than 20 of the 70 to 80 people had died. Not good. This is a trap. Kill him. Someone immediately reacted. This person killed people like cutting vegetables and simply didn't put them in his eyes. Slaughter. Earth-class sword art, slaughter gods and exterminate demons. The sword chi was like silk, and every strand of sword chi gathered a shocking killing intent. When this killing intent rushed out, it immediately shook people's hearts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, Lin Fei was like a ferocious tiger, killing these little sheep to his heart's content. The dynasty disciples fell one after another, and their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They were going to die in the hands of a young man who was weaker than them. Run. Killing so many dynasty disciples with a single sword strike caused all the dynasty disciples to be stunned. Lin Fei had injured them with one slash. With the second slash, those who were preparing to run, one by one, they died under the sword, becoming ghosts. These people weren't strong, and Lin Fei was able to kill them easily. In the plaza, the group of people near Monday were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? These are 70 to 80 experts. How can they be so easily killed? This is so infuriating. The tall man lost his voice. He had lost 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals just like that. Many people had this expression. They had all lost. 100,000 Jin Yuan crystals were gone. Everyone, I am sorry. We will take these Jin Yuan crystals. Monday and the group laughed excitedly. In this small battle, they had earned 5 million Jin Yuan crystals, which was a huge profit for them. Chapter 407. P.S. Thanks to He Zhengxiong for his monthly vote. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Divine Emperor Hao Tian, and Little Bai for their tips. Despicable, too despicable. Freak, really freak. This guy has already killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Why doesn't his primordial vitality seem to be used up? Which dynasty disciple is this? He kills people like he's chopping vegetables. He's too violent, too bloody. It's too scary. How does this guy cultivate? After Lin Fei killed another person, there was an uproar in the plaza. The reason for the uproar was that Lin Fei's methods were ruthless. Each time he attacked, he left no one alive. Every time he fired a shot, he would fire a cannon, constantly killing dynasty disciples. Most people would not dare to do such a thing, especially when he was facing dozens of dynasty disciples at once and had killed them all. The people in the plaza saw their dynasty disciples being killed with their own eyes. Their eyes widened, followed by endless resentment and hatred. As Lin Fei's kills succeeded again and again, he had unknowingly offended many dynasty disciples. This is really troublesome. Monday secretly transmitted his voice and looked at the screen expressionlessly, afraid of attracting attention. Lin Fei has offended all the dynasty disciples. It's not good for him to enter the sect. Yunxiang did not know what to say. In the past few days, Lin Fei had almost killed nearly 1,000 dynasty disciples. Even he was beginning to worry. Is junior brother Lin Fei not thinking about the consequences? It's not a good thing to offend so many dynasty disciples. I hope junior brother Lin Fei doesn't run into any powerful dynasty disciples. Yunxiang also whispered, I just heard them say that there are many masters in the dynasty this time. The top combat power has reached Mystique Venerable rank. Autumn Moon Fairy was meticulous, Unlike Monday and Yunxiang who were worried, junior brother Lin Fei must have a reason for doing this, we don't have to worry about it. Don't forget, junior brother Lin Fei is a big monster. I have full confidence in junior brother Lin Fei, even if he meets a top expert, there is nothing to worry about. Monday and Yunxiang didn't know what to say. What he said made sense. On the high platform, Lin Fei was like a dark horse that had risen abruptly. In less than 3 to 5 days, he had killed close to 1,000 dynasty's disciples, and this caused everyone's eyes to light up. They wouldn't care about the casualties of the dynasty's disciples. The appearance of genius disciples was not accompanied by bloodshed. Geniuses who did not experience slaughter could not be considered true geniuses. They could only be regarded as flowers in a greenhouse. Therefore, the deaths of 1,000 disciples of the dynasty was nothing. Blood and slaughter created genius disciples. When Lin Fei used a real treasure as bait to kill a group of dynasty's disciples, it immediately attracted their attention. The Divine Sword School has met a good seedling this time, Saint Anyo said with a smile. The seventh swordsman's eyes fell on this young man. At first, he took a glance and didn't pay much attention, but unexpectedly, this young man went against the trend and suddenly showed his talent in swordsmanship. He is indeed a good seedling. The seventh swordsman smiled. Saint Anyo continued, this young man's murderous aura is too strong, and he doesn't hold back when he attacks. He looks like a sword immortal, especially the sword technique he used before, which is mainly murderous. It seems to be the cultivation method of a sword immortal. Whether he is a master of swordsmanship or a sword immortal, the Divine Sword School will welcome him. The seventh swordsman waved his hand. Swordsmanship is all about decisiveness, otherwise we wouldn't have been unable to recruit a disciple in hundreds of years. Look, a real expert has appeared. One of the disciples that the Saber sect admires. Lin Fei's aggressive killing naturally attracted people's attention. When they saw the figure rushing to the place, everyone's attention was on him. The Heaven Secret Sect Saint of the Heavenly Secret Sect suddenly said with a smile, Sky Saber Saint, Seventh Sword Saint, the disciple that you like is going to fight. Why don't I be the banker and set up a bet? Let's have some fun together. The second grade sects, third grade sects, and so on all understood the meaning behind it. The Divine Sword School and the Saber sect had always been on bad terms. The sword was the king of swords, and the saber was the overlord of weapons. They fought each other, and their relationship had never been harmonious. The Heaven Secrets sect was clearly trying to sow discord. The Wan Shou sect had always been afraid of chaos, especially with the Saber sect. Interesting. I also want to know whether the disciple that the Saber sect likes is stronger or the one that the Divine Sword School likes is stronger. The Wan Shou sect is betting on the Divine Sword School. This is the seal of the venerable level 9-headed dog of the Wan Shou sect. I bet on whether the Saber sect's Tyrant Blade Strike seal can take it. Those who knew about this secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. The venerable level 9-headed dog was a good thing. The Wan Shou sect was a first-grade sect in the Shentian continent. They were proficient in the Tao of Beasts, and they had many beast seals in their hands. The venerable level 9-headed dog could fight against a profound sage monster venerable. It was priceless, and there was no market for it. The Tyrant Blade Strike was also a treasure of the Saber sect. It contained the blade intent of a sage, and it could kill experts below the martial sage realm. Although it was a one-time use item, many people still coveted it. Hearing that Sage Qin Tian of the Wan Shou sect took out such a precious treasure, one could imagine the intention of the Wan Shou sect. The Sky Saber Saint's expression was cold. Venerable level 9-headed dog, good stuff. I'll bet with you. He turned his head and said to the seventh sword, I heard that you got a star stone 100 years ago. I'll take out the immortal sword Art 1 sword to flatten the heavens. How about we bet? The starstone was a rare material. When fused with a spirit treasure, it could increase one's attack power by 30%. 30% attack power was already a heaven-defying existence for experts like the Profound Sage Realm. When one reached the Profound Sage Realm, the growth of one's power was very slow. Increasing one's attack power by 30% could completely suppress the opponent at the critical moment. The immortal sword art was also very tempting, especially for experts who used swords. The immortal sword art was more powerful than the heaven skill art. It was an irresistible temptation. A strange look flashed in the seventh sword's eyes. Sky Saber, aren't you afraid of giving me the immortal sword art for nothing? The Sky Saber Saint said, if it's the immortal sword art, I'll definitely use it myself. The immortal sword art is useless to me. As for what you said, I don't agree with you. So let's bet and see who has better foresight. The seventh sword laughed. Interesting. Let's bet then. It'll be too boring. The two things were good in everyone's eyes. Either one of them was priceless. Now that they had become the stakes, the sects below the first rank were very jealous. Everyone was also looking forward to seeing who had better foresight between the Saber sect and the Sword God sect. Bloody hell. Lin Fei had just killed a group of people, packed up the spirit treasures, true treasures, and the important fairy stones. When he was about to leave, his eyebrows twitched, and he retreated quickly. Whoosh tilde. Chapter 408. After Lin Fei retreated, an ominous glint flashed in his eyes. Why are you sneaking around? Come out. He had always been the one killing others. Since when was it someone else's turn to kill him? Lin Fei was furious. His thoughts weren't clear and he wanted to kill someone. If it was before, Lin Fei would definitely leave and not use such a tone. After becoming a sword immortal, he did not allow others to go against him. His temperament had changed. You are quite fast. You can actually dodge the void-breaking blade. Whoosh 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 tilde. A few figures appeared and quickly surrounded Lin Fei, blocking all his escape routes. Kid, you have killed so many people. Be sensible and hand over the things. On the upper left was a dwarf, like a small winter melon. His strength had actually reached the late profound ancestor realm. His Zhen Yuan was thick and his combat power was outstanding. Don't think about escaping. Although your speed is very fast, we have already set up a heaven sealing formation to lock the void. Who asked you to have a lot of true treasures and a lot of demon essence stones? You deserve bad luck to meet us. Behind Lin Fei was a tall man who was laughing. After Lin Fei glanced around, he knew who he had met. He had been targeted. You were the one who attacked just now. Lin Fei's gaze fell on a young man holding a long blade in front of him. His whole body was emitting the aura of a blade. You are the first person to be able to block my blade. Mad Blade young master laughed, I just don't know how many of my blades you can block. What bullshit young master. In my eyes, you are just a bunch of trash. Lin Fei used his palm as a blade and slashed towards Mad Blade young master. 100 feet long blade light with a sharp aura. This blade contained a destructive blade intent. Don't forget that Lin Fei first learned the blade Dao. When this blade slashed out, Mad Blade young master's eyes lit up. Good timing. Blood sea. Boom tilde tilde. Mad Blade young master's long blade was not unsheathed. The blood-red long blade was also 100 feet long. The bloody aura was monstrous. It could be seen that he had quite some achievements in the blade Dao. The three people surrounding Lin Fei did not make a move. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Because of their mutual benefits, they specifically intercepted and killed the disciples of the dynasties, especially those who had wealth. Lin Fei was one of them who they had their eyes on through a secret technique. They wanted to make a fortune from him. The strength of the wild saber young master was the strongest among the four of them. His saber rarely cut through the air. Taking care of that brat was easy. Boom tilde tilde. The two saber lights collided and quickly collapsed. A strong wind of quintessential essence swept out, and the void behind the two continued to collapse. Kill. The wild saber young master made a living with the saber and rarely used a second saber. It was his first time encountering someone with a lower realm than him who had such formidable battle prowess. Two silhouettes rushed forward. Sword and saber lights filled the area, and for a moment, they were engaged in a fierce fight. The wild saber young master's saber will is overbearing. He is the best disciple of the saber sect. His saber will moves forward bravely. I dare say that before long, the black-clothed brat will be defeated, the Sky Saber Saint said slowly. I'm afraid the Starstone will be mine. The latter sentence was directed at the seventh swordsman. The seventh swordsman's face darkened slightly. That's not necessarily true. The sword is always the king. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose? He thought to himself, I didn't expect this wild saber young master to have such a powerful combat prowess. It really surprised me. However, the black-clothed brat seems to be at a disadvantage, and his real combat prowess has not been displayed yet. Once they start fighting, the wild saber young master will definitely die. The seventh swordsman had this intuition. In a short time, the seventh swordsman had already recognized the will of wind and the will of metal from his opponent. Although they were integrated into the sword techniques, ordinary people could not see them. The seventh swordsman believed that his opponent's combat prowess was more than that. 18 styles of Bloodsea. The wild saber young master's saber technique was overbearing. It was overbearing, constantly suppressing his opponent. However, he was the only one who was confused. Although he displayed the saber technique incisively and vividly, he could do nothing to his opponent. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed. However, the boy in front of him had blocked it and seemed to be at a disadvantage. He could not even hurt a hair of his opponent. Only he knew the bitterness in his heart. The overbearing saber technique suddenly changed and turned into a continuous sea of blood, ready to trap his opponent in the sea of blood. The 18 styles of Bloodsea was a lower-grade earth-level saber technique. The first move, Heaven and Earth, turned into a sea of blood. The second move, Bloodsea Saber. As soon as the wild saber young master performed this earth-level saber technique, his whole body also turned into a member of the sea of blood. It was extremely mysterious. Countless people had been killed by the 18 styles of Bloodsea. Boy, you are dead this time. In the sea of blood, the wild saber young master's voice came from all directions. Haha, if the wild saber young master does not die, he will definitely be a disciple of our saber sect. The Sky Saber Saint smiled and glanced at the seventh swordsman in high spirits. The Sky Saber Saint knew that the boy was going to lose. The wild saber young master's earth-level saber technique turned himself into a sea of blood and hid his real body. This gave him the upper hand. The boy's sword technique was excellent, but it was useless in front of the earth-level saber technique. He could not even find his opponent's real body. The Sky Saber Saint was very sure. It was a rare opportunity to attack the Divine Sword Sect. The Sky Saber Saint was usually a man of few words, but it did not mean that he would not attack others. The Sky Saber Saint seemed to be able to see the seventh swordsman's depressed expression. Exhilarating, too exhilarating. The seventh swordsman had full confidence in the boy in black. After seeing him use the 18 styles of Bloodsea, he knew that the situation was not good. The boy was really a genius to become one with the saber. If he wanted to break the 18 styles of Bloodsea, he must find the real body of the wild saber young master. In the sea of blood, it was easier said than done to find his opponent. Clang, 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 in the sea of blood, Lin Fei's lotus of water and fire protected him, blocking the saber radiance one after another. His strength is just like this. It's about time for me to make a move. After some testing, Lin Fei realized that it was boring. However, the saber master he had met was indeed very powerful, especially the last attack. Those on the light screen have been watching me. I can use him as an example. The more powerful I am, the more they will treat me like a treasure. Only by constantly killing experts can I prove my talent. The first-rank sects all liked peerless geniuses. Lin Fei wanted to make himself a peerless genius. 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Fei also cultivated this secret technique, followed by the Azure Dragon True Body. At this time, all 6 of his hands were holding real treasure swords, which were the most convenient. Just a sea of blood, break for me. The opponent's Bloodsea Saber intent was very strong. Lin Fei did not even need to use the earth-ranked sword art. He could use his rich Shen Yuan to tear the opponent apart. Bang, bang, bang. 6 real treasure swords, together with the killing sword in Lin Fei's hand, crazily bombarded the sea of blood. In the space of the sea of blood, it was constantly shaking. The wild saber young master's face sank. What's going on? How did his strength suddenly increase so much that he can even affect the sea of blood? The wild saber young master realized that he could not continue. The sea of blood rolled, and the saber intent turned into a torrent of the sea of blood, unceasingly crushing towards Lin Fei. Blood sea torrent, crush everything. A mighty torrent of blood. If this could crush him, he would die without a doubt. Open. Lin Fei rushed to the blood sea torrent, and the invincible sword intent tore it apart. At this time, in front of the invincible sword intent, the domineering torrent of blood was forcibly split apart. The invincible sword intent was finally displayed. This was the invincible sword intent of a sword immortal. A mere blood torrent, after all, was no match for the invincible sword intent, and was blasted apart with one sword strike. The second sword strike, the invincible sword intent, tore a huge hole in the sea of blood. With the third sword strike, Lin Fei had already broken out of the seal and appeared outside the space of the sea of blood. As soon as Lin Fei's invincible sword intent came out, everyone on the high platform was shocked. They did not expect such a change to occur. Whether it was the first-grade sects or the other sects, they were all stunned. Invincible sword intent, this is the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal can cultivate. Seventh swordsman, an expert at the profound sage level, would not be so moved for thousands of years. He stood up directly from the high platform with an inexplicable excitement on his face. The invincible sword intent. This was the invincible sword intent that only a sword immortal could cultivate, and this sword immortal was not an ordinary sword immortal. He must be a sword immortal of the third step. The seventh swordsman did not expect that the black-robed boy would bring such a big surprise. It had been many years since the divine sword gate had a genius who had mastered the invincible sword intent. If such a genius did not die, he would become a sword immortal with extremely terrifying combat effectiveness. He would become a celestial immortal, and even if he could not become a celestial immortal, the combat effectiveness of an individual immortal would be able to fight against a celestial immortal. As soon as the invincible sword intent came out, the seventh swordsman knew that the mad blade young master would definitely die. With the invincible original heart and the invincible sword intent, killing people was as easy as eating. Originally, the seventh swordsman did not want to come this time. After all, there had not been a genius swordsman disciple for hundreds of years. Even if there was one occasionally, he would die in the hands of other geniuses. But this time, the seventh swordsman was glad that he came. Finally, he could go back and hand in a satisfactory answer. Who would not like a sword immortal who had the invincible sword intent? On the other side, the Tiandao saint's face was gloomy. His eyes were fixed on Lin Fei. He did not expect the black-robed boy to be a sword immortal, and the strongest one at that. The Saber sect and the Divine Sword Gate had been fighting for a long time. Both sides did not want to see the emergence of a peerless genius. After all, once a peerless genius appeared, the other side would be suppressed. The invincible sword intent. That boy has mastered the invincible sword intent. How is this possible? The Tiandao saint knew very well that there were very few people who could become the strongest sword immortal, but they could still appear. However, a sword immortal who had mastered the invincible sword intent might not even be seen in 1,000 years. If such a peerless genius fell into the hands of the Divine Sword Gate, wouldn't the disciples of the Saber sect be suppressed? No, this was absolutely not possible. As a saint of the Saber sect, the Tiandao saint naturally did not want to see such a situation happen. He had mastered the invincible sword intent and was a sword immortal. His future achievements would be limitless. The stronger he was, the more terrifying his combat effectiveness would be. He could kill individual immortals at the Mystic Emperor realm. There had been such precedents before. This black-robed boy must die. He must die. He must not become a disciple of the Divine Sword Gate. The Tiandao saint rarely showed his killing intent. Chapter 409. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan for the tip and yesterday's fragrance for the monthly vote. Killing intent, a killing intent that he had never felt before. The Heavenly Saber Saint could not care less about geniuses. There had never been a lack of geniuses on the continent. It was just that many geniuses would die under all kinds of strangulation. Geniuses could only be considered geniuses when they truly became experts of a region. The appearance of geniuses was often accompanied by all kinds of strangulation, and it was unknown how many geniuses had died in the hands of these geniuses. Exceptional geniuses were different. They were born with the great destiny of heaven and earth. Great destiny was a mysterious existence, and any dynasty could not lack destiny. Among the peerless geniuses, the invincible sword immortal was the number one monster. In the heavenly saber saint's memory, there was a record of a sword immortal genius. A few thousand years ago, the divine sword sect had produced a sword immortal with great luck. Even though that sword immortal did not possess the invincible sword intent, he was still a third-step sword immortal. His swordsmanship shocked the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. He killed geniuses from all walks of life and became a sword immortal for thousands of years. That era was the era of sword immortals. None of the geniuses dared to call themselves geniuses in front of this sword immortal. For 1,000 years, sword immortals ruled the world. Many geniuses of the saber sect died under the sword of this sword immortal without exception. Even the saber sect's hidden elder was killed by him. He fought to a draw against an itinerant immortal, creating an illustrious battle record that shook the continent and was passed down through the ages. A peerless genius. One had cultivated the invincible sword will, the strongest sword immortal. The combination of the three would be the nightmare of all the geniuses on the continent, and it would be a dark age that no one would be able to get rid of. The era of the sword immortal. There was a saying passed down in the saber sect since ancient times: peerless sword immortals must be killed without mercy. The battle continued. It was in an ending state. The invincible sword intent swept out in all directions, killing everything in its path. Even undying beings would have to bow down to this invincible sword intent. Kill. Lin Fei broke out of the sea of blood, and his invincible sword will soared into the sky. He no longer concealed himself, and no longer blocked, standing tall above this bloody hell. At this moment, Lin Fei was like an invincible sword god. I will become a real knife god. I will not lose. The wild saber young master's eyes were completely red. Feeling the heaven-shaking invincible sword intent, he was completely stunned. Invincible sword intent, peerless genius, peerless sword immortal, why did such a person have to appear? Blood sea mad dragon. Blood sea floods the sky. Wild saber young master unleashed his saber even faster, bringing out a blood-colored saber aura. Lin Fei looked on indifferently. The invincible sword will swept out, and all the attacks were easily resolved in front of the invincible sword will. It could be said that at this moment, with Lin Fei's invincible sword will on him, the surrounding area had become the world of invincible sword will. The sword is the king, and the saber is the overlord. You still have to bow down to me. Under Lin Fei's feet, there was a dense invincible sword intent and a flying sword. Invincible sword intent, vacuum strike. Lin Fei's expression was focused as he pointed out his finger. It was incomparably profound. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to have a new understanding of the invincible sword will. White sword intent, invincible pressure. The wild blade young master's eyebrows jumped. Bullshit invincible sword intent. I, the wild blade young master, am the most powerful. Boom tilde mad saber young master's entire body was bleeding profusely. Human and blade as one, bloody cut. In front of everyone's eyes, 100 jong long blood-red saber appeared. There were many figures on the long saber, and they vaguely looked like the wild blade young master. Secret technique, the wild blade young master's secret technique. The blood-red saber turned everything between heaven and earth red. Wild blade young master met a peerless genius, what a pity. At such a young age, he cultivated the invincible sword intent and is the strongest sword immortal. I wonder how many geniuses will die in the hands of this black-clothed kid in the future. Perhaps, the era of the sword immortal is coming. On the high platform, all the sects were stupefied at this moment. In front of this peerless sword immortal, there was a certain gap between geniuses. The blood-red color dissipated, and the wild blade young master opened his eyes wide. His eyebrows were blasted open by the invincible sword intent. Invincible sword intent, I am not willing tilde his breath stopped, and he fell from the sky. Not good, let's go. The other three were scared out of their wits. Bang, bang, bang tilde with unwillingness, the three followed in the footsteps of the other party. Lin Fei stopped in the air and experienced the feeling just now. After a moment, he opened his eyes thoughtfully and immediately laughed. As a sword immortal, I should be invincible in the world, and the invincible sword intent will defeat heroes everywhere. The long roar continued, and the sword intent soared into the sky, sweeping through the entire bloody hell. Lin Fei finally comprehended his own sword heart. All along, he had always felt that something was missing, something important. When he comprehended his own sword heart, everything came naturally. Lin Fei's combat power rose to another level. Invincible sword heart, he should advance bravely and defeat heroes everywhere. Lin Fei wanted to thank the Wild Blade young master for finally comprehending his own sword heart. He no longer hid and bravely released his true heart, becoming invincible in the world. At the same time, this long roar made almost all the dynasty's disciples stop, shocked by the long roar that contained the sword intent. Beside the lake, a white-clothed young master moved elegantly, leaving behind a ground full of corpses. What a domineering sword intent, it made my fist intent restless. The white-clothed young master flashed a strange look, this is a real opponent. If I can kill him, my fist intent will rise to another level. The white-clothed young master did not hesitate and took a step toward the place where the long roar came from. On the swamp, a middle-aged man in animal skin with a stocky build and a Grandmaster-level great demons on each side quickly killed the blood demons in front of them, leaving a ground full of corpses. Sword intent. Who can release such a strong sword intent? The middle-aged man in animal skin looked delighted. This person must have a lot of blood essence stones on him. He sat on the great demon and left the scarlet swamp. In the bloody hell, the various dynasties' geniuses were shocked by the long roar. The long roar contained the invincible sword intent. It was the king of swords, making everyone feel like they were subservient. Lin Fei sat cross-legged in the sky. The invincible sword intent turned into a huge lotus, and the sword intent turned into lotus leaves. He's going to fight the heroes and completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. Someone on the high platform exclaimed. The people outside were either Mystique Venerable Ones or Mystique Sages, so they could naturally see the clues. The seventh swordsman was beaming with joy. No matter how he looked at it, he found this kid pleasing to the eye. Good kid, using the invincible sword intent to stimulate the various geniuses. He's preparing to completely consolidate the invincible sword heart. He's really courageously moving forward to fight the various geniuses. The invincible sword intent that Lin Fei displayed earlier was already monstrous enough. Now, inviting the heroes to fight was completely in line with the style of a sword immortal. Brother Seventh Swordsman, your divine sword sect is about to usher in a truly glorious era. Sage Anyo let out a long sigh, provided that such a peerless genius doesn't fall in the battle. Chapter 410. The seventh swordsman was excited, but at the same time, he was worried, which was rare. The geniuses from the various dynasties that kept coming were all extremely powerful. In particular, some of the outstanding geniuses from the various dynasties had outstanding battle prowess. With so many geniuses of the dynasties gathered together, the seventh swordsman could not help but worry. What if he died? Such a peerless genius, a peerless sword immortal, naturally belonged to the god of Swords Gate. The seventh swordsman was certain that if the young man in black joined the divine sword school, the world was destined to belong to him in the future. He would not be able to find an opponent who could compete with him. The young man's potential was limitless, and even the seventh swordsman himself would not be a match for him in the future. Back then, there was a sword immortal from the inner sect. His combat prowess was outstanding and he made a name for himself. He single-handedly suppressed the geniuses of the continent and used a path of white bones to pave the path of a sword immortal that belonged to him. If he had not encountered the terrifying sword immortal tribulation during his tribulation transcendence, the sword god sect would have produced a true sword immortal. Although that sword immortal eventually perished, the divine sword school's glorious years had always been a source of pride for its disciples. It was because of this sword immortal that the Divine Sword School was able to advance from a second-grade sect to a first-grade sect. After thousands of years, another peerless sword immortal had appeared. His talent was even more powerful than the previous one. In the future, it would definitely be the era of the sword immortal. At the same time, the Divine Sword School would also welcome its glorious years. If this bloody hell had not been Emperor Xian's treasure, the seventh swordsman would have taken it back to his sect immediately. With proper training, his name would definitely shake the world in the future. What is junior brother Lin Fei trying to do? On the plaza, Monday couldn't help but worry. The situation on the light screen was very clear, and one could also see the endless hidden dangers. Junior brother Lin Fei looks like he's comprehending something. Yunxiang frowned. It can't be an epiphany, right? It can't be an epiphany. Epiphany requires talent. It's rare for a person to have one in their lifetime. Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head. Junior apprentice brother Lin Fei isn't someone who likes to show off. Perhaps he's preparing so much because he wants to fight against the other heroes. What? Fight the heroes? Yunxiang and Monday were shocked. How could this be possible? Both of them were filled with disbelief. Autumn Moon Fairy, are you joking? Monday asked. I'm not joking, Autumn Moon Fairy shook her head again. You'll know once you keep watching. Is junior brother Lin Fei someone who would mess around? Didn't you hear the long whistle just now? Just as Yunxiang was about to speak, a cry of surprise rang out in the square. Haha, our undying dynasty's Fairy Blue Lotus has arrived. What does Fairy Blue Lotus count for? Do you see that black-clothed sir? He is our Snow Wind Imperial Court's senior apprentice brother Feng Zhenzi. His swordsmanship is unparalleled and he is a genius that will become an emperor in the future. He has only cultivated for 200 years and has already reached perfection of the profound ancestor realm. I'm more optimistic about that Grim Reaper. His Grim Reaper's heavenly saber is several times more powerful than the Mad Saber young master. He is also a genius who can enter the top 50 among the geniuses this time. The noble sword Saint Light has also appeared. He is a true genius who can get into the top 30. He is not one of those fake geniuses who only practice one blade technique and one sword technique. Even if he is a genius, he is just a junior who is sitting at the bottom of a well. Everyone in the square was in heated discussion. Every time a genius that belonged to their dynasty appeared, they would immediately be cheered. It was as if they had gained a lot of face. It had to be said that Lin Fei's roar contained an invincible sword intent that could suppress all wills had aroused strong dissatisfaction among the geniuses. Following the roar, they came all the way here. The will suppression came from this kid. When the first figure appeared in the sky and saw Lin Fei sitting cross-legged, he couldn't help but be shocked, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. This is the sword intent augmentation. What a profound comprehension. Another genius disciple appeared in the sky and stared at Lin Fei with a solemn expression. When geniuses appeared one after another, everyone was slightly surprised. The will suppression came from this kid. Among them, some came from large dynasties and some came from super dynasties. Each of them was a proud son of heaven, arrogant and overbearing. To be suppressed by a roar of will was something that could not be allowed. Therefore, they came to find that arrogant kid who dared to use will suppression. Haha, I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it is a mere kid who is still wet behind the ears. Before he arrived, his laughter had already arrived. The god of violence is here. Many geniuses had a strange look in their eyes. Why is this genius here? The name god of violence was enough to tell that he wasn't someone who was easy to negotiate with. He was the king of destruction among the geniuses and had the most violent temperament. These geniuses were afraid of the god of violence. The god of violence was just like his name. He was tall and muscular and had the cultivation of the profound ancestor realm. He didn't hide his aura at all and kept releasing it. Some of the geniuses had no choice but to defend against it. Judging from his aura, this god of violence was very strong. Among the geniuses, he could enter the top 50. The god of violence landed with a furious look on his face. A shadow appeared behind him and didn't ask why. Bastard, how dare you provoke me? Die. The shadow moved and stepped out. There was a giant black hammer in his hand that was shining with black light. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. When the hammer smashed down, the sky shattered like a floor. Among all the weapons, the hammer was extremely powerful. It was one of the best weapons to display one's strength. There were only a few people who could use the hammer well. The violent god's attack caused everyone's hearts to tremble. A look of fear appeared on their faces. The violent god's strength had increased by quite a bit. A single hammer strike could affect them. Boom tilde tilde Lin Fei was sitting cross-legged. The lotus formed by the invincible sword intent started to move. Sword lights shot up into the sky. There were so many of them that it made everyone's scalp go numb. The sword intent pierced through the sky. When the hammer landed on the lotus formed by the invincible sword intent, the void giant was instantly pierced through. The attack didn't stop and the void giant was killed. The god of violence's body trembled and then stabilized himself. When the crowd saw this, they were shocked. This kid's sword intent was so strong. How was this possible? They were already afraid of the god of violence's attack. They didn't expect this kid's sword intent to be even scarier than before. No wonder he dared to use his will to suppress him. God of violence, it seems like there are times when you are at a disadvantage. That's rare. A mocking voice could be heard. A shadow turned into a beam of light and rushed over. The god of violence was furious. Hentian, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. The newcomer was an elegant young man with a melancholy temperament. He was one of the rivals of the god of violence, or rather, a mortal enemy. Your words are **T, said Hentian. If you have the ability, let's fight for 300 rounds. See how I kill you. Why don't you change your title of King of Destruction to King of Powerlessness? He laughed loudly. At this moment, another person appeared. God of Violence, Hentian, are you done? Said the person who came. If you have the ability, why don't you break this kid's sword lotus? God of Violence laughed. I like what you said. Hentian, aren't you strong? Break this sword lotus first. Can't you see that this kid doesn't care about us? If you break this sword lotus, I admit that you are stronger than me. If you don't dare to go, then scram. Don't embarrass yourself. Hentian had seen everything that had just happened. God of Violence, you are known as the King of Destruction. You can't even break this sword lotus. How dare you ask me to help you? However, seeing that you are sincere, I will show you what true strength is. God of Violence's face darkened. All right. I want to see how strong you are. Don't brag about how strong you are. In reality, you are nothing. Prince Hentian's fist technique is amazing. You are a true genius. You will definitely be able to break this kid's sword lotus. God of Violence and Hentian's strength are similar. Even God of Violence failed. Hentian might not succeed. That kid is too strong. Hentian's face was solemn. In order to suppress God of Violence, Hentian didn't mind showing his strength. Hate the heavens for being blind. Hentian's aura changed. The fist intent of hatred seemed like it was going to reach the heavens. It was filled with endless hatred. Hentian was too weak. Hentian was too cruel. Hentian was too domineering. If one's heart wasn't strong enough, when faced with the fist intent of Hentian, one's heart started to crumble. What a sharp fist intent. He has infused hatred into his fist intent. Just now, the King of Destruction had a destructive aura. When he swung his hammer, it felt like he could break the heavens and earth. Hentian's fist technique was even more terrifying. A fist intent that could even hate the heavens was terrifying. Only people like them could cultivate such a technique. Hentian's fist intent was like a rainbow as it collided with the sword lotus. The sword lotus shook. Under the pressure of the fist intent, it continued to crumble. Compared to God of Violence's attack, it was clear who was stronger. God of Violence, watch how I break this sword lotus. Hentian laughed. God of Violence and the others were shocked. Hentian's fist intent had improved once again. It could crush the sword lotus of his opponent. Hualala tilde the sword lotus continued to crumble. The sword intent created another sword lotus. The cycle continued and continued. Hentian's smile froze on his face. His fist intent could not tear apart the sword lotus of his opponent. Instead, his strength was being reduced. Hentian, you are the same as me. You are nothing special. God of Violence finally found an opportunity. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. God of Violence and Hentian were both powerful cultivators. Their attacks were exchanged for one defending and the other attacking. This proved that Hentian was strong. If it were them, it would not be so easy. Rumble tilde tilde the blood-red sky suddenly shook. The flowing blood-red clouds exploded one by one. Everything within a radius of the sky turned into nothingness. A strong aura covered the sky. Aura. It was real aura. Puff tilde tilde puff tilde under the aura, some of the disciples from the dynasties spat out blood. Their faces were filled with shock as they stared in a certain direction. There was a strong force in that direction that made them nervous. God of Violence and Hentian stopped and looked in that direction. They are here. Lin Fei, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Chapter 4:11. P.S. Thanks to Luo Yuxuan, Waiting vs Flying, Happy Lil Do, Rainbow Dragon, Foamune Ordinary, Bobk, Cryfrog for their monthly votes. They are here. Said all the helplessness in their hearts. Geniuses like God of Violence and Hateful Sky could say such words. Of course, there was someone stronger than them. As soon as he finished his words, several powerful auras appeared from all directions. They were like stars in the sky, attracting people's attention. Every powerful aura was full of domineering auras, and they came crashing down. That's right, it was an unscrupulous crushing. No matter what was in front of them, they would crush everything in an overbearing manner. The area where the crowd was suddenly became the center of the crushing. Puff, puff, puff tilde tilde under the pressure of this aura, the weaker disciples of the dynasty were trembling unconsciously. Blood trickled down from the corners of their mouths. They were directly injured by the crushing aura. Fang Nan, don't you think you've gone too far? God of Violence's true core was stirred up, blocking the crushing aura. This is not your territory. A giant walked out of the void. He looked young and was 20 feet tall, but his height gave people a strong sense of oppression. God of Violence, you're still so hot-tempered. Fang Nan laughed. 10 years ago, you couldn't even withstand one move from me. I wonder if you can withstand one move from me this time. Hua tilde tilde the void was suddenly divided into two. A golden hammer was full of power, making people feel endless danger. God of Violence was embarrassed into anger. I was no match for you 10 years ago. 10 years later, the one who will lose will be you. Life Reaper Hammer. Similarly, a black hammer flew out and quickly collided with the golden hammer. Bang, bang, bang tilde tilde every time the golden hammer and the black hammer collided, a strong wind swept across, and the overbearing power formed a whirlpool. Bang tilde the golden hammer hit fiercely again. The black hammer was broken, and it smashed toward God of Violence with a jingguang. Many treasures gathered in front of God of Violence, accompanied by cracking sounds. God of Violence was sent flying. I haven't seen you for 10 years, and you're still so weak. Fang Nan withdrew his golden hammer, his eyes full of disdain. Loser, you will still be a loser even if I give you 10 years. With brutal God's strength, he could enter the top 50. In the end, he was defeated so quickly in front of this Fang Nan. It was a complete mess. No, I'm not a loser. Violent God roared. He wasn't willing to give up. Boom. The golden hammer flew out again and smashed into Violence God's body. Loser, killing you will only dirty my hands. Fang Nan shook his head and no longer looked at him. Get lost. Seeing the brutal god's miserable state, everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound. Fang Nan, a genius disciple of the giant spirit sect, had already reached the peak of the profound Grandmaster realm. As soon as he made his move, everyone knew that he was also a genius who had cultivated his strength to the extreme. Brutal God also used a hammer, but he was still no match for Fang Nan. The top 10 experts lived up to their reputation. Fang Nan, when did you become so kind? Another person flew out from the void. He was filled with a boundless evil aura, as if he was a gigantic beast that wanted to devour people. Everyone's hearts trembled. This savage lord had also come. This loser, I will destroy his dantian and turn him into a piece of trash. Wang Xiong licked his lips, so, no loser dares to attack me. They are all dead. Ha 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 shock. Boundless terror. The disciples who were close to Wang Xiong chose to step back quietly. Bang that person's head was smashed by a punch. Wang Xiong appeared in front of him, blood splashed on his face. He grinned, bastard, am I so scary? So, you deserve to die. Then, he licked the blood. Fang Nan, that loser, do you want me to help you get rid of him? Fang Nan's face was filled with disgust. Don't bother Brother Wang. Those who wanted to make a move didn't dare to move anymore. This Wang Xiong was a disciple of the Demon Kill sect. When he was young, he was exterminated and his personality changed. Among the younger generation, he was famous for his cruelty. A look, a movement, a word would be the reason for him to attack. Ordinary people would stay away from Wang Xiong, fearing that they would be killed with one punch. What a pity. Let me smash his head. That sound must be very nice. Wang Xiong grinned. He squinted his eyes and looked at God Wu. The injured God Wu was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Wang Xiong, your taste has changed again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several figures landed. Wang Xiong's eyes were filled with cruelty. Hehe, actually, what I want to do the most is to break your necks and twist them into a dough twist. Really, I have always wanted to do that. Then, he licked his lips, looking very bloodthirsty. You want to break our necks, but we want to kill you. You are ranked 65th on the list of villains. If we kill you, there will be countless people who want to whip your corpse. Brother Jiang, why bother talking to this kind of scum? Let's clean him up later. At this time, a woman in red said coldly. Wang Xiong grinned again. Jiang Wuxin, do my, if you were a couple, you would be a shameless couple. Haha, I have killed countless people, but I have never killed a shameless couple. It must be very satisfying and interesting. You're courting death. Do my, dressed in red, frowned, and her chest heaved violently. Junior sister Do my, why bother with this kind of person? It's not worth it. Jiang Wuxin was a gentleman in white. Let him live a little longer. When the time comes, I will send him to hell. Lin Fei had been watching. The roar contained the pressure of the invincible sword will, which was used to stimulate the genius disciples. In half a month, almost all the weaker ones had died. The remaining ones were naturally experts, true experts. These people are powerful and can be used to stabilize my sword heart. I want to welcome the heroes of the world with my invincible sword heart. Lin Fei smiled. Once the invincible sword heart is formed, I will be a true sword immortal. Lin Fei had only comprehended this after comprehending the invincible sword heart. A sword immortal must have the sword heart, followed by the sword will. If the sword heart was the soul, then the sword will was the soul. When the sword heart and the sword will were combined, it was the soul. They were truly one. Lin Fei had an urge to fight them. He had never had a desire to fight before. No matter where they came from or what background they had, they would become his stepping stones to achieve his invincible self. It seems that my roar has attracted all of you experts. Lin Fei laughed. Now, I declare that all of you hand over the blood essence stones. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. Lin Fei felt that these words were very imposing.